This is the most violent and dangerous prison in the world, where just for a morsel of food, the inmates are ready to tear each other apart like wild beasts. In this hellhole, there is no law. Only the strong represents the truth. Even the prison guards are merely toys in the hands of the prisoners, left for them to torture. However, those inhumane monsters did not hesitate to kneel before an ordinary teacher, even elevating him to the status of a big boss and worshiping him like crazed fans meeting a youth idol. All of this is simply because he is the only one who can manufacture the mist crystal, a unique addictive drug that drives everyone insane. But this sounds a bit familiar, kind of like a certain chemistry teacher, bros. The story begins. In the dark prison cell, Dante dimly woke up, his eyes full of confusion as he found himself lying on the cold floor. In the corner of the room, a stranger wearing an orange prison uniform was sitting motionless, mysteriously turning his back to him. His sharp eyes, hidden behind a black mask, suddenly stared piercingly at Dante, startling him into vigilance. In the narrow, dark, and tiny space of the prison cell, Dante tremblingly asked, "Who are you?" He looked around the cracked room, from the old sink to the tightly locked iron door, his heart full of doubt and fear. Unable to keep his calm, Dante shouted, "What? Where is this?" The only response he got was a short sentence from the person opposite. "My home."
Dante exclaimed in shock, "Your home? Who are you?" He realized that person also bore the prisoner number 0182. Horrifying memories of the riot began to flash back when the order to open fire was issued and the guards were brutally murdered. Dante recalled the moment he collapsed in the darkness before waking up in this place. He hesitantly asked, "Is this inside the prison? Inside the land of fog?" Receiving a nod of confirmation, Dante continued to ask suspiciously, "Don't tell me you're the one who brought me here?" Faced with the mysterious prisoner's admission, Dante could only be astonished. Then why? Before thousands of questions could be uttered, the masked man suddenly held out a purple sweet potato towards Dante and pleaded earnestly, "Tell me how to grow sweet potatoes. Please teach me." Dante was stunned by this bizarre request. He thought to himself that he initially assumed this was just ignorance, but that only applies within the realm of common sense, whereas the current insane situation could not be explained. Unable to suppress his anger, Dante yelled, "Because of sweet potatoes? You drag me into a den full of maniacs just for that?" Fear began to invade his mind. Dante realized the beings here were not human. They killed indiscriminately, and he would also soon lose his life if he didn't act. Suddenly, Dante stared intently at the masked man's right hand and doubted. "Wait, what are you hiding in your right hand? A gun? A knife?" Deciding to take a gamble, Dante rushed forward. Damn it! Not letting himself be passive anymore. Quick as lightning, Dante used all his strength to wrestle the opponent to the floor. He pinned down the masked man tightly and reassured himself, "Got him. I've subdued him. Compared to those other guys, this one is nothing. He barely stood out in class. If I stay calm, I can handle this situation."
Dante intended to disarm him to finish it. Now he just needed to take the weapon in his right hand. But he was shocked to realize that the man didn't have a right hand at all. Then he tied his remaining hand to the bed. "Sorry for using violence, but I fell into danger because of your stupidity." Dante could only helplessly adjust his clothes and bitterly admit the absurdity of being kidnapped right in prison. Anything can happen in this world. Going to prison and still getting kidnapped. Everyone. Dante looked at the masked guy and mocked. "You want to know how to grow sweet potatoes? I don't have time to teach fools. Or you can just eat them yourself. It would probably be more nutritious." In his head, he harbored the intention to escape. "I have to get out of here." Dante approached the door, looked around, and asked, "When will the guards arrive? When is mealtime?" He realized the door was definitely locked from the outside. Dante calculated inwardly. After the recent chaos, the security forces were definitely searching frantically for him. As long as he saw the silhouette of a guard, escaping would only be a matter of time. He firmly believed his chances of escaping from here were very high. However, when looking through the door crack, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Before Dante's eyes was only a thick fog. He muttered, "Fog? I can't see anything." Not giving up, Dante banged loudly on the door and shouted, "Hey, is anyone out there?" Suddenly, a clanking sound rang out. The door automatically cracked open, making him stunned. "It's open? Why is the prison door open?" Dante cautiously stepped outside, heading towards the pure white light that was enveloping everything. Stepping out of the room, Dante was stunned by the scene appearing before his eyes. It was not a prison corridor, but a ruined, desolate city stretching endlessly to the horizon under a faint mist. Dante fell to his knees in shock, breathing heavily. "What is this? Where is this? This is not a prison."
The desolate ruins before his eyes made him lose control and scream in despair. There was no way this is a prison. Where have you taken me? Where have you taken me? Immediately, a rough hand tightly covered his mouth from behind. The masked man loomed up, coldly ordering, "Shut up. You have been screaming all this time. You cannot leave here. Just live in silence." Dante tremblingly pushed his hand away, indignantly exclaiming, "Live? In this garbage dump? Are you crazy? I am a decent citizen. I don't belong here. I am not like you. I am different from the scumbags of society like you." As if hearing his loud screams, from a distance, a giant phantom with a heavily muscled body gradually appeared, looming in the mist. Dante turned around in stupor, cold sweat running down as he faced this terrifying entity. However, the masked man remained as nonchalant as ever. He stared fixedly at the monster and hurled an insult. "What are you looking at, you pig?" Insulted, the giant roared furiously and threw a heavyweight punch, but the one who got hit was Dante. How surreal. "I told you to shut up." Dante could only whisper in pain. You bastard." The masked man sighed wearily. "It's your fault again. Now even my clothes are gone." Unjustly blamed due to the masked man's cryptic words, Dante screamed angrily. "Why do you keep doing stupid things that bring trouble to both of us? Do you really have no brain? Why would you provoke a monster like that?" Seeing the other party remain silent, Dante added, "You don't even have an arm." Seeing the masked man still not responding, Dante suddenly felt guilty. Was I too harsh? Suddenly, the masked man began to strip off the prisoner uniform. Dante screamed in panic. "What are you doing?" Ignoring his resistance, he only uttered an apology and continued his action, leaving Dante to scream in despair. I'm sorry." Dante stared blankly at the orange clothes thrown towards him. The masked guy now revealed a muscular body covered in crisscrossing scars. He ordered, "Put it on." Dante couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "Are you serious?" Seeing the latent strength from the opponent's muscle masses, Dante told himself to be a bit more careful with his words. If he punched him once, his teeth and lips would be messed up. He silently put on the uniform, but was filled with anxiety. "But if I wear this, the rescue team might not recognize me." 182 rummaged through the rubble while coldly extinguishing Dante's hope. "There is no rescue team looking for you. All the guards have been killed." Dante, shocked, repeated, "The guards?" The masked guy continued to warn him that it was best not to let himself stand out too much among the prisoners, as that was the rule of survival in this land of mist. After speaking, he roughly tore off a piece of cloth and put on a worn-out prisoner uniform bearing the number 82. He gave a brief order, "Let's eat." Dante looked at the opponent's ragged appearance and couldn't help but wonder, what's with that outfit? Food? He stood in stunned silence, as what was happening exceeded his imagination. He also didn't understand what the rules of survival here were like. Outside, cheering sounds echoed. Is it mealtime already? Dante anxiously thought to himself that he absolutely could not run into the guards at this moment. Meanwhile, in a corner of the ruined city, a fat prisoner wearing a black mask was showing off, extremely pleased with the newly stolen outfit. He hummed while admiring it. "It fits perfectly. It's definitely mine." He also regretfully thought about the victim's glasses, telling himself he should have taken that too to look cool. Before he could rejoice in his spoils, suddenly a cold voice rang out from behind. "Kwang, where did you get that outfit?" The fat guy, startled, turned around and screamed in terror when he saw the scary, long-haired entity and two giant henchmen looming over him. Immediately, he prostrated on the ground, trembling and addressing him as boss. To save his life, he hastily revealed Dante's whereabouts. "There is a bespectacled nerd in Tofu Village. It seems he just moved there." Hearing this, the long-haired guy smiled maliciously. "Aha, in Tofu Village, so that's where he is." The fat guy still didn't know the disaster about to strike. Thinking he had accomplished a great feat, he kept blabbering, Yes, he dared to wear nice clothes, so I took them. Hee hee, cute, isn't it?" But before he could say another word, he was sent to the afterlife by the long-haired guy. A sharp sword suddenly pierced through the fat guy's head. The long-haired guy looked at the corpse at his feet and whispered murderously, "Finally found you, huh?" Right before Kang Dante's eyes was a gray concrete jungle, where those with human forms had pale gray skin like a terrifying camouflage. Hungry, beast-like eyes hiding behind the ruined corners made him shiver in fear. What the hell? Who are these people? Dante walked while bewilderedly wondering if they were humans or beasts, as the breath of death surrounded his every step. The land of fog appeared, with ravens having bright blue eyes and human skulls tightly wrapped in barbed wire, hanging like a chilling warning. This place did not look like a prison at all, but rather a dedicated area for corpses, a graveyard burying both the living and the dead, like the apocalypse. Looking at the ruined city stretching endlessly, Dante could not suppress his curiosity. He hesitantly asked the masked man, "Excuse me, is this really a prison? It feels too weird." Seeing the other party only ask back, "What?" Dante lost his calm even more. "Huh? What do you mean, what? It's weird. People are walking around freely in the prison. Some even look like they're drunk. He pointed at the corpses impaled on stakes and yelled, "And what is that over there? Aren't those humans? They aren't decorations, right? Don't you think everything here is bizarre?" Dante could not understand why a place built by the United Nations could operate in such a crazy way. Suddenly, the masked guy pressed close to Dante's face and growled, "Your voice is too loud." That coldness startled Dante, who hurriedly lowered his voice. No, I mean," he whispered. An intense struggle began in his heart. He blamed himself for why he was expecting an explanation from the one who kidnapped him. Could it be that he was suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? Looking into the bright eyes of the masked guy, Dante realized that he was no different from the lunatics out there, also an extremely dangerous person. Right then, the masked guy suddenly warned, "Don't trust anyone, Kang Dante." The two headed towards the cafeteria, where a group of prisoners was silently walking into the gloomy space. Stepping into the communal cafeteria, Kang Dante could not help but be stunned by the scene before his eyes. What the hell? It looks more normal than I thought. The prisoners were even lining up neatly to wait for their meals, which made him feel lighter and easier to breathe in outside, and a glimmer of hope sparked. That means Dante intently observed the front of the line, where the staff were distributing food.
Suddenly, Dante froze when he saw a figure in a police uniform. He cheered in his heart with excitement. "Guard! He is a guard! I am saved!" To avoid drawing attention, Dante told himself to maintain his composure, to stay calm. "I still look like a prisoner. I must behave as civilized as possible, to show him I am different from these people." Dante took a deep breath, reassuring himself. "All right, my turn. My opportunity has come. Let's do this." Dante approached and politely spoke up. "Are you a prison guard, sir?" Without waiting for the other Hardy's response, he hastily revealed his true identity. "I am a teacher sent to the Prisoner Education Project, Kang Dante." He glanced at 182 and then lowered his voice, whispering urgently, "I was kidnapped during a riot by the masked man on the right." Dante hoped this officer would realize the seriousness of the issue. "You know there is a riot, right? If not, please contact your superiors immediately." In his mind, he firmly believed, "Teacher Kang Dante is missing. They are definitely looking for me." However, in response to that expectation was only a terrifying silence. Dante confusedly called out softly, "Officer?" So, has his ray of hope been buried along with the silence of that officer? Right in front of Dante at this moment was a guard with his eyes rolled back, showing the whites, and his pupils contracted in a bizarre manner. Drool ran down from the corner of his mouth to his chin in a disgusting way. Dante stepped back in shock. "Why are you—" Before he could finish his sentence, the chef suddenly swung a ladle and smacked him right on the head. "If you are not eating, get out!" Dante stared blankly at the meager food tray, with a few pieces of meat in a green, sickening soup that looked absolutely horrifying. He stood motionless in the gloomy space, his mind completely in turmoil over the madness unfolding. What is happening? Where is this? Who am I? What are the rules? Dante was bewildered, questioning the strange look in the guard's eyes just now. He realized that even though the guard wore a uniform and had a badge, there was no sign of any other officers around. Fear surged as Dante realized the situation was truly terrible. He muttered in despair, "Something is wrong, really wrong. I am doomed. At this rate, I will be stuck here forever." He suddenly remembered the warning from the masked guy, 182, who is currently calmly enjoying his meal. Realizing this was the only opportunity, Dante gave a forced smile and took the initiative to bring up the past matter. "Sweet potatoes, you said you wanted to plant them, right?" He decided to play his final move to make a trade. "I will teach you how to plant sweet potatoes, as many as you want, but in exchange, help me get out of here." Dante told himself he would take advantage of the other party's naivety to find an escape route, but 182's reaction was beyond his expectations. He stared coldly at Dante and replied, "Do you think I'm a fool, just for a few sweet potatoes?" The statement made Dante panic and shout, "What? No, that's not what I meant. Oh no, this time not only did I not catch any fish, but I also lost the bait and the line." He frantically explained that once he finished teaching, there would be no reason to stay, and he had to take responsibility for bringing him here. After a moment of tense silence, 182 coldly dropped a sentence. "To get out of here, you must become the supreme leader." Dante asked blankly, "What? Supreme leader? Like the boss of this place?" 182 poured cold water on Dante's expectations. "Someone like you could never do it. I don't really want to do it either." Dante began to piece things together and deduced, so you mean only the supreme leader can contact the outside world." 182 held high a piece of food on his plate and declared philosophically, "Rise or fall. That is the only way out." Dante still couldn't understand those hidden meanings. He pressed, "What are you talking about? Speak so I can understand." But 182 just coldly cut him off. Enough questions. Dante could only watch helplessly and bitterly realize, "So you really didn't plan to help me after all." It's truly hard to understand with the masked guy's vague words, isn't it, everyone?
Dante angrily slammed his hand on the table. He decisively turned his back to leave and declared, "Then there's no use being near you anymore. I will escape from this filthy, horrible place immediately." He didn't forget to leave a firm threat. "And you will regret it, because once I get out, you won't escape the judgment of the law, because my family is—" Dante muttered to himself that a life-sentenced piece of trash like 182 could just rot here forever. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed throughout the dining hall. "Teacher! Mr. Hang, are you here?" Completely surprised, Dante stopped in his tracks, his eyes shining with intense hope. "They're here! The rescue team is here!" Without hesitation, he pushed through the crowd, raised his hand high, and screamed with all his might, "Over here! I'm over here!" Dante ran while listing his personal information in extreme excitement. "The name is Kang Dante, a science teacher at a public middle school, 32 years old. I'm right here." However, as he approached the light at the door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. His hope was once again extinguished. In front of Dante was not the rescue team, but an unusually tall entity with long, disheveled black hair. His ear-to-ear smile and maddened eyes made Dante freeze in terror. He loomed closer. "Long time no see, teacher. Do you remember me? I took your sweet potato farming class." Dante trembled and stammered, "Huh? What does this have to do with sweet potatoes again?" In a panic, terrifying memories began to rush back. Sweating profusely, Dante admitted, "Ah, of course, how could I forget?" He recalled that it was the first time he had seen such a massive person. The one standing before him was one of the 6 notorious criminals of Cell Zero. With a horrifying face and an overwhelming murderous aura, this terrifying entity was Ngan Top. This man was also the strongest in that group. Dante was stunned as the horrific memories flooded back, remembering everything. He remembered how this man had ruthlessly slaughtered the security personnel. Amidst the stray bullets, the guards were completely powerless against his madness. In an unbelievable act, Ngan Top pulled a razor-sharp sword right out of his own throat. With just a single strike, he left the security team with no chance to retaliate. Returning to reality, Dante collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling with fear. He stammered hopelessly. "Why? Why are you looking for me?" Ngan Top stood menacingly before him like a phantom, coldly replying, "Why else? We have to continue our class." He stared intensely at Dante and added a sentence that left him dead inside. "Oh, by the way, I am no longer interested in sweet potatoes. This time, let's learn a real lesson." Dante stood rooted to the spot, sweating profusely in terror, not understanding what was about to happen to him. What did he want to learn? He opened his hand, revealing 3 brilliantly glowing blue spheres capable of creating fog. The surrounding prisoners began to cause a commotion, exclaiming in astonishment, "Fog! It's fog!" Dante stared blankly at the spheres, his mind completely in chaos. Looking at these mysterious objects, Dante recalled the words of the masked man 182, who once asked him to show how to create this fog. He asked himself in bewilderment, "This thing called fog, this blue lump, what is this? What is it?" Seeing Dante's reaction, Nanthop asked doubtfully, "You really don't know?" Immediately, he became agitated, grabbed Dante and yelled, "Impossible! You are a science teacher. How could you not know? Aren't teachers supposed to know everything? Huh? Oh man, every teacher has their own specialty, right?" Dante yelled resentfully, "I have never seen anything like this. I have never seen it in the outside world." Nanthop's eyes turned piercingly cold. He whispered, "We already learned about this. Because of the fog, the 6 of us gathered just for your class, to bring you back." Dante was stunned by those implicit words. Suddenly, Nanthop dropped a cold sentence. "Well then, whatever." He roughly grabbed Dante's chin, forced him to face him, and growled, "From now on, we will learn together, right?" He held the blue sphere right up to Dante's mouth, making him only able to widen his eyes and tremble. Dante was terrified, thinking to himself, "What the hell? What is this? If I had known, why would I give him the chance to bully me like this?" Despite his resistance, Gontop deliberately forced that thing into his mouth. Dante exclaimed in disgust in his mind, "I hate it. I hate this thing." All around, the pale gray prisoners watched with craving, drooling with starvation. Dante struggled with all his might and shouted, "I said I don't want it." He knocked the blue spheres onto the ground. They bounced and rolled on the floor before the lifeless eyes of the stunned prisoners. As soon as the blue spheres hit the ground, they seemed to possess some terrifying magic that instantly drove the pale gray prisoners insane. They lunged at each other like starving beasts, trampling and tearing just to get their hands on that magical light. Screams of, "Give it to me! Mine! It's mine!" rang out piercingly amidst the chaotic scene. King Dante stood rooted to the spot, utterly shocked by the extreme frenzy of these people, just for the spheres he had just thrown away. Non-Top loomed behind Dante, casually throwing out a sarcastic remark. See? Everyone wants the fog. He cracked a creepy smile, his eyes full of reverence as he looked at the crowd. The fog is gold and a gift from the gods. Amidst the crazed encirclement, the prisoners howled in frustration upon seeing an old man quickly swallow the sphere. That old man swallowed it! He swallowed it! Spit it out! Spit it out now, you bastard! The old man stood towering, his entire body beginning to emit a brilliant blue fog from within. When there was no longer a chance to possess that blue sphere, craving turned into brutal action. Everyone started rushing in to tear at him, but strangely enough, he was still smiling in a chillingly satisfied way. Non-Top looked at the scene with contemptuous eyes, these filthy villagers getting all worked up over just a lump of fog. He casually concluded that the old man was probably going to heaven today, or would gain extraordinary powers, then posed a provocative question. What if there was even more fog? His greed didn't just stop at a few spheres, but he wanted a lot for some incomprehensible reason. So, are you interested? Dante couldn't endure this madness any longer. He fell to his knees, vomiting in pain and despair. His mind screamed in belated regret. Why? Why did I come here? What am I doing in this horrible place? Dante whispered, begging, Home, let me go home. Please let me go home. Before Non-Top's bewildered expression, Dante shouted in tears, I can't do it. I've never seen anything like this. I'm not a scientist. I'm a teacher. A teacher. Non-Top roared furiously, cutting off Dante's pleas. Don't spout nonsense. I saw it in a movie. I saw a teacher making and selling good drugs. Have you been watching movies for more than 180 minutes a day? Dante despairingly explained that the person was a chemistry professor, while he was completely different. He wailed in tears, witnessed by the crowd of prisoners. I'm different. I'm telling you, I'm different. I don't have a PhD. I'm just a high school teacher. Non-Top stood frozen, looking at Dante kneeling on the ground, then muttered in deep disappointment. You mean you're useless? He felt let down because he thought he had found a treasure to help him climb to the top position. I was the first one to find you. I thought I had won. Thought I caught a big fish. Who knew it was just a tiny shrimp?
Non-Top bitterly realized he was mistaken, thinking he could become the supreme leader. In a fit of rage, he slowly pulled out a large blade from his mouth. He looked at Dante with absolute contempt, realizing he was just a complete loser. Non-Top swung his blade, towering above. His shadow engulfed Dante, who was cowering in fear like a looming death sentence. Non-Top's insulting words unintentionally touched a deep pain in Dante's past. Old memories suddenly rushed back to when he had just finished his studies, the moment he held his teaching certificate but only received humiliation from his own relatives. What a useless piece of trash. You got a teaching certificate? Are you planning to teach kids? In the gloomy room, his parents roared that no one in this family line had ever had anything lower than a doctorate degree, and his becoming a teacher was just a cowardly escape after 6 years of failing his thesis. Despite his older sister speaking up to defend him, saying Dante had suffered a lot, his parents still forced him to prepare his thesis again for another year.
His father, a famous person who frequently appeared on television, always reminded him to know his place. In that family, his mother was a prestigious doctor of law, and his older brother had early on become the president of the Psychology Association at a very young age. Dante bitterly realized that even though he was respected when standing on the podium in front of his students, when he returned home, he was even worse than an animal. Dante always had to kneel before the giant shadows of expectation, where he was just an outcast and a complete failure. Living in such a perfectionist family is indeed a heavy pressure, mentally tortured and exhausted all the time, isn't it? Dante's father held the document in his hand, muttering with doubt. IPAX? International Criminal Law? What the hell is this? Dante, now in an elegant suit, tried to explain his decision. It is a prison belonging to the United Nations. I will teach there. It is organized by the United Nations and the salary is also quite high. Another family member exclaimed excitedly, Ah, I know that place. It's called Fortland, right? That's great. I heard that all the crazy people around the world are sent there. Dante could only reply solemnly. People still live there. His mother looked at her son worriedly. Dante, even so, do you really have to go that far? I am now satisfied with your stable job at the school. However, the father still coldly questioned. Why? Why are you doing this? Perhaps living in this family was unbearable for him anymore, and he wanted to go far away to find respect.
He stared intensely at Dante, impressed. What kind of trick are you trying to pull here? Dante firmly presented his reasoning. Giving an educational opportunity to those who have almost no chance at all, that is what is truly meaningful for an educator, I believe. Suddenly, a spitting sound rang out, and red wine splashed all over Dante's face and shirt. The older brother casually offered a fake apology. Ah, sorry, I spilled it all over your shirt. Hearing you speak suddenly made you sound so arrogant. Ha! Being brothers without a shred of affection, he began to use bitter words to demean Dante. Dante, do you know, that is not professional at all. It's just an impulse born from the desire for recognition. It's not that you failed to get your doctorate, but that you are pretending to choose a different path, pretending to have your own mission. He forced his thoughts onto others and continued to push Dante into a corner with his arrogance. And then trying to act like an equal to us. You are trying to justify your uselessness with some eccentric actions, right? Dante looked resentfully at his older brother, his eyes full of hurt. Why do you always give yourself the right to judge the thoughts of others? I really worry about you. However, in Dante's mind, his older brother appeared as a giant moon-shaped entity full of cold craters, judging him ruthlessly. That is recklessness, doing stupid things just out of an inferiority complex, only proving that you are truly stupid. Haunted by his brother's sarcastic words, he couldn't help but feel sorrowful as he was falling into exactly that kind of situation.
Returning to the cruel reality, Dante screamed in pain and regret. That's right, my brother was right. I am so stupid. With a foolish decision, Dante fell to the cold ground, his mind completely collapsing. I will die miserably in this filthy, ugly place. The entire ruined city appeared desolate under the smoke and fog, as if waiting to swallow his fragile life. Thinking about the bleak past and the present where he had given up, Dante closed his eyes to accept the miserable ending. A regretful thought appeared in his mind. My ignorance is my own fault. But at the critical moment, hanging by a thread, a hand, fast as lightning, grabbed the iron fork on the dining table. The fork tore through the wind, piercing through Nanthop's arm. He clutched his heavily injured arm, screaming miserably in pain. Ah! In panic and delusion, his eyes widened in terror. A gun? Who dares to bring a gun in here? However, 182 approached from behind, roughly grabbing Nanthop's long hair. Faced with absolute, overwhelming power, the giant could only utter in doubt. Dante looked at the scene before him, unable to help but be stunned, tears still rolling down his wounded face. He didn't expect the person who saved him to be the one who brought him here. 182 appeared with bright blue eyes, full of killing intent, a cold and decisive face, ready to finish the enemy. 182 did not let the opponent rest for a second, launching a series of relentless attacks with terrifying speed. Nanthop, who was full of arrogance just now, could only widen his eyes in terror as he was completely overwhelmed.
The sound of cracking bones echoed dryly in the gloomy space. The proud Ngan top of Cell Zero was now shaking violently and crumbling before the unimaginable power of 182. That invincible Ngan top had finally collapsed completely. It was also proof that Ngan top's dominance was no more. Dante stared blankly at the figure of 182, standing tall like a god of war. The surrounding prisoners suddenly erupted in loud cheers, echoing throughout the cafeteria. A new star was born. They screamed excitedly, eager to know the identity of the one who had just created the earthquake. "Oh, new star, tell us your name quickly, tell us your name quickly." Ignoring all the cheers, 182 coldly turned to look at Dante and gave a brief order. "Teacher, let's go." Dante could only stare speechlessly, his eyes unable to hide his shock. 182 walked away silently, leaving behind the prisoner's eyes full of reverence and fear. Whispers began to spread across the room. "Teacher?" He said, "Teacher, teacher." Did the word teacher, uttered by the person just hailed as the strongest, mean anything to his life? Dante still hadn't fully recovered his senses. He tremblingly touched his body and stammered in extreme joy. "Am I still alive? I'm still alive, still alive, alive, I'm alive." Looking at the lonely back of the person who just saved his life, Dante could only sigh inwardly. This guy is too strong. 182 stared thoughtfully into space and muttered, "Sweet potato, was that a lie?" As for Dante, whose face was still stained with dark red marks, asked persistently with full of doubt, "First of all, why did you register for this class? You too, it's also because of the fog, right?" 182 suddenly turned and asked directly, "Can you create the fog?" Dante startled, waving his hands wildly in panic. "No, please spare me, please, I'm sorry. He frantically explained that his initial purpose for going was because he heard he would be provided with new clothes. Recalling earlier, number 182 stopped when he saw a line of prisoners blocking the way completely. Not wanting to wait like this, the guy 182 coldly ordered, "Move aside," leaving the bald prisoner in front bewildered. "Huh?"
The annoyed bald guy reminded him, "No cutting in line. Don't you see everyone queuing up?" The prisoner explained that a stranger had arrived promising to teach something, and because the competition was too fierce, he advised them to line up early. Despite 182 flatly refusing, he kept rambling on. "But they said we'd get new clothes. Gotta look neat in front of the teacher, right?" The surrounding crowd began to buzz, excited by the rare event after so many years, and hoping to learn something amazing. Dante looked at 182 and hesitantly asked, "The reason I signed up to teach? Then why did you save me?"
182 glared at him with sharp eyes and replied, "I didn't save you. I saved my new clothes." An answer completely irrelevant to the question, but before he could wonder, he was stunned again when 182 added, "But you didn't teach me anything, and you even peed your pants." 182 pointed directly at the stain on the uniform, leaving Dante utterly speechless in extreme embarrassment. A while later, in the bathroom area, Dante sat sullenly washing the clothes while other prisoners rushed past. He thought to himself, "Somehow I even got my own clothes, though the method was a bit sketchy." Dante muttered as he scrubbed the clothes, "I will quickly wash your clothes and return them." He looked curiously at the torn clothes that 182 was clutching tightly, wondering why he would keep that filthy thing as a keepsake when he already had new clothes.
182 held up the piece of cloth with the number 0182 on it and declared, "This is also mine." This guy had a strange hobby. His treasures were the clothes bearing his own number. Even if they were tattered, they were still treasures. Or was there something else hidden? He glared at Dante with intense eyes, on which the number 182 was written. "It is mine." Then he pointed at the clothes Dante was washing, which also had 182 written on them. "Also mine. They are all mine." Dante was baffled, unable to understand the logic of this eccentric guy. He hesitantly asked, "So you mean those dirty clothes are also precious?" "Yes, they are all yours. But why am I the one washing them?" Seeing 182 still staring at him in silence, Dante hurriedly backpedaled. "No, I will wash those clothes for you." And so, in the gloomy space of the bathroom, Dante could only bow his head and scrub the clothes in frustration. Damn it. Night fell in the dark prison cell, the orange uniforms dangling on the line to dry. Dante looked at the watch on his wrist, sighing softly as he realized it was past curfew, and a long day had passed since he was locked up in this place. He pondered. The escape plan had to be temporarily put on hold, because the monsters called Voss were definitely scouring for him after the commotion earlier. Dante told himself that he definitely had to leave this place tomorrow, but his empty stomach started growling in protest, making him regret not eating that disgusting bowl of soup earlier. Once you're hungry, even rocks taste good. Suddenly he noticed a strange object poking out from under the dead. It was the purple sweet potato that 182 was holding in his hand. He asked coldly, "Want a taste?" Even though he knew this exchange wouldn't lead anywhere, survival instinct urged Dante to grab the sweet potato to line a stomach. He chewed ravenously, while reassuring himself that survival was paramount. However, when Dante was half done eating, 182 suddenly snatched the sweet potato back with a murderous look on his face. He stared down at Dante and exclaimed furiously, "Bastard!" Dante fearfully stammered an explanation that he only asked for a little because he was too hungry, but the only response was a blunt refusal. No. 182 walked away sullenly, ignoring Dante's pleas for another bite to stave off his hunger, because after all it was just a common root vegetable. But how could he have expected that the thing he ate also had a code on it?
182 held up the sweet potato, revealing the number 182 deeply carved into the skin, and firmly affirmed that it was his. Dante was speechless at the sheer absurdity of his roommate. He sarcastically asked if he planned to plant it without knowing anything about the technique. Despite the mockery, 182 threatened to kill Dante if he dared to harm his brainchild. Dante silently assessed that this guy's vocabulary was only at a kindergarten level, and his behavior was no different from a primitive man. But that exact naivete was an advantage for him to exploit. He started to use psychological tactics by asking back, what if that sweet potato was already destined to die? The question left 182 stunned, asking why that was. Dante pushed up his glasses, starting to act like an expert, saying that he cut it to carve his aim, remember? The sweet potato got sick because of him. He continued to threaten that the sweet potato would catch a terrible disease called browning. Looking at 182's eyes glaring through the slit of the mask, Dante knew he was going crazy with worry. 182 panicked upon knowing that he was the one who killed it, and hurriedly changed his attitude, asking if there was any way to revive it. Dante turned his back, scratching his head in frustration over this failed communication. He found it really hard to explain to such a stubborn guy.
Dante looked seriously at the masked guy 182 and began his lecture. "I will tell you one thing. It needs sunlight." Seeing the other party still blankly repeating it, Dante further explained that in this land of fog, the fog is so thick that it obscures the sun. So if he wants to grow sweet potatoes, 182 must go to a place with thinner fog, where there is enough light for the plant to survive. He pointed at a pile of hanging clothes and analyzed. "This tofu village is the place with the thinnest fog around here. But no, it won't be enough. See, even the clothes can't dry properly." Dante concluded with a risky suggestion. "At the very least, you have to reach the front gates of Fortland." That was the entrance to the land of fog. Before their eyes stood a giant iron gate, towering and cold, leading into the mysterious core area. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the prison, a prisoner was using a hammer to repeatedly bang on a barbed wire frame surrounding Golnthop's neck. He mumbled laboriously as he worked. Golnthop, with a deformed face, asked in pain, "How long will it take to recover?" The repairman reassured him that he had brought the best architect, but the accomplice standing nearby mocked, "You should have brought a doctor, you idiot. Is he planning to smash Golnthop's face and rebuild it?" "Ha ha." Gonthought burst out in frustration. Damn it, what the hell happened? He silently thought about the talents he had accumulated over a long time in the fog and about the strength of his spine, which was originally more durable than rebar.
Especially the neck bone, which was extremely hard, yet Gonthought could not believe that 182 had broken it with just a single blow. Taking his anger out on others, he threw his resentment onto Dante. He gritted his teeth in fury. That stupid teacher is done for now. I must catch that brat. He is definitely monopolizing the fog somewhere. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from behind. So it is true that you have found that teacher. Gonthought was startled and turned around. Facing him was a muscular man with intricate tattoos on his arms, standing with his arms crossed, full of authority. The stranger mocked the fact that Gonthought's arrogant neck being broken was indeed the truth. You still sneak into someone else's hideout like a rat. Gonthought tried to bring up the old agreement. We already formed an alliance. We said we would share if we found that teacher. Dante was like a fat piece of bait causing the wild wolves to tear at each other. Huh? He still harbored the crazy delusion. I am the one who will become the supreme leader. Hearing this, the tattooed guy suddenly snatched the hammer from the repairman's hand, his other hand firmly holding Nontop's head, growling, "Your dream is too big compared to the talent you possess." Nontop started to panic. He stammered, Wait a minute. Isn't attacking an injured person cowardly? Or is it not?" The stranger's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. When I see scumbags like this, I just want to smash them to pieces. Instantly, a terrifying burst of power descended. He swung his hand and smashed the steel frame protecting Nontop's neck to pieces. The scene became gruesome with corpses lying all over the cold ground. The hound with the ferocious wolf head tattoo on his back coldly ordered his subordinates, "Let's go." Their next target had been clearly determined, to Tofu Village. The whole gang simultaneously revved their engines, speeding their motorcycles through the ruined buildings in the gray fog. There are actually motorcycles for prisoners in the prison too?
Meanwhile, Dante and 182 had to carry heavy black sacks walking through the desolate area. Walking and panting, Dante complained, "What the hell is inside this anyway? It's so heavy." 182 just replied curtly, "Mine." Dante secretly thought that maybe the inside also had the number 182 written on it, reflecting this guy's possessive habit. He curiously asked about the other's real identity. "By the way, 182, what is your name?" The answer he received left Dante stunned. Cropped ear. Thinking the other was joking, 182 affirmed that was what they called him. Dante felt that name was really crude and commented, "Then 182 sounds much better. In this dark place, even the names aren't proper." Dante still continuously threw out a series of questions. "Why do you wear a mask? Are you a thief or a robber? How did you get brought to Fortland?" 182 answered with a highly mysterious sentence. "I've always been here." Dante repeated in shock. "Always been here? What do you mean?" Seeing Dante asking too much, 182 grumbled. "Why do you ask so much? You were a teacher. Aren't you the one who shouldn't be asking questions?" Dante human, but was immediately yelled at by 182 to shut up because he talked too much and too loudly. One is like a quiet temple, while the other is like a noisy market. That's just how it is. The two continued to trudge silently through the quiet space of the dead city.
After 2 exhaustive hours of walking, Dante sat on the ground exhausted. "Let's rest a bit. I'm hungry and out of energy." He realized they had been walking in circles on the same road all this time and anxiously asked how far it was to the entrance. At this moment, 182 calmly confessed, "I don't know the way." Dante screamed in frustration. "What? Why are you only saying that now? So we've just been wandering aimlessly for the past 2 hours? Driving him truly crazy, having wasted his efforts senselessly, he threw himself on the ground like a child, throwing a tantrum and demanding the 182 carry him or find food if he wanted to save the precious sweet potato. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, making 182 pause and look forward with full vigilance. Seeing 182 suddenly collapse to the ground, Dante asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Noticing the unnatural silence, he hastily rushed over to shake him, but 182 was already unconscious. His face was deadly pale, with rolled-up eyes and terrifyingly broken breath. "182, are you hurt? What happened so suddenly? Don't do this. Wake up." Having just found someone to trust and rely on, he felt as if he had lost a family member. All alone in the middle of a ruined, desolate city, Dante's cries for help echoed in despair. "Don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone here." He frantically shook the other's body, screaming until his voice cracked. "You bastard, open your eyes, please." Before he could recover from this fear, another horror struck. Suddenly, a giant shadow landed from above right behind him, blocking out the light and enveloping Dante in absolute terror. An unfamiliar hand suddenly touched Dante's face, making him flinch, his eyes widening in shock. The stranger asked with a doubtful voice, You are a normal person, right?" Dante absent-mindedly blurted out, "What?" The other person hastily withdrew his hand and apologized. Sorry, the noise was too loud. I was just curious to see what was happening." It was a young man with a high bun and a rather calm face, completely different from the lunatics out there. Dante was taken to a safe shelter fully equipped with a gas stove and fuel tanks. Here, he rushed to devour the pieces of bread as if he had been starved for a long time. Seeing this, a voice echoed to remind him, "You will choke. Eat slowly. There is still plenty." Dante stopped, emotionally expressing his sincere gratitude. "Thank you. You guys saved my life." Looking at the two young people in front of him, he secretly felt relieved to realize they were normal people. It was only then he knew he was still living on Earth, that normal people like him still existed. The young man smiled and introduced himself as Rambutan, and the girl with light blue hair standing next to him was Lychee. "I am Kang Dante," he hesitantly introduced himself, secretly grateful because these were the first people he could actually converse with in this damn place. Looking over at the blue-haired girl, Dante blurted out, "Ah, there were even women." Lychee laughed at his bewildered look. She explained that she had to cut her hair short to look more like a man, because in this tofu village, a woman standing out too much would be very dangerous. Rambutan added, saying they came from the inside. He explained that the closer you get to the center, the less the concept of factions exists. Dante curiously asked if there were many normal people like them there, but Rambutan just laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, not exactly." He stated that Tofu Village was actually a gathering place for the discarded, those who had completely degenerated. Then what about these two? Why were they here? Were they degenerated in any way? Rambutan looked at Dante and wondered if he was a newcomer, or someone who had never tasted the flavor of the fog. Dante took a deep breath and confessed the shocking truth. "Well, actually, I am not a prisoner." Rambutan was stunned, not believing his ears. Dante continued to explain that he couldn't go into details, but he had been kidnapped by the guy struggling over there. Rambutan and Lychee's eyes shifted towards 182, who was unconscious on the bed. They exclaimed in unison in astonishment. "Wait, you were kidnapped during the teacher kidnapping operation?"
Dante was shocked and asked how they knew about that. Rambutan explained that everyone knew the top bosses had arranged this plan in advance, and they even blocked others from joining the class. He muttered to himself, wondering what those stupid bosses were planning to do, then suddenly realized the main character of the scandal was standing right in front of him. Rambutan suspiciously asked if Dante was a spy for any faction, but Lychee looked at 18-2 and confirmed that he didn't look like a boss at all. When Dante revealed the real reason for the kidnapping, "He kidnapped me just to learn how to grow sweet potatoes," Rambutan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Oh my god, can you believe it? He couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that such a massive kidnapping was just for some sweet potatoes instead of the precious fog. Seeing Rambutan laughing uncontrollably, Dante also instinctively smiled through his tears. He felt a sense of warmth that these ordinary people could understand and laugh along with the dark comedy he was enduring. Lychee reminded Rambutan to stop laughing, or else Dante would cry again, as he was laughing so heartily at another's pain. And then she asked about his current situation. Dante admitted that he was following 182 and using him as a bodyguard, but for some reason he suddenly collapsed like that, perhaps due to heat stroke. Lychee looked at 182 and rejected the idea in a low voice, saying it was limbo. She explained that it was a type of fog withdrawal symptom. Dante suddenly remembered the people thrashing about on the streets he had seen. They all fell into this state of limbo because their bodies severely lacked the fog. The fog in this place was indeed something very mysterious. Rambutan reassured Dante that 182 would wake up soon, but didn't forget to warn him that the limbo state, if repeated, would melt the brain over time. Sitting at the dining table with his two new friends, Dante pondered and asked, "So what exactly is the fog?" Lychee and Rambutan stared at Dante in shock, as if he had just asked the impossible. Rambutan asked back in astonishment, "Do you really know nothing about the land of fog?" He crossed his arms and explained sternly, "The fog is a magic drug that grants talents. It enhances hidden abilities or desired capabilities within each person." Dante was still full of doubt. Is that possible? To prove it, Rambutan stood up abruptly, his legs suddenly bulging with rippling muscles, abnormally huge. He firmly asserted, "Not only is it possible, but it also surpasses human limits. With this power, we will escape." Dante stared intently at Rambutan's massive legs, his mind completely shaken. How is this fog any different from an extreme stimulant? At the same time, in a dark room, a ceiling fan squeaked on the peeling ceiling, casting the shadow of a large stranger sitting motionless in the dark. A deep, threatening voice echoed, "They haven't gone far. That teacher is still there." Immediately, the terrifying entities dominating Cell 0 gradually revealed themselves. There was the Bone Eater with a hideous appearance, gnawing on broken bone fragments. There was the mysterious Faceless, appearing and disappearing behind thick black smoke. Next was Dimback, a massive creature with pure white eyes, standing amidst a flock of black crows. And finally, Drillhead, a guy with a head as sharp as a drill bit, leading a crowd of crazed prisoners forward. All these evil forces were gathering and aiming straight for a single location in Tofu Village. The danger was getting closer and closer to Dante. Rambutan confidently asserted that with their current abilities, he and Lychee were more than capable of executing a spectacular escape. King Dante was shocked upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Escape? Get out of here?" Rambutan stared intently at Dante and offered, "Hey Dante, are you planning to go with us?" Lychee also looked excited, as if his tagging along was a given. With such an easy as pie opportunity suddenly dropping from the sky, would he lower his guard? However, Dante began to fall into an intense state of internal struggle. He thought to himself that he was very grateful for the invitation, but as a civilian, his number one priority right now was to find the guards or the management board. Dante feared that if he got involved with inmates and escape, he would turn into a real criminal, an accomplice to a prison break. He imagined the scenario where, if things went wrong, the consequences would be incredibly disastrous, and no one would ever see their faces in this world again.
Noticing Dante's hesitation, Rambutan coldly extinguished his hopes, saying no one would ever see their faces again. Whether it was the management board or anyone else, there was no one left. He firmly asserted that no one would want to step foot into this deadly land of fog to rescue them. They had been mercilessly abandoned. Dante stood frozen, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Lychee followed up with an even more terrifying truth about fog addiction. She warned that with just one misstep, a person would not be able to survive without it, and she affirmed that Dante was no exception. Dante panicked and retorted, "Why is that? I have never touched the fog, nor do I have any intention of using it." Rambutan looked at Dante with glooming eyes and questioned, "The problem is not whether you want to or not. How long have you been stuck here? 2 days or 3? He asked Dante to look closely at the density of the fog covering everywhere. In reality, the white fog surrounding those ruined buildings was actually fog molecules. Dante trembled, raising his hand to cover his mouth as he began to realize the terrifying truth. Fog was originally considered a blessing bestowed to help humans unlock extraordinary abilities. Him being there also meant he had inhaled quite a few of those molecules. To execute those abilities, an individual needs to absorb a large amount of fog particles. However, to fall into addiction, just breathing this air is more than enough. The fog molecules will slowly seep deep into the lungs, weave into every blood vessel, and cause the body to endlessly generate cravings, becoming increasingly intense. Dante covered his mouth in terror, his eyes wide with shock. Rambutan continued to deliver a fatal blow. If no more fog is loaded, the ultimate result will be falling into a state of hallucination. Dante trembled, stammering in absolute despair. "Wait a minute, does that mean I am already addicted? If the addicts grab hold of this, their life here would be no different from going to heaven, right?"
Dante covered his mouth in shock, his mind screaming in despair. "So my life is completely screwed." Rambutan immediately reassured him. "Not exactly. You still have a way to be saved." Lychee further explained that the limbo state they were seeing was only the beginning. Dante trembled as he realized that everyone's constitution is different, so it's unclear when the fog addiction would truly erupt, but clearly there was no time left to dilly-dally. He anxiously looked at his two new friends and hesitantly asked, "So can you two still escape?" Lychee let out a weary sigh. "We're totally doomed. We could only escape if we stopped breathing." She calmly admitted that they were also done for, because until now she had never heard of anyone escaping this place alive. Dante still tried to kindle a fragile ray of hope. Who knows? Maybe in the future humans will evolve and heal themselves, or if we expose the truth about this place, they will find a cure? Lychee and Rambutan looked at each other with unwavering determination. They revealed that both had made a vow not to die in this damn place. Even if they had to sink into an eternal illusion and completely forget about each other, they still believed in an ironclad promise. We will still reunite under the clear blue sky. The image of a happy wedding under the brilliant sunlight appeared like a distant dream they had always longed for. Dante watched in silence, feeling their absolute sincerity. They truly wanted that. Rambutan and Lychee hugged each other tightly, seeking a bit of warmth in the dark space, while he accepted being the third wheel and bitterly ate their dog food.
Suddenly, Dante startled and exclaimed, "Oh, on the bed, 182 had woken up at some point." He sat motionless with dull, soulless eyes hidden behind the hazy fog. All three of them were stunned, holding their breath, looking at the dark shadows slowly moving. He woke up. Dante sweated profusely. In his head, he started calculating quickly. What should I do now? I don't have to get involved with that idiot anymore. He harbored the intention to slip away from here with Lychee and Rambutan, but fear quickly rushed in. What if I tell him that I will escape from here with this group? Will he rush in and hit me? Will he kill them? Recalling that earlier, 182 only needed one strike to crush the neck bones of Muantop. 182 quietly rummaged through his belongings and slowly raised a sweet potato. He coldly asked, "Is the situation okay?" Dante was so scared that he froze, only stammering a weak reaction. Seeing his miserable state, Rambutan wondered, "Dante, why are you so terrified?" He calmly explained that 182 right now is just a zombie heavily addicted to fog. Once stuck in an illusion, he will be weak and trapped in it until the next wave of fog. Rambutan turned to look at 182 provocatively and asked for confirmation, right? Dante breathed a sigh of relief. He reached up to wipe his sweat and reassured himself. That makes it easier. Otherwise, I was afraid you guys would be beaten to a pulp by him. Dante thought to himself that if this guy 182 was really no longer a concern, then his plan would be somewhat easier. Rambutan suddenly swung his leg, intending to deliver a finishing kick to the motionless 182. He turned to ask Dante with a murderous look, then let me finish him off right now. Seeing that 182 was completely defenseless, Dante hurriedly intervened. Wait, calm down first. He rushed over to hold Rambutan tightly to prevent an unnecessary bloodbath, while 182 was still dazedly holding the sweet potato in his hand without understanding what was happening. At this moment, his face looked so innocently naive that it was hard to believe he could harm anyone.
Dante affirmed in a deep voice, I don't think it's necessary to kill him. He trudged towards the bunk bed where 182 was sitting blankly under the old ceiling fan. Dante decisively declared, Hey, I'm getting out of this place. I have no desire to live here. From now on, we go our separate ways. Got it? In response to that ruthlessness, 182 just slightly glanced up and asked about the fate of his only treasure. That sweet potato? No matter what, no matter his condition, his sweet potato was still his top priority, making Dante sigh. He bent down, fumbling to prepare something, and then ordered, Pour water into the glass. Dante raised the glass containing water and the sweet potato numbered 182 in front of the other person and explained, Here, doing this will make the sweet potato sprout on its own. Of course, it still needs sunlight. Now you have to let your precious friend sunbathe, right? Ignoring 182's naive expression, Dante roughly pushed him towards the door and urged, Hurry up before the sun goes down. Hearing 182 weakly confess that he was bad with directions, Dante showed no mercy. Me too. Rambutan, kick this guy out for me. Even though 182 panicked and screamed, I will follow you, Dante remained determined to gamble his life, even if there were gunshots outside or if he got caught for aiding a prison break. Just do it. However, a dry sound echoed out. The glass of water suddenly fell to the ground and shattered to pieces, causing the water and the sweet potato to roll around on the cracked floor. Behind that, 182 collapsed once again, lying completely motionless amidst the gray fog. His breath became weak, his dull, lifeless eyes staring blankly into the empty space next to the sweet potato lying bare amidst the debris. He was once again stripped of his self-control by his addiction to the fog. In a dark room with only the flickering light from the TV screen, a little girl softly asked the boy sitting next to her, Do you know what a puppy is? The boy naively replied, Is it a type of cat? The girl smiled and explained that they are animals like crows, but their fur is soft, tiny, and extremely adorable. She excitedly said that when raised, they can understand human language. Just call them over and they will quickly run to you. A small dream was kindled in her heart. I want to raise a puppy. The girl looked into the distance, full of hope for a bright future. Someday when I can escape outside. Their dream did not last long before the cruel reality dragged everything back to the gloomy fog. 182 was crawling on the ground, his trembling hand reaching out toward the bare sweet potato lying there. He whispered weakly, as if calling a little creature. Come here. Dante looked at Rambutan anxiously and asked urgently, What is the specific plan? How are we going to escape? Rambutan did not answer immediately, but silently flexed his body, the muscles on his legs beginning to bulge abnormally. He replied coldly, Let me show you. Probably using his legs to run. What else? Hee. In the blink of an eye, Rambutan launched himself up with terrifying leaping power. The jump was so powerful that it cracked the ground and created a horrific tremor, making Dante just hold his head in terror and scream, What the? Dante looked up at the ceiling in shock and stammered, What the hell is going on here? Right above his head now was a giant hole that had been punctured, revealing the gray sky of the land of fog.
Rambutan's forte is his incredible jumping ability, and their escape plan is to use this power to leap over the towering fences. Is he going to grab both of his companions to jump over, or what? The group begins to move through the ruined corridors of the dead city to find a way out. In the midst of the quiet space, Laichi suddenly stops, her eyes instantly turning completely white and lifeless. She begins to kneel down, continuously sketching with a pen on a large piece of paper spread out on the ground at a dizzying speed, looking exactly like a map on Google Maps. Dante watches in amazement and realizes that this is Laichi's ability to recreate everything that falls into her sight. He exclaims in admiration, Have you sketched the entire Fortland region? Laichi explains while drawing that this map was memorized by her from the central area to this very spot, but it has only depicted a small part of the world inside.
Dante looked at the map detailed to every corner and asked in shock, Is this really just a part of it? This proved that this place was vastly larger than he had imagined. Laichi reassured him that based on the scale of Tofu Village, they had already drawn quite a bit, and soon enough the boundaries of Fortland would completely appear on the map. Dante bent down to observe more closely, pointed at a remaining blank space, and wondered, You haven't drawn this spot yet. Dante pointed at the map and remarked, There are 4 wanderers roaming around here. Laichi immediately snapped when she saw him touching her work. Don't smudge it. Dante quickly explained that he was just noting down some dangerous points. Then he curiously pointed to a red symbol. You also marked some weird things, didn't you? What is this? Yeah, right. Touching someone else's stuff and you argue as if you're right. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Rambutan decisively said, well, we will escape from here soon. He turned to ask Leiichi to choose the direction. She pointed forward. This way. Rambutan grabbed Dante's hand and urged, let's go, teacher. Just like that, with the terrifying strength of his legs, Rambutan clamped onto Dante and Leiichi, then executed a massive leap into the air, creating a huge tremor on the ground. They landed in a dark alley, where pale prisoners were wandering aimlessly like zombies. Amidst the gloomy fog, bloodthirsty white eyes appeared, and one guy interrogated, got any fog? A prisoner wearing a black bag over his head was surrounded by the crowd as they cursed. What the hell is wrong with this idiot?
I'm asking if there's any fog. Do you think I have some? Idiot. Then hand over your bag. The fat guy suddenly slapped the other guy right in the face. What the hell are you babbling about? The guy with the bag was beaten mercilessly amidst the fat guy's screams. I'm about to starve to death. Have you lost your mind? A skinny guy holding a spoon loomed closer, flashing a creepy smile. Ah, fine. I'm starving too. Let's eat him raw. He casually revealed a horrifying truth. Rumor has it that human flesh contains fog. Even that bone eater eats human flesh for this very reason. The surrounding prisoners began to panic at the thought of cannibalism, knowing that if it happened, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. But the fat guy still roared. Cowards! If there's fog, we have to take a bite. The guy with the spoon closed in on the victim, his eyes glaring with madness. Where should we start eating from? Or should we slit his throat and drink the blood? He made a cruel decision. No, let's gouge his eyes out. However, right as he was about to strike, a terrifying surge of power suddenly descended. Hound appeared with a muscular physique and glowing eyes. He unleashed a lightning-fast blow that sent the guy with the spoon flying in the blink of an eye. The guy who intended to cannibalize his kin was thrown quite a distance. The scene became extremely gruesome. The surrounding prisoners gasped in shock. That guy! Oh my God! His appearance threw the crowd into a panic. They recognized the identity of the one who just attacked. It was Hound. Screams of "run" echoed everywhere as the prisoners frantically fled for their lives. A trembling prisoner realized that the guy belonged to the Hound squad. Amidst the ruins and those who could no longer resist, Hound stood looming in front of the baghead guy. He glared piercingly at the opponent with murderous eyes and growled, I finally caught you, backhead. Shifting the scene back to the past, it was Hound who had kidnapped Dante. He swung his fist, shattering the broken glass pieces. Hound stood tall beside Dante, who had collapsed and completely lost consciousness. He roughly grabbed Dante's collar, pulled him up, and smugly declared, I definitely won. He had finally caught Dante. He looked out toward the ruined city, where the fog was enveloping everything. Hound threw Dante over his shoulder and quickly left the scene. He mocked in his mind. Stupid bastards. Too busy fighting each other to notice, not even realizing that the teacher had been taken. He gritted his teeth in resentment as he remembered that damn Gonthop who dared to use squad members as meat shields, making this alliance completely meaningless. Suddenly, Hound stopped in his tracks, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Someone is following me. I still don't understand what their goal is in kidnapping Dante that makes them fight over him.
Hound, who was carrying Dante on his shoulder, was suddenly blocked by a stranger. He raised his chin and asked warily, which team are you from? Tricot's people or Drillheads? The person opposite was none other than 182, with his familiar black bag over his head. Instead of answering, he raised a purple sweet potato and asked a silly question. Are sweet potatoes also considered animals? Hound angrily shouted in confusion. What the hell are you babbling about? 182 calmly replied, You don't know? Or why don't you try asking the teacher? This made Hound start to lose his patience. He growled, Is this guy crazy? I'm already in a terrible mood here. Why doesn't he just ask if potatoes are humans too? Potatoes are friends, not food, right? He gritted his teeth in contempt. You stupid piece of trash. 182 still calmly provoked him. Tell the teacher to teach you so you can get smarter. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, Hound shouted loudly, so annoying, and then rushed in to attack madly. He swung powerful punches, aiming to crush the person blocking his way, creating massive dust explosions. However, 182 quickly dodged the attacks by a hair's breadth. Hound was stunned by the opponent's terrifying speed. 182 closed in with his eyes glowing with murderous intent behind the black cloth. He used the very sweet potato in his hand to launch a vicious strike aiming straight at the opponent's flank. Hound was hit with agonizing pain. His body folded up and was thrown backward. He collapsed to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth in sheer astonishment. To think that his weapon was actually a sweet potato?
The impact was so strong that it sent the Hound flying far away, rolling several times among the pile of tires and scrap metal. 182 loomed from above, looking down at the defeated with cold eyes. You thieving dog, how is the teacher's situation? The Hound looked at the unconscious person in front of him and laughed sarcastically. I didn't expect this face to look so pathetic. 182 was now completely in a state of limbo, his eyes rolled back white, drooling blankly with no resistance left. He roughly grabbed 182 and demanded, "Is there fog here? What realm are you spacing out in?" At the secret base of the Hound Squad, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the memorial altar of D-Dat, the former deputy commander who had died in battle. Amidst the scattered beer cans, a cruel torture began to take place. The dry sound of arm bones being broken echoed in the quiet space.
182 still offered no resistance, being beaten until his face was deformed. A henchman clicked his tongue. Ha, this guy's really lost his mind. They frantically interrogated him about the whereabouts of Kang Dante. Which corner is the teacher hiding in? Are you planning to use your toes to scoop rice? In his delirium, 182 weakly bargained, "Give me some fog, and I'll tell you everything." However, his stubbornness only infuriated Slex, the number 2 member of the Hound Squad. This bastard, still too stubborn to open his mouth, huh? He coldly ordered to break another one of his fingers, and when his subordinates reported that all 5 fingers were completely broken, Slex roared, then moved down to breaking his toes. 182's obstinacy was truly terrifying. Witnessing the brutal torture, Slex impatiently suggested, "Hey, Hal, just throw him a fog pill. This is taking too much time." However, Hound immediately dismissed it with an extremely serious attitude. No, absolutely do not give it to him. Seeing Slex seemingly looking down on 182, thinking he was just a skinny, sickly kid, Hound growled a warning. "Do you think he's just a skinny kid? Look closely at that body again." He pointed at 182's body, which was covered in scars, but with muscles rippling like cold steel, and affirmed, "That is a body forged to its absolute limits. His body fat percentage is definitely lower than 5%. With a body full of bones and muscles like that, once he recovers, can you withstand him?" Slex stared blankly at 182's body and clicked his tongue. "But I have to admit he is really handsome, a flawless beauty. But what the hell is the point of that? Don't you know that a person with no fat feels twice as much pain when punched?" He secretly realized that this young guy didn't seem to feel any pain from the cruel tortures. The leaders of the other factions have started making their moves. The information that the teacher is hiding in Tofu Village has been leaked. If we let the teacher fall into their hands, our faction will have no way out. You have accidentally ruined this alliance. No matter what you say, killing Ungonthop was a wrong move. Hound coldly replied, "A wrong move? That bastard dared to lay his hands on our brothers. He had to pay in blood." Slex still refused to give up, trying to persuade his teammate. "If you think deeper, my point is that we need to collect more fog. The late D-Dot would have wanted that too." Hound suddenly slammed his hand on the table and decisively said, "Of course we won't let D-Dot's death be meaningless. For his sake, we will definitely do it." He held a beer can, walked towards the deceased brother's altar, and declared, "Together, we will climb to the highest position."
When hit right at his weak point by Slick, Hound was no longer as guarded as before. He raised his beer can high, loudly declaring, "Cheers for D-Dat!" The subordinates standing behind also chanted in unison with full reverence, "For D-Dat! For D-Dat!" Slick was moved to tears, muttering about the word glory. However, right after taking a sip of beer, Hound suddenly coughed violently. The liquid splashed all over the memorial portrait, causing the subordinates to panic. "What's wrong, Hound? Hound? D-Dat's portrait got beer on it." Hound tightly clutched his painful side, trying to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, I just choked a bit," making the subordinates think he was dying from choking on beer. Hey. However, deep down, he was shocked, recalling the moment he was attacked by 182. In just that brief split second, the opponent's strike had accurately pierced his ribs. Hound shuddered upon realizing the grim truth. There was no mistaking it. Since then, my liver has visibly weakened. He threw the beer can at the head of the guy lying on the ground and growled.
"I don't know what the others think, but you can't fool me." Hound asserted that 18-2's strikes were entirely based on technique, not luck. He remarked that in this land of Fortland, people only know how to blindly use the power of fog to brawl. Meanwhile, 182 used Krav Maga, an Israeli practical martial arts specializing in attacking weak points to quickly take down opponents. Glancing at the opponent's military boots, Hound pressed, "You're a soldier, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Kang Dante, Rambutan, and Lychee were cautiously moving through the ruined buildings. Suddenly, Dante cheered excitedly upon seeing an iron gate ahead. This was indeed the escape route. He rushed forward, his heart full of hope to find a way out of this hellish place. However, the joy quickly vanished when a towering watchtower appeared right before their eyes. Dante anxiously asked if there were guards on the tower, and harbored the thought of going to meet them himself, but his hopes were immediately crushed by Lychee. She scolded him not to talk nonsense, because what could he achieve alone? Did he plan to knock on the door and beg? Lychee affirmed that just loitering nearby would earn him a bullet instantly. The guards would blow the head off anyone who dared to approach. After hearing Lychee's reasonable analysis, the whole group had to hide behind the cargo crates to avoid eating lead.
In the midst of the tension, a grotesque entity with a sharp-pointed head looking exactly like a giant sweet potato suddenly loomed right in front of them. Dante was startled, stammering in terror. "What the hell is this?" Seeing that bizarre figure, he unconsciously blurted out, "Sweet potato." This remark accidentally hurt the grotesque guy's pride. He glared with his white eyes and roared furiously, "Don't you dare call me a sweet potato! There are so many tubers to compare or imagine. Why must it be a sweet potato, everyone? Hee. He pressed his face close to Dante, shouting and asking if he meant that he looked like the sweet potato, making the situation extremely critical. Dante panicked, pointing at the grotesque guy and shouting, "That guy, he was also in the classroom." Immediately, Rambutan rushed over to shield him and yelled, "Dante, step back." He quickly realized the opponent was not simple. This guy was a leader. Dante was shocked, unable to believe his ears. A leader? This person also holds the rank of a leader? Why are there so many leaders here? Every few steps you see a big boss. Behind the grotesque guy, a group of prisoners wearing traffic cones on their heads were rushing forward madly. Dante widened his eyes in terror, witnessing the ferocity of these minions. They swung the traffic cones to attack continuously, creating a chaotic scene. Amidst the crowd, the grotesque guy suddenly leaped up, cracking the ground beneath his feet. He landed powerfully and roared to declare his identity. "I am Drillhead." He loomed closer, his eyes shining with ambition, the one with the most potential to become the supreme leader. Drillhead reached out his skinny hand towards Dante and ordered, "Teacher, let's go together." Once again, the teacher was invited to follow a new gang. Dante could only tremble, raising his hands to shield himself in despair as the opponent closed in. However, just as Drillhead's hand was about to touch him, a shadow rushed over as fast as lightning. Rambutan delivered a lightning-fast punch, aiming straight at Drillhead. Rambutan stood tall to protect Dante, looking at the enemy with resolute eyes and coldly declared, "The teacher will go with us." At this point, if the teacher could be divided into 5 or 7 pieces, wouldn't they be less noisy, right, teacher? Drillhead was knocked flying and the traffic cone scattered as he crashed heavily into the ground.
Greenhead scrambled to his feet, his eyes glowing with fierce resentment. He growled, "What the hell are you?" Rambutan stood shielding Dante, warning him in a harsh voice, "Don't stick your nose into this. We're the ones who found him first." Insulted, Greenhead furiously yelled, "Which hole did this mangy dog crawl out of? Do you have the guts of a tiger or just don't know fear?" He tensed up, channeling all his strength into his legs to prepare for a new attack. Suddenly, Greenhead began spinning his body at a dizzying speed, like a living drill. Witnessing the bizarre scene, Dante could only exclaim in astonishment, "Ballet? At a time like this, you're still enjoying art? What pears and custard apples?" Greenhead launched himself into the air and dived headfirst into the ground, creating a deep crater along with wide cracks on the road surface. Dante panicked and shouted, "He's charging!" as he saw the ground exploding and rushing rapidly toward him. Shards of rock flew everywhere under the terrifying, destructive power of the living drill. Amidst the blinding dust and smoke, a triumphant laugh echoed. Hee. Rambutan braced himself to defend as the ground completely collapsed under Greenhead's ruthless attack. "Too slow," Greenhead roared arrogantly as giant earth drills continuously thrust up from the ground at a terrifying speed. Rambutan tried his best to jump away from the deadly stabs, but the destructive power was too great, and the cracking ground made him unable to react in time to dodge. This forced King Dante to just hug his head and scream in utter panic. Greenhead coldly assessed that his opponent was full of openings and immediately unleashed the decisive attack. A sharp stone pillar with terrifying power suddenly pierced through Rambutan's position, sending him flying in the astonishment of everyone. Relentlessly attacked, he was completely battered by the enemy. Witnessing her teammate face such a disaster, Lychee couldn't contain herself and screamed loudly, "Rambutan!" The clear scream echoed through the gloomy space, causing the surrounding prisoners to suddenly halt. They began to whisper in doubt. Huh? A girl's voice? Lychee panicked and tightly covered her mouth, but it was too late. The pale crowd had realized the presence of a woman in this hellhole. The crowd became extremely excited and frenzied. "There's a girl here! It's definitely a girl!" They rushed forward like starving beasts, roughly grabbing and tearing at Lychee's clothes, despite her desperate struggles. The lunatic screamed, demanding to take her away immediately to figure out what to do with her later. Witnessing the cruel scene, Dante froze upon realizing that Lychee was in danger entirely because of protecting him. He collapsed, tears streaming down his face in frustration, and weakly begged, "Don't!" In ultimate despair, Dante's trembling hand tightly grasped a sharp-edged rock under the rubble. "Stop it!" Dante yelled with all his might, and forcefully threw the rock at the prisoners torturing Lychee. The sudden throw caught them off guard in astonishment. Lychee looked in shock at the timid teacher. Now he had completely changed. Replacing that timidity was a resolute will, determined not to step back against evil. Dante panted, his eyes hidden behind the mask showing bloodshot veins full of anger and determination. He seemed to go mad, continuously grabbing stones at his feet and throwing them frantically at the crowd. The stones flew everywhere, injuring the prisoners and leaving them confused as to what was happening with this nerd. Lychee could only exclaim Dante's name as she saw him tightly gripping the last stone in his hand with all his hatred. Lychee shouted loudly, "Snap out of it!" to pull Dante out of his panic. Dante asked tremblingly, "Are you still okay?" Without hesitating, the two immediately turned and ran at full speed. Behind them, a prisoner looked at Lychee's silhouette and secretly admired. "She's really beautiful." The prisoners knew she was running away, but had no intention of letting her go. Meanwhile, Rambutan was bracing himself, preparing for a powerful and explosive action.
An earth-shattering collision occurred, and thick dust covered the scene. However, just as the three of them were about to escape, Dante was unexpectedly caught by Drillhead. Under Rambutan's stunned gaze, he dragged Dante deep underground. At the Hound Squad's base, the interrogation of 182 was still continuing in a tense atmosphere. Hound looked at the guy lying flat on the ground and interrogated. "Are you from the military, special forces, or something like that?" He admitted that he and 182 had similarities. "I'm exactly the same, you know it. Before setting foot in Fortland, I was the type who loved practical fighting." Hound coldly ordered Slick, drag him down. Let me see what skills you have." Both he and 182 were military men, so he was very wary of this guy. He didn't forget to instruct his subordinates not to let 182 use fog even a little bit.
The heavy iron gate slammed shut decisively. Inside, Slex, with a Justice's Blind tattoo on his chest, was clearly showing his dissatisfaction. When his underlings asked if they should take action instead, Slex snapped, "What the hell are you babbling about, you idiot, you irresponsible bastard?" Deep down, Slex began to harbor treacherous intentions, believing that Hound was not qualified to be the boss. He believed that the one who held the most fog had the right to sit on the supreme throne. Slex turned to look at a member named Inko, who was engrossed in drawing, and commented, "Inko, you have a real talent for drawing. In a way, you also have the qualities to be a boss." With the intention of ousting Hound, he made feints to the east and attacked in the west to cast suspicion on his opponent. Slex smugly praised back for making good use of his weight advantage and asserted that the whole gang had great prospects. Faced with his boss's strange attitude, Back asked in bewilderment, but Slex only smiled maliciously, boasting that his IQ had noticeably increased lately. He mocked that every morning he woke up he found a leader Hound more and more stupid and idiotic. Standing among his underlings, Slex boldly declared that the era of using muscle to climb to the top was over. Now was the time for brains, and intellect was the true power. He decided to personally hunt down the hiding place of the teacher Kang Dante. He would try to extract information from 182 and hide all the news, absolutely not letting Hound know, and leaving the underlings to take care of the rest. He looked down at 182, who was lying flat on the floor, his eyes full of contempt as he asked if this kid really craved the power in front of him that much. Slex held up the glowing blue fog sphere and promised to give it to 182 as charity. Meanwhile, in another development, Kang Dante was being led deep into a dark and damp brick tunnel by Greenhead. The freakish guy smiled maliciously and gave a mysterious welcome as he brought him deeper inside.
Greenhead declared that Dante was now standing in his underground territory, simultaneously laying down a condition demanding that he submit to his command. Back at the Hound base, Slick used a fog sphere to lure 182 into revealing information about the teacher, promising that he would never have to worry about lacking fog if he cooperated. He warned that he wouldn't grant a second chance, then prepared to swallow the sphere to show off. Right at the moment Slick brought the fog sphere to his mouth, it was over. This time he miscalculated his move, considering it a total loss. 182 pounced like a wild beast, his sharp teeth sinking into the opponent the exact moment Slick was about to swallow the fog. The surrounding subordinates were stunned silent by this brutal outburst, their eyes wide with terror at the unimaginable scene unfolding right before their eyes. Slick collapsed to the floor, and the henchmen fell into chaos. They screamed in horror. "Slick, what is this?" One guy shockingly realized the grim truth. His throat has been bitten clean off. One miscalculation, and he lost his miserable life. 182 now stood up amidst the fog, his entire body emitting a cold, murderous aura, with eyes glowing abnormally after absorbing the fog sphere. Meanwhile, in another place, Kang Dante was falling into extreme despair while being controlled by Greenhead. He thought to himself, "Are Rambutan and Lychee planning to sneak out of here?" Seeing his tragic situation, Dante bitterly told himself, "That guy was already crazy anyway. You guys should just leave me behind and escape on your own now." He trudged along among the prisoners wearing traffic cones and pondered, "You guys have no reason to wait for me. I'm dead meat. I wonder if my flesh smells so good that everyone wants to catch me."
Suddenly, Greenhead asked with a look of reverence, "Teacher, do you really know how to create fog?" He said that shocking news was spreading all over Tofu Village. Those guys in Tofu Village were all spreading such rumors that the teacher created fog in the blink of an eye, then swallowed it whole and snapped Ngonthop's neck. Dante was dumbfounded by the absurd rumor spreading like wildfire. Since when did that absurd rumor spread? Faced with Greenhead's expectant questioning, "Is it true, teacher?" Dante could only helplessly think to himself,
If I could create that and do such things, would I let you guys capture me for no reason like this? I am completely useless, Dante said to himself in despair while facing Greenhead's sharp, cold eyes. He stood motionless, sweating profusely, in the middle of being surrounded by prisoners wearing traffic cones on their heads. Faced with the questioning about the truth of the rumors, Dante had to risk exaggerating the story to save his life. That's right, I quickly created a giant cloud of fog and swallowed it. Nonthop's neck collapsed just like a leaning tower. Immediately, the traffic cone guards roared angrily. Stop lying! Don't make things up! Then why did you capture me if you don't believe it? Greenhead loomed closer with a deformed face. He growled. I'm not stupid like those other leaders. I don't believe in superstitious nonsense like a science teacher knowing how to create fog. How can I believe that? Dante still kept his calm demeanor. He asked back. Superstition? If no one knows how to create it, fog wouldn't exist, right? Greenhead widened his pale white eyes and firmly asserted that fog could not be created by oneself. He began to tell about a mystical event. One day, it suddenly fell from the sky, just like a gift from God.
Dante was stunned and exclaimed, huh? According to Greenhead's story, 50 years ago, a giant meteorite crashed in the middle of the desert, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Dante was bewildered and speculated, could that meteorite be the origin of fog? The image of the glowing blue spheres lying deep within the meteorite crater appeared full of mystery. Greenhead warned in a low voice that 50 years had passed, and now there were rumors that fog was gradually depleting, signaling that the end of the world was approaching very soon. Therefore, they frantically looked for the person who created fog to maintain life here. Dante pondered, fog, so it is a finite resource. Greenhead confirmed the cruel truth that with the little fog left, all of humanity was fighting each other to the bitter end. However, he suddenly mentioned that fog could also be recycled, then ordered his subordinates to bring things over. Right before Dante's eyes now was the pale, lifeless corpse of a prisoner who had just died. Dante backed away in terror, shouting loudly, "Ah, what the hell is this?" Greenhead coldly looked at the corpse and revealed that this guy died right after using fog. Then he asked a chilling question. From his blood, is it possible to extract fog? Oh my God, it's unbelievable. Even in death, they wouldn't spare them. Dante exclaimed in shock and horror upon hearing about the gruesome extraction method. Doing it the scientific way, huh? He hesitantly asked when Greenhead mentioned a type of 3D control machine. A centrifuge, right? Greenhead confirmed the malicious purpose was to use the machine to separate the fog components from the blood, because the fog concentration in the blood of those who inhaled too much would seep deep into every cell of their body. Dante trembled upon realizing the cruel truth. You mean we have to squeeze their corpses dry? Faced with Greenhead's persistent questioning about the feasibility of this method, Dante tried to find a way out. If we calculate by fog concentration, shouldn't we just open our noses wide and inhale deeply? There is no shortage of fog out there. Just as he blurted out that answer, Greenhead immediately leaned in close and roared furiously. Are you stupid? If it were that easy, I wouldn't have had to travel so far to find it. He explained that fog in gas form could not be collected, but required immense pressure to tightly compress and condense it into a solid block. Dante stood frozen, his mind stunned by the freakish guy's idea of collecting air into a solid block. That's not a bad idea either.
As time passed, the night enveloped the land of fog, then gave way to the pale sunlight of the early morning. Greenhead stared at the brilliant fog sphere and firmly asserted, "It can be done." He roughly grabbed Dante's collar, forcing him to admit that even the air could be collected if one knew how. A loud noise rang out as a sign of an impending, terrifying upheaval. At the hound base, Howl excitedly pushed the door open and shouted, "Time for breakfast!" However, his smile faded, replaced by tears. Before Howl's eyes was a tragic scene. All the subordinates in the team had been slaughtered and lay scattered on the ground, unable to resist. Howl's eyes turned red with anger and pain upon witnessing this sight. He fell to his knees in the middle of the ruins, looked up at the sky, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. Wah! At the communal cafeteria, the dilapidated chow hall sign appeared amidst the gray space. 182 loomed in, wearing a torn orange prisoner uniform, looking worn out after the massacre at the hound base. The surrounding prisoners began to whisper and gossip when they saw this madman staggering toward the food counter. A guy standing nearby snapped, "Is this guy crazy?" Ignoring the discriminatory looks, 182 just weakly whispered, "Water." The prisoner wearing a bucket on his head irritably yelled back, "Don't cause trouble. Line up." 182 suddenly appearing and cutting in line caused a wave of indignation in the long waiting line. Curses rang out incessantly. "Hey kid, can't you see I'm getting food? Get in line, punk. Is this guy Moo? Doesn't he know the canteen rules?"
182's pale gray hand suddenly clenched tight. In a frenzy of madness, he delivered a thunderous punch to the food counter, sending food trays and food scattering everywhere. Amidst the sound of breaking objects and the crowd's bewilderment, everyone fell completely silent. 182 looked up with murderous eyes, coldly repeating his demand. Water. In the dark room, the sweet potato bearing the number 182 still lay quietly in a glass of water, waiting for a life to sprout. 182 sat motionless in a corner, his soulless eyes staring blankly at his only treasure. In another development, his face was full of tension behind his glasses. Drops of liquid slowly dripped down from above, falling into a container holding a brilliantly blue solution. Dante held his breath, observing every single drop until he couldn't contain his excitement and cheered. "All right!"
Dante stood in front of a large nylon tarp catching the glowing streams of water. He screamed in madness. This is fog water. His smile became twisted and full of triumph. I am a genius. I am saved. No one dares to touch me anymore. I got this. He is dreaming a bit too early, everyone. However, reality is much crueler. Back to 182. The sweet potato and the glass of water remained bare, not growing even a little bit. Realizing he had been bitterly deceived, 182 emitted a chilling, murderous aura. His eyes shone brightly through the slit of the black bag, growling a deadly vow. Teacher, you dare to trick me. I will kill you. Cooperate? You mean you want us to escape together? A prisoner with a heavily made-up face asked Rambutan and Lychee hesitantly, receiving a definitive nod from Rambutan about the two of them escaping this place together. There must be an escape route. However, in the blink of an eye, the smile on his lips vanished. Instead, with a cold, murderous gaze, he growled, Escape by faith? Stop being delusional and get out of my sight. Lychee thoughtfully commented, Looking at his face, he seems naive and stupid, but you cannot trust anyone here. In this place, is there anyone who does not know about that thing? Rambutan looked into the distance, a suspicion rising in his heart about his new companion. Could he be the only one, Dante, who is completely clueless about its existence? Getting acquainted and then inviting each other to break out of prison is just an excuse for some conspiracy? Pushing aside the vague thoughts, Lychee focused on the map and pinpointed the exact marked location, the lair of Greenhead.
In the middle of the dark lair, a strange fog condensation device had been erected. This was originally an air-water extractor used for arid desert regions with an extremely simple operating mechanism. Moisture in the air would condense at the dew point when the temperature dropped. During the freezing dawn, the moisture in the fog would be trapped through a mesh and liquefied into water. Dante skillfully replaced that mesh with a highly breathable insect screen, then bent it to direct the fog flow into the storage tank. He silently calculated that the amount of water collected this way would definitely contain a huge concentration of fog. The humidity here was quite high, so he would harvest more than expected. Successful beyond expectations, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed and excited. Fog water! Dreamhead stood nearby, his eyes rolling back in astonishment and excitement. What the hell is this? Dante explained that this was pure water extracted from the fog of Fortland. Although he still wasn't sure about its concentration, Dreamhead didn't hesitate to dip his finger in and taste it. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed in shock, This taste! It's exactly fog! The traffic cone-wearing minions around them were stunned by the shocking news. Dante was also completely amazed by the other party's reaction. Dreamhead started dancing crazily in extreme ecstasy. He roared, It's definitely fog! We possess an endless source of fog. All the traffic cone-wearing prisoners cheered madly, lifting Dante up into the air and screaming, Teacher! Teacher! Amidst the chaos, Dante could only scream in panic as he was tossed back and forth like a toy. However, the situation quickly changed when he was taken to a private room for a makeover. A skillful hand adjusted the black tie on the brand new orange prisoner uniform. Dreamhead's voice rang out with full satisfaction. The suit fits you perfectly. The reward they bestowed upon him for his achievement made Dante completely transform, no longer as scruffy as usual. Dreamhead looked at him with admiration. Teacher, it must be because you usually wear these kinds of suits that you look completely transformed. What do you think? Do you like this suit? He proudly asserted that this suit looked exactly like a dress shirt and declared, From this moment on, I dare anyone to touch a single hair on your head. Tailor-made suits like these are rare items. Dreamhead officially recruited him. Welcome to the Dreamhead Gang. My brothers and I send you our highest respect. Deep down, this eccentric freak was always confident that he had the most potential to climb to the position of supreme leader. Sitting among the prisoners, Dante began to realize a harsh truth. To escape from here, he had to become the top boss. Dante calculated inwardly that he had to escape this place by any means. Through this supreme leader, perhaps he could connect with the management. Immediately, Greenhead boldly announced to the whole gang, "Today we will throw a spectacular FOG party. Thanks to you, our brothers no longer need to be frugal with FOG. We will go all out with the FOG stash we have accumulated for so long." He looked at Dante with crazed eyes, growling and affirming that this party was to serve his ascension. Dante could only ask back in bewilderment, "Ascension?" Right after that, a massive amount of fog in the form of brilliant blue spheres was poured down like a mountain.
The sounds of horns and drums echoed throughout the dark lair. The minions wearing traffic cones began to perform a bizarre ritual around the glowing pile of fog. The blowing of the horns and the continuous beating of the drums created a frantic and haunting atmosphere. Drillhead raised his hand to signal, "That's enough." He stood tall next to Dante, in front of the sparkling mountain of fog. Dante stared at the strange pile of objects, his mind reeling. Is all of this fog? Are they planning to throw a massive rave party or something? If they consume all of this, they'll probably overdose and pass out together, let alone party. Drillhead stood imposingly on the high podium, spread his arms wide in front of the long line of traffic cone warriors, and boldly declared, "I am Drillhead, the boss of this underworld, and my warriors, this is the moment our efforts bear fruit." He looked down at the crowd with fiery eyes, affirming that with the amount of fog gathered so far, today he would perform the ascension ritual. The minions screamed in excitement, placing their complete trust in their leader. "Yes, sir! Ascension! Ascension!" Drillhead smiled smugly and ordered Dante, "Open your eyes wide and watch, teacher. The birth of an emperor." Dante, who was currently forced to wear a flower crown on his head, could not hide his extreme confusion on his face. Drillhead scooped up handfuls of glowing fog and frantically shoved them all into his mouth in front of everyone. Dante exclaimed in shock in his mind, "What? Is he planning to swallow all the fog by himself?" The surrounding crowd continuously cheered, while Drillhead kept diligently devouring the pile of strange objects. This guy is truly greedy, not sparing even a tiny bit for his underlings.
However, the craving seemed unfulfilled. Greenhead roared in agony. Still not enough. Will it be successful? He felt the limit approaching, but still stubbornly pushed himself to achieve ascension. Suddenly, Greenhead collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing with a bulging stomach, emitting a brilliant blue light. His underlings panicked and rushed over to ask, "Are you still okay, sir?" Greenhead whispered in disappointment, "I guess today is not an auspicious day. I clearly chugged the most fog in my life today. Why still—" More like he clearly chugged too much and is now high on drugs. The minions hastily comforted him that perhaps his constitution was so great that it needed more time, while telling themselves that the fog source was now boundless, so there would be many other occasions. Suddenly a guard shouted, "Huh? It looks like his head is longer than before." Greenhead was thrilled upon feeling the transformation. He roared, "That's right, that's exactly it." His head began to grow abnormally long to the astonishment of the crowd. "It's getting longer. It's the ascension." The entire lair erupted in cheers. "Ascended!" Don't know about ascension, but ascending to heaven isn't far off. Hee hee. The traffic cone had minions excitedly surrounded him, constantly cheering. "How do you feel? Can you feel the new source of power?" Greenhead, with abnormally glowing eyes and a wildly elongated head, whispered in a delirium, "I can feel the whole universe, the source of the fog. I can see through all the truths of the world." Standing nearby, King Dante could only stand rooted to the spot, his heart pounding in terror at this grotesque ascension scene.
Drillhead continued to babble about how everyone was existing in a deep blue hell, but immediately after, the ascension he expected turned into a terrifying disaster. Drillhead's body could not withstand the pressure from the massive amount of fog and exploded into a brilliant blue stream of energy. That beam of light swept through everything with terrifying destructive power, blowing away the surrounding minions, leaving Dante staring in shock with his mouth wide open. That was not an ascension, but a complete collapse. Amidst the dense smoke and dust, Dante stood in shock, realizing the fragile boundary between ascension and downfall. The guards screamed in despair, seeing their leader vanish. In the end, the boss had fallen. But before they could even mourn the departure of their leader, another excited cheer immediately rang out. "Look, fog!" A massive amount of fog began pouring out from where Drillhead had just fallen, engulfing the entire dark space. A real rain of fog began to pour down, drenching the starving prisoners. The crazy fog party had now officially begun. The pale gray figures rushed in to bathe themselves in the brilliant mist. Screaming passionately, "Party hard, party hard!" They were now throwing a collective ascension party right in front of their leader's demise. The ruined space now exploded in a magical blue light and wild cheers. The traffic cone guards danced crazily, ignoring the collapse that had just occurred. They screamed in the intoxication of the fog, "Explode to the fullest!" Dante stood silently in the center of the chaos, watching the shadows drowning in the brilliant illusion of the blue hell. Drillhead exploded in a radiant blue fog, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. The underlings screamed in terror. He blew up. Amidst the riot of the fog, a panicked prisoner tried to stop the crowd from frantically absorbing fog. "Stop it right now! Stop it! At this rate, we'll all die together. If we chug too much fog at once," he yelled helplessly, as no one paid attention to his words. Suddenly, he rushed over, grabbed Kang Dante by the shoulder, and pleaded urgently, "Teacher, stop them! You are the leader now!" Dante asked back, bewildered and stunned. "Me? The leader?" Despite the guard ordering Drillhead's troops to provide backup, Dante could only tremble and look for a way to escape. "I won't accept this. I don't want this." In an effort to flee from the crazy reality, Dante threw himself into the deep pit amidst the desperate calling voices of the prisoners. "Teacher, grab him!" The clearer the calls, the more terrified he became. He fell into endless space, Dante's mind beginning to shatter. He screamed in pain and panic. "What the hell is this? What the hell is going on?" Dante tried to cling to the fragile hope that it was all just a nightmare. "It's a dream. It must be a dream. Just an illusion." He gritted his teeth, sweating profusely as he faced the harsh truth. From the very beginning, how could this happen in real life? Wake up now. However, amidst the blinding darkness of the subconscious, a blue light appeared along with a familiar figure waiting. A cold whisper echoed hauntingly, "I told you so." While he was terrified and disoriented, a memory from the past resurfaced. The entity with a giant moon face loomed out from behind the light, delivering a judgment. "I told you so." Seeing the silhouette of his older brother in the limbo illusion, Dante cried out tragically, "Brother, save me. Get me out of here." However, the only response to that cry for help was a bitter insult. "Do you still not understand? It doesn't matter what you look like on the outside." He stepped closer, staring intently at Dante's cowardice. "Because it's just a ridiculous mask. A ridiculous and cowardly mask." Dante's eyes widened, tears streaming down his face at his relative's cruelty. He screamed in total collapse. "Enough!" Not a single lifeline was thrown his way. Dante sank deep into the second layer of deterioration, where selective blindness began to take over his mind. He bitterly realized he couldn't remember the true face of his older brother, who had always been a terror in the past. In his shattered memories, that face only appeared as a soulless and cold circle. Dante remembered a childhood drawing he once made, where his brother appeared with a bizarrely round head among the family. At that time, his brother just picked up the drawing and coldly commented, "Why did you draw me like this? It's best you don't become an artist." Dante realized that his brother's face in his memory kept changing constantly, never having a fixed shape. The more he tried to remember that face, the more confused his mind became. The face of his older brother in Dante's mind kept transforming endlessly, sometimes angry like a lion, sometimes like a clown, or a tragically crying face, and sometimes even looking exactly like a demon. Dante told himself to just consider it an indefinite black circle to make it easier to visualize. Suddenly, a glowing green entity appeared, screaming his name, making Dante jolt awake in sheer terror. He gasped for breath, sweating profusely as he realized he was being sheltered in a canvas tent. Lychee and Rambutan anxiously asked, "Are you awake?" Dante, bewildered, wondered if everything he just experienced was merely a nightmare. Lychee explained that they had found him lying unconscious under the gate of Drillhead's lair and had brought him to this shelter. Dante was deeply moved and asked, "Did you two come to save me?" Lychee smiled and affirmed, "Of course, we agreed to escape together." It was a coincidence that both times he fell unconscious, it was this pair who saved him. Dante bowed his head apologetically. "I'm sorry, it's my fault for delaying you two." He was about to stand up to continue, but hesitated. "Wait, Rambutan needs to rest too. We've traveled quite a distance already." Right then, Lychee pulled back the tent curtain and cheered, "Look!" She said they had managed to find a location without a watchtower to ensure safety. Beside the flickering campfire, Dante thoughtfully asked about the fate of the freak. "Is Drillhead dead?" Rambutan nodded, confirming that grim truth. He shuddered, recalling the horrifying scene. Everyone seemed to be going completely insane. Everything was a chaotic mess, just like a living hell. Rambutan explained in a low voice that it was called falling, dying from a fog overdose. He even joked that he had consumed too much fog, making Dante panic, but Lychee quickly corrected that it was just a joke. Rambutan continued to analyze the rules of this land. The more fog you consume, the greater your potential. However, every potential has its limit, and each person's tolerance threshold is different. Once reaching one's limit, the body will explode, and the entire amount of fog that person absorbed will erupt outward. So it's easy come, easy go. Even if you die, you can't take anything with you, right? Beside the flickering fire in the dark night, Rambutan thoughtfully stared into the void and spoke up. "Humans inherently do not know where their limits lie. Brother Dante, you must be good at something too, right? But even you don't know where your limits end." Lychee chimed in, explaining that fog dissipates in a very cruel way.
Everyone is waiting for someone to fall in order to get his fog. Dante listened in silence to the harsh rules of survival in this place, where there are only two outcomes, ascension or falling. There is no other end, and falling means death. Dante curiously asked, then what does ascension mean? Isn't it surpassing the limit? Rambutan shook his head and corrected, no, not exactly surpassing it, but the emergence of a dual talent. Someone who reaches the absolute threshold will possess another talent. The leaders already have a certain talent. Now if they want to continue leading, they must find a way to acquire a dual talent. Rambutan affirmed that if someone achieves that, everyone will follow and revere that person, and he will become the supreme leader.
However, reality is always harsh because ascension is extremely rare and the majority will have to suffer the fate of corruption. Dante asked himself in shock, is it all just for that second talent, so everyone is willing to gamble their lives? He felt that these things sounded just like a distant legend. Rambutan's eyes suddenly became distant as he spoke of the fierce belief held by those trapped here. One beautiful day, a person possessing infinite talent would suddenly appear. We believe that person will break the rules of this world and liberate all of us, transforming into a god who is the supreme leader. When life is too harsh for them, they will look for something to rely on as a source of will to live, and that belief is precisely some kind of deity.
Meanwhile, in another corner of the ruined city, 182, with a face full of bruises and dried blood, was trudging along. He walked among the corpses of black crows and ruined buildings, ignoring the brawls of the prisoners below. 182 climbed the highest structures, gliding across the dilapidated roofs with the speed of a phantom, as if highly focused on searching for something. Dante thoughtfully adjusted his glasses, sensing a change in the atmosphere. On top of a giant water tank overlooking the entire city, 182 stood tall. Found it! His target was a giant industrial complex appearing right beneath his feet, radiating a thick and mysterious blue fog energy. Heavy panting echoed through the dark gas masks. The people in white hazmat suits were hastily using shovels to collect the glowing blue liquid scattered across the floor. Amidst the desolate scene, the corpses of prisoners lay everywhere, a testament to the tragic falling that occurred daily. A guy with a paper bag on his head casually observed the bone fragments remaining on his shoulder and commented, "This spot is glowing too." Over there, he muttered about how every day someone had to die for the illusion of ascension. Looking at the thick puddle of bones of someone who had just exploded, he mocked, "Oh, this guy was quite something. Was he trying to achieve ascension? How pathetic." He was gathering and picking up that blue light from the corpse when suddenly an elegant red-haired man in a suit interrupted. "Hey, tourist, stop picking up trash." He held out a plastic bag full of pure blue fog spheres and ordered, "Here, take this." Receiving the windfall from the other party, the paper bag guy couldn't help but marvel. This is really high quality. The red-haired guy coldly pressed about the work progress. "Have you found that guy yet? That one-armed guy? Who knows? Probably." He gritted his teeth in impatience, thinking about the whole year that had passed with the results still being too vague.
Taurus shouldered his rifle and complained, "To be honest, I don't see any profit in this job at all. It's a mission from the executive board of Fortland, right?" Immediately, the red-haired guy shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Over the past year, the bounty has skyrocketed." Hearing about money, Taurus's eyes behind the paper bag suddenly flashed with hope. He bargained, "Then can you pay me extra?" The red-haired guy turned around, revealing a face with a sinister smile and glowing blue eyes full of killing intent. "If you can catch him and bring him back here to me, money won't be a problem." A morning that brought a very strange feeling. Kong Dante vaguely woke up with a dry cough. He softly exclaimed, "Oh crap." Seeing him awake, Rambutan asked, "Are you awake?" While Lychee shivered slightly from the early fog. "Since it's in the desert, it's a bit cold, isn't it?" Dante reassured them, "I'm fine." But in his heart rose an unspeakable feeling of frustration, a feeling like missing something somewhat hard to describe.
Standing before the towering giant city wall, Dante could not help but be overwhelmed and exclaimed, "So high!" The dark red stains stretching across the surface of the dull gray stone wall made the atmosphere even more eerie. Dante curiously looked at the strange symbols on the wall and wondered, what are those symbols? I didn't see them last night. He felt an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his chest. Turning to Rambutan, Dante offered, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Rambutan handed Dante a black cloth bag and requested, "Please carry this bag for me." Dante quickly took it. "Ah, sure." Suddenly, Rambutan became serious. "Besides, there is a very important matter. I don't know if you follow any religion?"
He was bewildered, not yet understanding what he was asking for. Rambutan continued, "My family is Catholic, but Can you pray a little?" Dante awkwardly replied, "Praying? I don't believe in God." Immediately, Lychee rushed over, gripped his shoulders tightly and pleaded, "That doesn't matter. In such desperate times, anyone would pray. Please sincerely pray for us to get out of here." Dante hesitated, "But I only know the Lord's Prayer by heart." Rambutan smiled with full trust. "No problem. Just having the desire to escape is enough." He reached out his hand towards Dante and said boldly, "Come over here. Let's escape together." Rambutan braced himself, channeled all his strength into his legs, and unleashed an earth-shattering jump. When everything was prepared and only the decisive jump remained, Lychee urged hastily, "Dante, pray quickly." Dante squeezed his eyes shut, his mouth trembling as he mumbled the prayer, "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." Rambutan braced himself, counting the beat in preparation for the life-or-death jump. 2, 3. Dante continued his prayer in extreme fear. "Thy kingdom come. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, and lead us not into temptation." Right at the decisive moment, a lightning-fast strike from nowhere crashed down, hitting Rambutan squarely in the face before he could react.
The impact was so strong that it threw all three of them from high above down to the ground, creating a blinding explosion of dust. This time, even God the Father couldn't save him anymore. Perhaps the prayer hadn't been heard in time. Amidst the rubble, Lychee frantically shook and called out, "Rambutan!" Rambutan lay flat on the ground. Dante looked at his teammate in shock, then anxiously asked, "Rambutan, are you okay?" Lychee also couldn't hide her panic. "Wake up!" From the cloud of dust, a looming figure emerged with glowing blue eyes full of murderous intent. Dante froze when he recognized his attacker. 18-2. He trembled and stammered in astonishment. "You! Why are you here?" 18-2 approached, his face blazing with fury. He glared intensely at Dante and snarled, "You tricked me!" Dante was utterly confused by the other's anger. "What the hell? Why is he so agitated? I didn't even do anything to him, did I?" Not giving his opponent time to explain, 18-2 lunged forward like a wild beast and shouted, "I will kill you!" Dante could only cry out in despair. "What? Why?" 18-2 moved at such a fast speed that only blurred streaks could be seen gliding through the air. Even though Rambutan was heavily injured, he still tried to urge Lychee, "Ignore him, let's just climb the wall." But 18-2 quickly closed in right behind them with terrifying pressure. Rambutan was shocked to realize the critical situation and yelled, "Wait, stop, don't stop, stand still right now, you can't stop." He gritted his teeth, warning about the pursuer's fearsomeness. "We can't underestimate his speed." All three jumped and urged each other in a panic as 18-2 got closer and closer to them.
Dante was stunned by 182's terrifying speed. He thought to himself, does this guy possess a super speed ability? Immediately, 182 closed the distance and roared, "Teacher, I told you to stop before I break your legs." Dante yelled in frustration, "It's not like I wanted to run. Why are you blaming me?" 182 delivered a thunderous kick that sent Dante, Lychee, and Rambutan flying, crashing to the ground in pain. Dante scrambled to his feet, trying to calm 182 down. He stammered, pleading, "Hold on, calm down for a second. What did I even trick you about? I've confessed everything, haven't I? I even showed you how to grow the sweet potato." 182 glared at Dante with a murderous gaze and growled, "I watered it, even left it out in the sun, but it didn't fucking grow." Dante froze, lamenting helplessly in his mind. "It's only been 1 day, Grandpa. Even your father needs time to grow, let alone a plant." Dante tried to explain as logically as possible. How could it grow instantly? But 182 wouldn't let it go. "Then why hasn't it grown, and why are you stalling?" Dante yelled angrily, "Stalling my ass!" 182 crossed his arms and ordered, "Explain it then." Dante scratched his head in frustration, wondering what the hell this guy was. Then he snapped, "Anything that wants to grow needs time. That's just common sense. It takes at least a week to know if it's growing or not." 182 muttered, "So that's how it is." After a moment of silence listening to Dante's explanation, the guy somewhat understood and stopped throwing a fit. He asked, "So where are you planning to go now?" Dante stated firmly, "I told you, I'm going outside. You don't need me for anything else now, right?" 182 glanced at Rambutan and Lychee, then asked, "Is it because of those guys?" Dante was startled and immediately became defensive, shielding his teammates. What are you thinking? Don't you dare touch these people." He pleaded earnestly. "I've already answered all your questions, and I've told you everything. Please, just let me go." 182 looked at Dante with lifeless eyes and asked, "Even if it means dying, are you willing? You said you wanted to live." He looked towards Rambutan and Lychee, then added a heavily pressuring question. "And it's fine if they die too? What the hell is all this talk about living and dying here?"
The vague words of that guy 182 caused a sudden nameless feeling of unease to arise in Dante's heart. Right then, Rambutan unexpectedly squeezed between Dante and 182 with a defiant look. "Looks like your business is done here. Get lost and stop sticking your nose in, got it?" He hurriedly grabbed Dante's shoulder and urged, "Come here quickly. Let's go fast, Mr. Dante." That feeling of unease became clearer by the second. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, making Dante startle and ask, "Hold on, what was that noise?" "Just the barking of some brain-dead idiot. There's no more time, Mr. Dante." Seeing the critical situation, and seemingly that some plan of theirs was about to be exposed, Lychee urged, "Rambutan, just carry him and let's run." Rambutan immediately grabbed Dante and dashed off with Lychee, leaving him bewildered. "Wait a minute." While carrying Dante and climbing up the giant fortress wall, Rambutan yelled impatiently, "Mr. Dante, pray quickly. Don't you want to get out anymore?" Dante was sweating profusely, his mind struggling intensely. I want to get out, of course. I want to very much, but he didn't understand why every time they scaled a wall, the guy wanted him to pray. That indescribable feeling of unease once again overwhelmed him as the three of them hung suspended amidst the gray stone wall, stained with miserable dark red marks.
Dante was shocked and wondered if it was really necessary to care about him this much. Lychee still looked steadily at Dante. "We promised to go together." But Dante was wrong. From the beginning, those two only wanted to use him as a stepping stone to escape from this prison. The jump was so strong that it created a huge shockwave, making Dante only able to scream in extreme terror. What the hell is this? Since being brought in here, he has never once made his own decision or chosen where to go according to his own will. Meanwhile, at Tofu Village, two prisoners were using a ruler to measure a strange object and exclaimed in amazement, "Today it's 30 centimeters. It moved 30 centimeters. But the very next second, they were shocked to realize that the object was no longer in its original position. Hey, it disappeared completely. A cry echoed through the gloomy space, probably someone trying to escape from prison again. But the real threat did not come from the guards. From deep underground, a giant entity with a pale face, glowing blue eyes, and a wide open mouth full of fangs was looming. Poor little Dante was falling straight into that mouth of death in utter despair.
In reality, the giant entity swallowing Kang Dante was Gargoyle, a massive stone creature guarding the city wall. He had fallen into yet another scheming plot, guys, while Lychee attentively studied the detailed map. Rambutan curiously approached and touched its rough stone legs. He remarked that taken literally, this was just a lifeless stone statue, inherently motionless unless someone attempted to breach the wall. Rambutan swung his hand and struck the solid rock hard to test whether it was truly a living creature. Lychee sat on the ground behind him, flipping through the document pages, and warned him not to touch it. She assumed that Rambutan simply didn't believe this nonsense was capable of preventing an escape. Rambutan wondered what kind of thing it actually was, and Lychee immediately explained the theory surrounding its origin. Some believed it was an extraterrestrial creature that fell along with the fog, while others claimed it was a management bureau device used to prevent fog leaks. Gargoyle assumed that anyone trying to leave was stealing fog, including the type of fog they breathed or carried in their bodies. Its sole function was to prevent fog from spilling outside the wall. So even humans who had inhaled this fog wouldn't have a chance to get out? Rambutan shuddered, asking if that thing had consciousness and could move on its own. And Lychee simply replied softly, "Probably."
Lychee looked at the stone entity with melancholy eyes. She affirmed that the gargoyle could identify who was stealing bones and see through the mind of anyone harboring the intention to leave. She bitterly admitted that as long as this monster was there, they shouldn't hope to escape this place. Tears began to roll down Lychee's face as she spoke of her desperate yearning to get out, and how her fantasies about the outside world were gradually becoming hopeless. Rambutan immediately grasped her hand tightly to reassure her that there would definitely be a solution. He looked deep into Lychee's eyes, reiterated his vow to get her out of here at all costs, and earnestly begged her to trust him. Why didn't she and he just escape easily instead of dragging Dante into this, everyone? With a resolute smile, Rambutan affirmed that he was willing to do anything for Lychee. Immediately he braced himself and executed a powerful leap straight toward the monster. While Dante was falling into the jaws of death with its eyes glowing blue, Rambutan suddenly shouted excitedly, "It took the bait!" Rambutan cheered with excitement, seeing that his cruel plan had succeeded. It worked. The fog backpack and the desperate prayer. It had identified Dante as the bone thief. So his inviting Dante to escape together was for a malicious purpose. Dante was the scapegoat for them. Realizing that the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived, he gathered all his strength to execute a life-or-death jump over the towering wall. Landing on the dry ground on the other side, Rambutan looked toward the brilliant sunlight and exclaimed in relief, "We're out." He turned back to call his lover's name. "We escaped, Lychee. We succeeded, Lychee." However, that smile suddenly faded. Rambutan looked down in shock at his trembling hands. He realized he was holding a body that was no longer intact. He had paid too high a price for tricking someone else into being his scapegoat. The horrifying truth appeared amidst the cold fog.
The gargoyle monster with its razor-sharp stone teeth had bitten clean off Lychee's head the very moment they crossed the wall. The overwhelming pain caused his mind to completely collapse. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the space. Lychee! Rambutan went insane, his eyes blazing with a crazed white energy. With nothing left to lose, Rambutan roared in absolute fury, pouring all his resentment into a suicidal attack aimed straight at the entity that had robbed him of everything. The gargoyle monster loomed menacingly with its glowing blue eyes. 182 stood facing the giant stone entity. He coldly offered a sarcastic remark about the futile efforts of those who wanted to cross the wall. "Fools, I told you there's no escaping." 182 gritted his teeth, his eyes glowing with murderous blue energy. He focused all his power into his fist, gathered momentum, and launched himself into the air straight at the monster.
182 threw a 1,000-pound punch straight into the face of the gargoyle. The earth-shattering collision created a terrifying shockwave, causing gaping cracks to appear on the sturdy rock layer. A surge of blue energy erupted from 182's body as he continuously unleashed devastating blows upon the stone entity, leaving it unable to react and causing the cracks on the monster's face to spread ever wider. Amidst the sound of shattering, Kang Dante's scream rang out in absolute despair. "Stop! Stop it!" Despite the plea, 182 continued his frenzied assault. His final punch completely shattered the protective rock layer, causing the giant entity to crumble into pieces. As the dust gradually settled, Kang Dante emerged from the rubble with a smudged and terrified face. He gasped in shock upon seeing his savior, number 182. In his panic, Dante finally realized who was friend and who was foe. Looking like a child who had lost his mother, he weakly called out to 182, "Save me! I know I was wrong!" 182 looked at Dante with cold eyes, then silently reached out to pull him from the debris.
Dante hugged 182 tightly, trembling and blurting out in panic, "I thought I was dead on my feet. That guy kicked me. He just kicked me. It seems like he really wanted to kill me. Why? Why is it like this?" Behind them, the giant stone monster still loomed, leaving Dante to only scream in despair. Dante asked in terror, "What the hell is that? What kind of breed is it?" "Oh, number 182, his mouth continually complained without answering his question. 182 roughly pinned Dante down to the ground and growled, "Open your mouth and say that you won't escape outside anymore. How many times have I reminded you? You can't escape. Am I lying? If you want to keep your life, say you won't go out anymore." In absolute helplessness, Dante had to blurt out a vow. I swear, I will never step foot outside again." As soon as Dante finished his vow, the eyes of 182 and the stone entity met tensely. Dante was stunned to see the giant monster suddenly crumble and vanish into the air like smoke. He stood up bewildered, looked around and asked himself, "It disappeared? What the hell is this? Is it an illusion?" Dante anxiously asked about the whereabouts of his new friends. "Number 182, what about Lychee and Rambutan? That couple, have they escaped yet?" 182 coldly replied with a grim truth, "They're all dead." Before Dante's astonishment, he firmly asserted, "It's not an illusion. Anyone who steps out there will die. No matter how strong they are, they can't defeat the Hollow Ones." The tragic scene appeared with the corpses of Lychee and Rambutan lying motionless in a pool of blood, ending all hopes of a successful escape. His hope of escaping from here was no longer a dream, but something he didn't even dare to think about anymore. In the darkness of the gloomy lair, Bone Eater, the leader of the cannibals, loomed with a giant physique and an intimidating iron mask. The paper bag guy looked at the giant and secretly wondered if that creepy name was real or just a psychological trick to intimidate the opponent. Suddenly, Bone Eater's long tongue reached out, and the giant growled hungrily. "Are you curious? Great. I'm also curious to see what your meat tastes like."
Despite his disgust, the paper bag guy decisively pushed the tongue away and shouted, "Huh? Let go." Truecot still didn't let go. He sniffed the scent and made a teasing remark about the cuteness of the prey in front of him. Unflinching, it seemed he was used to this, so there was nothing to worry about. The paper bag guy held up a photo and got straight to the point. "Find someone for me. This guy here, it's a wanted poster for inmate 182, 1.82 meters tall with distinguishing features of 2 moles on his right cheek and a missing right arm." Truecot took the photo, casually licked the image of 182, and exclaimed excitedly, "Ha, looks delicious. Want me to eat him alive?" The paper bag guy calmly replied that if the target suited Truecot's taste, he couldn't do anything about it. This composure made the giant start to doubt the true identity of the person standing in front of him. He sarcastically growled that he had never met anyone so insolent because the people in Cell 0 were all just country bumpkins. Faced with this contempt, the paper bag guy held his head high and boldly declared, "As for me, I am a big shot from Sector A, where only the strongest can survive."
Amidst the ruins, the prisoners were stunned to see the stone entity gargoyle now reduced to shattered fragments. They couldn't believe their eyes, trembling as they exclaimed, "It has returned! What happened? Why is it shattered like this? Who has such terrifying power?" Everyone began whispering, astonishment engulfing the crowd, as one questioned, "Even Gargoyle can be injured? How could such an absurd thing happen?" Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appeared, uttering coldly,
This is an omen. The prisoners panicked upon recognizing the identity of the newly arrived figure, Baba Yaga. She let out a hoarse laugh. Ka, ka, ka. It's been 5 years. That old hag deigned to open her mouth after 5 years of silence? Her breath really stinks. If she hasn't opened her mouth in 5 years, did she not brush her teeth either? Baba Yaga affirmed that this was an extremely momentous omen as she pointed at a strange mark. A crack had begun to appear, right on the chain. The surrounding crowd fell into chaos at the prophecy. That's a prophecy. It is the oracle. Write it down immediately. In utmost devotion, she spread her arms and declared, "The bird has taken flight."
Under the horrific skull mask, Baba Yaga loudly declared a dark future, that the fateful day was approaching. Meanwhile, in a sunny and windy desert area, King Dante was shockingly asking 18-2 about the terrifying entity they had just encountered. Hollow ones? That white and giant thing? Receiving a nod of confirmation, Dante tremblingly asked further, "Did that thing kill Lychee and Rambutan?" However, 1A2 coldly corrected him. It wasn't it. Someone else did it. The hollow ones don't just have one head. Dante was stunned when he heard the explanation of its nature. It is a hunter that tracks down and kills anyone who dares to leave Fortland. So anyone who wants to escape from here only has the path of death. Dante screamed in denial. Absurd! How could such a thing exist? Lychee and Rambutan never mentioned this. 1A2 glanced at him with soulless eyes and replied, "Well, they were a bunch of liars anyway." Dante still couldn't believe this cruel truth. "I find this even harder to believe. Just going outside means getting killed? Killed by a monster? Why? How is that possible? There is such a terrible thing and people outside don't know anything about it?" Dante completely collapsed. He fell to his knees on the dusty ground and whispered in despair, "Impossible! Oh, no way! There's no way such a thing could happen!" King Dante screamed in desperate denial. Unable to stand the noise that immediately deafened his ears, 1A2 swung his hand and hit him hard, making him fall over. "I told you to be quiet." Returning to the dark prison cell, Dante quietly looked at the sweet potato soaking in water. Sitting in front of the meager food tray, his mind was confused with questions about the monster specializing in preventing prison breaks, whether it was a security system, something creating illusions, or a sophisticated machine of this prison. Whatever its nature, Dante bitterly realized that it was definitely a system capable of imprisoning these monstrous inmates, and he himself was just a pitiful prey. He shuddered and told himself, "I was almost dead." Dante suddenly realized that in the boundary of life and death, a couple would never have time to care for strangers. From the very beginning, everything was wrong. Just because he was too obsessed with escaping, his mind was no longer alert. He was lucky to still be sitting here complaining and had to realize that he was just being used.
Dante looked over at 182 and wondered why this person saved him. This time, it wasn't because of the sweet potato, nor was it for the clothes or asking him to create fog. Amidst the silence, 182 simply chopped a short sentence. "Let's eat." Dante couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could this guy simply be a kind-hearted person, even though he had said such cruel words and treated him so coldly before? Suddenly, Dante saw 182 struggling to use a fork to get food. He was shocked to realize that the other person's arm was abnormally swollen, and asked, "How did your arm end up like this?" The response to that concern was just a superficial answer. "It's nothing." Dante panicked when he saw that the wound had become severely deformed and edematous. He urged, "You need to be hospitalized immediately for this." 182 remained completely indifferent. "It's just a broken bone." Dante could only freeze, exclaiming in astonishment, "Broken?" He uttered the phrase broken bone as simply as someone breaking a fingernail. Dante looked at 182's swollen arm and couldn't help but worry. "But swelling to this extent is not normal at all. Don't you feel pain?" The only response was a superficial grunt of agreement. Dante gently pressed his hand on the wound and was amazed. It really doesn't hurt? He realized that 182 was just bracing himself to endure the excruciating pain. Dante quickly bandaged the wound and announced, "Done." However, 182 immediately got annoyed. "No, take it off." Dante snapped, "That's just a temporary treatment. If you keep moving, it will hurt a lot more." Ignoring the deterrence, 182 remained stubborn. "Take it off. I still have to eat." Dante mocked, "Even if I take it off, you won't be able to hold chopsticks anyway." Hearing the other party use the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom, Dante was left speechless in helplessness.
Dante, like a true relative of his, anxiously pitied the wound on his arm and sternly warned, "You don't understand how serious this is. If not treated properly, that arm will be crippled for life. Do you think you can survive in this place with just your legs?" Looking at his companion, sitting motionless with a cast on his arm, Dante sighed. Now we have turned into two idiots who are both stupid and weak. Just a slight bump, or rather, if we unluckily run into some thug out there, we will die a sudden death. Suddenly, 1A2 spoke up. "That's why we have to go to the hospital."
Dante, startled, asked back, "Huh? Go where?" The response was a definitive answer. The hospital. Dante asked in astonishment, "Is there a hospital in this place?" 1A2 firmly affirmed, "Yes, there is." Dante still couldn't believe it. "It's not just some quacks in the prison, is it?" 1A2 reassured, "It's a proper doctor." Dante frantically pressed, "There really is a doctor? Where is it?" However, the answer made him want to fall backward. "I don't know." Dante glared angrily at his companion, who was wearing an innocent expression. 1A2 calmly explained, "I once had a fight with a doctor. It seems like somewhere in cell 0. Dante scratched his head in frustration. Somewhere in cell 0? This place is so huge. Searching like that is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I saw those two drawing a map. A map?
Dante looked towards the canvas bag lying still on the floor. He rushed over and hurriedly tore the bag open. 182 stared blankly at his strange behavior. Dante rummaged inside and exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be? His eyes lit up when he saw the sparkling blue fog spheres, and especially the map that Laichi had painstakingly drawn. Dante cheered in extreme excitement. Here it is! Dante held up the piece of paper in his hand, cheering excitedly. There really is a map. Meanwhile, 182 in the background was just absent-mindedly looking at the floating fog spheres. Oh, look at the fog. Dante quietly observed the intricate lines on the map. The teachings of his mother, a devout Catholic, echoed in his mind. Everything that happens in the world happens for a reason. Although he did not believe in God, he completely agreed with the idea. If one can get back up after falling, then all failures and adversities will become a great legacy. Dante's eyes were glued to the red symbols, marking each specific area on the amazingly detailed map. Observing meticulously, Dante pointed at a red circle and exclaimed, "There really is a hospital here. Not only that, but there is also all kinds of information." He began to analyze the overall structure of this land, realizing it was divided into numbered sectors like a giant pizza. However, Dante quickly noticed a major flaw. It seems only about a quarter of it has been drawn. Is there no facility that manages the whole thing? He gritted his teeth in disappointment upon seeing that the most important part had disappeared. The map was cut off at the center. Suddenly, Dante froze when he noticed strange marks on the edge of the paper. Was it folded? He carefully unfolded the hidden part of the paper and asked in astonishment, "What is this?" A smaller piece of the map fell out, revealing the image of a watchtower, along with words confirming this was the Fog Korea Command Center. Dante's eyes widened behind his glasses. He whispered in shock, "It's the central sector." Unable to hide his joy, Dante yelled in extreme excitement, "Right in the middle of Fogland! The headquarters is right there!" He immediately turned to call his companion. "Number 182, I have a plan. We are going to the central sector." However, in response to that excitement, 1A2 was leaning backward in a bizarre posture, as if about to collapse. Dante could only stand frozen, exclaiming in dismay, "What on earth is this?" In the distance, the city of Fogland was still immersed in a gloomy and terrifyingly silent fog. In a hidden corner of Cell 0, Kasim's information shop was experiencing its most prosperous days ever. Kasim, the information broker with red hair and a white bucket hat, was smugly enjoying the fruits of his labor while holding extremely valuable news in his hands. He sipped on a vibrant blue fog bag while commenting that this place was currently as bustling as a burning bakery. Some were desperately searching for the teacher Kang Dante, while others were frantically hunting down the whereabouts of the one-armed guy, number 182. Even in their dreams, they wouldn't expect the two people they are desperately looking for to be staying together, right? However, that bustling atmosphere was suddenly extinguished by the appearance of an uninvited guest. That was Bone Eater, the most dangerous among the bosses in Sector 2, looming with a menacing giant physique. He wore an iron lock on his head to restrain his insane gluttony, making Kasim unable to help but shiver in terror before this monstrous entity.
As someone who rarely shows his face, the presence of Bone Eater here signaled a bad omen. He quietly placed a photo of a chained number 182 on the table. Kasim quickly recognized that this was the very person Harold was hunting for, and the broker's mind began calculating a massive profit since this information was highly competitive. He confidently declared that he had finished his investigation and asked how much Bone Eater was willing to pay to own this news. In response to Kasim's greed, Bone Eater coldly declared that the price to pay was his life. Despite the warning, he didn't believe Bone Eater would dare to act so recklessly. He demanded to set unwritten rules with this pervert. However, Bone Eater violently grabbed the broker's ear, licked it with intense craving, and uttered chilling words about wanting to taste this large ear. A heart-rendering scream echoed through the dark space as Bone Eater committed his cruel act. Bone Eater casually enjoyed the flavor, which he compared to the taste of the ocean, while Kasim's underlings could only scream in despair. Bone Eater ordered the remaining men to quickly find number 182 for him, unless they wanted to become the next delicious prey for his endless cravings. The brutal threat stopped Kasim's underlings from screaming. They fell silent, not daring to breathe heavily in front of this freak. Dante carefully observed the map, noticing that the area around the South Korean FOG Center was completely devoid of people. He silently wondered, had even Rambutan and Lychee never set foot here? His gaze stopped at a green-circled subsection named the Prison Zone, and Dante wondered to himself, is this an area for women? He guessed that they must have been here before. Suddenly, an old memory rushed back as he looked over at number 182, who was resting with a cast on his arm. Come to think of it, the face of a beautiful blonde girl appeared in his mind. It was Laura. She smiled brightly and waved goodbye. See you later, Mr. Dante. Laura was also a science teacher like him, and Dante reassured himself that she probably hadn't been kidnapped and brought here like he was. He frantically shook his head in denial. No, there's no way that could happen. How could that possibly happen? However, the reality of the women's prison was darker and more cruel than he could ever imagine.
Shouts and the cracking of whips echoed harshly in the gloomy space. Shake your hips harder, baby, harder, bounce. A tragic scene appeared. Women were treated cruelly, forced to perform cheap amusements amidst the maniacal, mocking laughter of the prisoners. Among them, a girl with frayed blonde hair, her face scribbled with a fake clown-like smile, was sobbing in extreme agony. Why does all the most haunting and agonizing suffering exist here? Laura bitterly realized. The place I am in right now is the women's prison. She recalled the moment of parting that day. The route she had to take was fundamentally completely different from the other teachers.
At that time, Laura was walking with a tall prison guard, the two of them stepping through the dense fog. She innocently exclaimed, "Wow, the fog here is so thick, isn't it? It's clearly in the middle of a desert, yet there's so much fog. It's really strange." She also excitedly asked about her class, but the guard just coldly ordered, "Get in the car." Laura asked back in confusion, "Huh? Are you going to take me to the classroom right now?" In response to that expectation was just a sentence full of contempt. "Get in the car, kiddo." Sitting in the car, Laura began to feel extremely anxious. She should have been suspicious right then. She bewilderingly wondered why he called her kiddo, and a bad premonition rushed in. Something was already wrong. "You are the science teacher, aren't you?" The guard's voice rang out, full of scrutiny. Laura innocently smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right." However, that smile quickly faded when the guard suddenly burst into a savage laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, my little bird. From now on, we will be together." An entity with flaming orange hair and an ear-to-ear grin loomed out, roaring a haunting oath. "We will be together until this world collapses." Her initial vigilance was already too late. Laura was shocked to realize she had been kidnapped to a giant circular structure where she was stripped of all human dignity. Here, she was forced to do cheap tricks for the prisoners. Mocking laughter rang out harshly. "Ha ha ha." Laura could only sob in extreme pain. Her beautiful face was now scribbled with a fake clown-like smile. She bitterly realized that even though she had tried to remember the names of her colleagues like Kang Dante in hopes of finding help, now no one could save her anymore, not even the prison guards or her family. Laura also didn't understand why her fate was so cruel. She was left abandoned among a pile of empty beer cans and the contempt of lunatics.
A black-haired female prisoner with her body wrapped in white bandages approached fiercely, roughly grabbing Laura's face and snapping, "Are you crying again? You've completely ruined our mood." A stinging slap landed, sending Laura tumbling with a scream of pain. This gang boss began to lose her patience, demanding to know the progress of the fog research that Laura had promised. She sarcastically mocked how she only knew how to hide in her room crying all day, suspecting, "Tell me the truth, you can't create fog, can you?" Laura trembled, tears streaming down her smudged makeup as she faced the intense interrogation. "If your research has progressed, bring the results here for us to see, or do you have nothing?" Receiving no answer from Laura, the gang boss coldly drew a sharp knife. Her eyes flashed with a cruel look. "I guessed it. How could someone like you create fog?" She laughed maniacally, asserting she never believed that nonsense, and declared Laura must be punished for daring to lie. The cold blade was already pressed against her throat. Laura screamed, "No, that's not true. I can do it. I can really create fog." Knox yelled furiously, "Shut up, you bitch. I won't let you trick me again. Disgusting. How dare you trick all of us?" Laura begged desperately in tears, "I will be able to do it." Suddenly, a giant figure with fiery lava-like hair loomed behind Knox. It was Callie, the ruler of this place. "This little bird is mine." Knox was stunned in terror by the suffocating pressure, only managing to drop a threat before slinking away. Callie roughly led Laura away and whispered hauntingly, "Let's go, my little bird." Laura was taken away as if she had just been rescued, but in reality, she was only jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Callie took Laura to a private corner of the prison, tightly hugging her like a precious toy and comforting her. "My little bird, I was only gone for a moment and you've already been bullied like this? It seems I should hold you tightly like this forever." Laura trembled, trying to stay calm to reply, "It's okay." Callie still pretended to be caring, asking if she needed any more help. In fact, this woman with a guardian-like physique was Callie, one of the strongest individuals with the nickname Berserk Queen. She possessed the ability to flex any tendon in her body to enhance her physical strength to insane levels, and painfully, the very person showing concern was the mastermind behind Laura's kidnapping. Yet from the beginning, did anyone else like me think Callie was a giant male? Callie started shifting to the main topic that made Laura's heart stop. By the way, is your research on the fog still going well? Laura stammered in fear. Fog. Callie reiterated that she had provided everything and began to show suspicion. You're not fooling me too, are you? To save her life, Laura had to lie that she was only short on time because Nox was harassing her, forcing her to dance constantly. In her heart, she screamed because in reality she knew nothing about the fog, just trying to stall for time to survive day by day. Hearing this, Callie laughed loudly with excitement. Ah, so that's it. Understood. You just need time, right? Why didn't you tell me from the beginning? Wait a moment. I will go make you and Nox reconcile with each other. Seeing Callie aggressively going to find Nox, Laura panicked and shouted, Callie, don't! She realized she had just made a fatal mistake, as Nox would surely think she had snitched to use Callie's hands to punish her. Laura trembled as she questioned what she had just said, her heart full of anxiety when thinking about the consequences. Suddenly, Callie looked back at her through the door crack with glowing mad eyes, promising that from now on her time would not be disturbed by anyone anymore.
Afraid that things had gone too far due to her slip of the tongue, Laura tried to stop it, fearing Nox's cruel revenge, but Callie just asked coldly if she regretted it now. Laura froze, her eyes rolling back in shock when she saw what Callie was holding in his hand. It was the part of the body that had been severed from Nox's neck. Callie nonchalantly dropped the trophy to the ground and declared that Nox had truly regretted it. You don't need anything else now, do you? At this rate, you're going to create fog for me. Witnessing the ruthless brutality lacking any humanity and the macabre smile of the villain, Laura went almost insane. Inside her, the screaming fear had reached its peak. There was no life preserver thrown out for this drowning person. Dante trudged through the dark alley, his entire body tightly wrapped in bandages like a mummy for disguise. Seeing his weird demeanor, 182 pressed him. What are you doing? Dante whispered, explaining that to hide a tree, one must hide it in a forest. He was trying to role-play a real prisoner to avoid being scrutinized, but his cowardice only made 182 more annoyed. He swung his hand, hitting Dante hard on the head and snapped, Hey, can you not breathe so heavily? It's annoying as hell, and you're walking too slow.
While walking, 182 suddenly stopped and declared, No more walking. He was hungry. Dante was stunned and yelled back, Huh? What do you mean? We're going to get you treated, number 182. We already passed by 2 chow halls on the way. I told you we should go eat. He couldn't help but feel fed up with the whining of his giant companion, so fully grown yet still whining for food. Deep down, Dante was always afraid that the chow hall was an extremely dangerous place, with too many prying eyes. But 182 just calmly replied with the philosophy of the strong. Eat when hungry, sleep when sleepy, punch anyone who causes trouble. Punch? What would he use to punch right now? One arm amputated, the other crippled. Dante told himself that 182's carefree days were over since his arm was ruined. He reassured himself that now that 182 could not fight, both of them had to be extremely careful when heading to the central hospital. Behind them now was an abyss. Taking just one step back meant death would be waiting. The only way was to keep moving forward. The two glided through the ruined streets, passing the sign of a mysterious information broker amidst the gloomy atmosphere of the land of fog. The road was still long and fraught with danger, and Dante reminded himself to pay close attention to every development on the road in order to reach their destination. He could no longer rely on anyone but himself, so he told himself he had to stay wide awake.
Meanwhile, a shocking truth about the prisoner management system named Fortland gradually came to light. This was a dark network of interests operated under the guise of morality, specializing in reusing the numbers of deceased prisoners for newcomers. However, through examining the pile of torn and old records, strange data appeared. The prisoner with number 182 was actually recorded as having died in chains a long time ago. And the most terrifying thing is that for the past 22 years, this system has been continuously updated, but there was absolutely no record of the number 182 being reused. So who exactly is that guy? The red-haired informant pondered. He speculated that the guy might have just picked up a dead person's dog tag to use temporarily, because number thieves are rampant here. But Slick confirmed that he actually appeared in class and was issued an official uniform. This meant that the prisoner number was real. He looked at the old photo of 182 and was amazed. If so, is it true that he isn't dead? Living to an inhumane age, no wonder his hair is completely white like that. He wondered if the guy had the power of eternal youth, or if the list just hadn't been updated in time. Even though 22 years had passed, and the information should have reached the intelligence team long ago, 182 was an unsolved mystery.
He affirmed to his subordinates that this information had been deliberately concealed, and the only ones capable of doing that could be the administration of this land. Meanwhile, Dante and 182 had reached their required destination, Dumpling Village. Was the village named after dishes here, or was it a craft village? Standing in front of an area surrounded by black curtains and bright lights, Dante exclaimed, "Dumpling Village is exactly this place. The village with the hospital is here." He asked 182 if he remembered anything, but he just coldly replied no. Dante told himself that this place definitely had what they needed, but 182 immediately warned, "Don't celebrate too soon. There are many strong people here. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets." Upon stepping inside, Dante was completely stunned to realize that this was clearly a bustling commercial district.
The sign for the central market appeared amidst a bustling trading scene. Dante was stunned to realize that this place had an electrical system and a fully functioning, incredibly crowded economy. Analyzing the map, he noticed that while all the other villages were under the control of leaders, for some reason there were no records of which gang ruled this village. Having narrowly escaped death so many times after trusting strangers, Dante reminded himself not to be careless no matter what, because the more a region lacked information, the more cautious he had to be. According to the map, this land was vaster than he thought, with many sub-districts like Sonfield Village or the Tower area. But the most important destination was the medical center, located in the middle of Mindu Village. Dante told himself that the necessary thing to do now was to get there immediately to treat number 182. He hurriedly signaled, "Number 182, get into the alley first." However, Dante was shocked to realize that number 182 had wandered off and was standing in front of a food stall since who knows when. He casually requested, "Just one is fine." Dante panicked in his mind. What is number 182 doing? The stall owner, with a massive build and a square face like stone, coldly stated the price. 1 dumpling, 0.10 grams of fog. In response, number 182 just bluntly said, "I don't have money." Why is it that whenever food is involved, he becomes as naive as a child? Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, throwing the whole market into chaos.
The shop owner roared furiously, "So you turn out to be a thief." The surrounding crowd began to whisper in astonishment. "A thief? He's a thief? That's crazy. Is he trying to rob the famous traditional dumpling shop?" Dante panicked, clutching his head tightly, and desperately denied. "Being framed as a thief? No, I didn't do that. I didn't steal anything." The shop owner loomed forward, glaring down threateningly. "Are you planning to get the dumpling, which is the soul and history of this village, for free? You brat, do you think the dumpling was a joke to you?" In his dire peril, Dante hurriedly rushed forward, bowing his head in apology. I'm sorry, I will apologize on his behalf." But the shop owner absolutely refused to let it go. He raised a sharp knife, pointing straight at Dante, shouting, "And who are you? Are you his thieving accomplice too?" Dante frantically made up an excuse to salvage the situation. "No, it's not like that. My younger brother is very sick. He has a mental problem." However, the shop owner was still not appeased. He roared, "If not a thief, then what? Or a robber? He's even wearing a suspicious mask. Why does that mask look so weird?" Dante could only silently bemoan in his head as the shop owner incited the crowd to charge forward. "You bastards! In this village there is absolutely no place for wicked scum. Deal with him for me." Dante looked at the dozens of people rushing at them with a bitter heart. Is my life really going to end here? "That's enough," an authoritative voice rang out, causing the ferocious shop owner to freeze immediately. The crowd parted to make way for a tiny old woman with a strange dumpling-shaped head, walking forward with her hands clasped behind her back. The shop owner bowed deeply in great respect. Yes, greetings to the elder of Dumpling Village. It turned out the village was indeed named after its traditional craft.
The old woman approached Dante and kindly asked, "Is your younger brother sick?" Seeing Dante still bewildered, she looked down at 182's casted arm and pondered. "So that's how it is. An injured arm, right?" The shopkeeper still tried to explain. "That's not it, master. These brats were planning to steal the dumplings." But the old woman immediately brushed it off, stating that with such a pitiful condition, where would they get the strength to steal and rob? She ordered, "You two follow me." Even though she commented that the 2 masked guys looked quite scary, she could still feel the appearance of good kids. She decided to ignore the previous commotion and treated both of them to a hearty dumpling meal. In a slightly dimly lit room, Dante and 182 rushed in to devour the food like 2 starving ghosts. The old woman explained that she always tried to keep the village peaceful to maintain her living by selling dumplings. Dante chewed while apologizing. "Sorry that we caused a commotion." He continuously praised the rich flavor of the dish and curiously asked about the source of the ingredients. The old woman calmly replied, "Well, I get them from the leftover food bins in the chow hall. Where else?" The old woman still proudly affirmed that the dumplings were the village's pride, making many people travel from all over to come here to enjoy them. Oh, I wonder if these 2 guys will still praise it as delicious or not dare to throw up in front of her. Hee hee. Then she lowered her voice and added, "Of course there are also people who come here for other reasons, such as to find the hospital."
Dante was shocked when the old woman hit the nail on the head. You guys also came here looking for the hospital, right? Looking at 182's swollen arm with scars crisscrossing like tree roots, the old woman advised, if so, then give up that intention. Dante was stunned by the mysterious warning. The old woman looked deep into his eyes and revealed a chilling truth. That place is no longer a hospital. Now we call that place the Demon King's Castle.
Dante was shocked and exclaimed, "The Demon King's castle? What is the Demon King's castle?" The old woman warned in a low voice that there was an extremely dangerous entity living inside. It was the one that caused all the terrible things related to a rook in the city wall. She advised, "It is best that you two do not get close even a little bit, because no one has ever met the Demon King and lived to return." Dante asked doubtfully, "Do you mean the gang leaders over there?" The old woman shook her head, affirming that the truth was even more terrifying. "Not to that extent, but even getting close to that place is impossible. How is this any different from breaking over the fence and escaping?" Dante still did not give up. He pressed, "Wait, what about the doctors there?" The old woman replied with a harsh truth, that there was no one there. Dante pleaded, "We really need to see a doctor at all costs." However, the old woman remained resolute. "There are no doctors. According to what I know, that's just how it is." She advised them to rest for the night and leave at dawn, because that place was no longer a hospital. That night, at a shabby motel, Dante tossed and turned restlessly. He anxiously asked himself, what did she mean? What exactly happened here? Could it be that the so-called Demon King killed all the doctors? Still tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Dante turned to ask his companion, "Number 182, when did you see the doctor?" Receiving the answer a long time ago, Dante was curious to know the details about the hospital situation at that time. Number 182's eyes looked distant as he began to tell the past of when he lost his arm. Dante was stunned when he heard 182 recall that moment. In extreme hunger and dizziness, 182 had waded through hardships to find the hospital for treatment.
182 recalled that at that time he bluntly demanded, "Doctor, fix my arm." Hearing this, Dante was speechless. Wait a minute, did you really say that?" 182 calmly confirmed and recounted the doctor's rude reaction. "The arm? You want me to fix it right away? Idiot." He said exactly that. Dante could only sigh. "I really have no words." The story became even crazier when 182 revealed, "Then I punched him." Dante was shocked and fearful. 182 continued, "So he punched me back, then I punched him again." Dante was sweating profusely, trembling as he asked, "You didn't kill the doctor, did you?" and received a short answer, "Didn't kill him." Going to the hospital and having the doctor and patient punch each other like that? It's a miracle you're still alive, 182. 182 pondered, reminiscing about the past. He recounted that the very same doctor had taught him an unforgettable lesson. He bitterly recalled, "He even punched me one more time like this, and I fell right there." The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. 182 decisively declared, "Then now I have to go and punch him back." Dante panicked and shouted, "Huh? What? Who are you going to punch?" He worriedly reminded him that even the whereabouts of that doctor were now obscure, not to mention the village chief's warning about an abandoned hospital with no survivors. 182 clicked his tongue mysteriously, his eyes suddenly narrowing in intense focus. Before Dante's bewildered gaze, he calmly asserted, "I hear it, the doctor's voice." In the quiet space, the sharp clicking sounds of metal medical instruments began to echo. A hand holding surgical scissors was performing professional, yet terrifyingly precise cutting motions in the darkness.
Neither of them gave up on their original intention. They advanced together toward the Noah Medical Center, which was now nothing but a gloomy and desolate structure. The scene that appeared was extremely disastrous, with barbed wire fences tangled up and covered in long, dark red stains. Dante walked trembling among the corpses lying scattered on the cold ground, crying out in horror, "Dead bodies everywhere! Everywhere! It's terrifying!" From dry bones that had rotted away for a long time to bodies that had just recently died, all were entangled in the barbed wire like a warning of death. Dante was shocked to realize that the old woman from Dumpling Village was not wrong. This place had truly turned into a living hell on earth, rather than a hospital. He hesitated to ask again to confirm. "Hey, number 182, are you sure there's actually a doctor here?" 182 still firmly asserted that he heard his voice. At this moment, Dante just realized that 182 possessed an absurdly sharp sense of hearing, able to clearly hear extremely small sounds from afar. Standing in front of the tightly closed door, Dante held his breath, listening to the strange noises coming from inside, and bewilderedly asked himself, "What is that sound? Is it the doctor's voice?" Dante suspiciously looked at his companion, who was casually whistling, and hesitantly asked, "Is that really the doctor's voice?" 182 just dropped a nonchalant sentence. "I don't know." Dante began to suspect the other's special ability. "Or maybe you have some sort of talent, like an unusually sensitive sense of hearing?" In response to that curiosity was still 182's indifferent attitude. I don't know. I don't have those kinds of nonsense talents. Dante still didn't give up. He was certain that 182 could hear sounds that normal people couldn't, and that was the reason he always claimed he was fine. Faced with the relentless questioning about his true ability, 182 snapped. I told you I don't. Two complete opposites. One wanted to ask at all costs. The other refused to answer clearly.
To verify, Dante silently covered his mouth tightly with his hand, not making any sound. Suddenly, 182 turned back to glare at him with blue glowing eyes full of pressure. Dante startled, hurriedly waving his hand. I was just kidding. Dante was shocked to realize that even though he only moved his lips and made almost no sound, 182 could still hear it clearly. He silently affirmed, then it's obvious that you really have the ability of acute hearing. Standing before the threshold, Dante pondered whether this place was currently the Demon King's castle or truly a hospital to save Cupil. He told himself the only way was to venture in there himself to find the answer. Noah Medical Center appeared desolate with dark red stains scattered all over the entrance. Dante quickly pulled 182 to hide behind a large rock. He carefully observed and then asked softly, Do you hear anyone saying anything in there? Receiving a confirmatory nod, Dante asked again to make sure the other party still remembered the discussed plan.
182 calmly repeated the mission, knock on the door and then hide as fast as possible. If the person stepping out is not a doctor, then look for the teacher and then run away. Dante gave a satisfied smile. Very good. Let's go then. The plan called the Ding Dong Ditch campaign is officially activated. Back in the day, whenever my friends and I saw a house with a gate bell, we would gather to ring it to tease them all day. Dante silently calculated. Beside the sharp sense of hearing, 182's speed was not inferior to Rambutan's, so letting him go scout would help him check the situation inside in the safest way. Hiding behind the cliff, Dante's heart beat continuously as he looked at 182's back trudging toward the gloomy hospital door. 182 rushed forward, delivered a strong kick to the hospital door, and quickly retreated to the hiding spot according to the Ding Dong Ditch plan. Dante held his breath observing from behind the cliff, but absolutely no one stepped out of the gloomy building. He asked impatiently, No one came out at all? Receiving a shake of the head from 182, Dante wondered if there was really no sound inside. He urged, Then you go try again. You have to knock harder than this. Following the order, 182 rushed off again, delivered another kick, and dashed back to the original position. Their teamwork made me think of mischievous kids teasing adults, everyone. However, the Noah Medical Center building remained terrifyingly silent. Dante began to lose patience. He snapped, Still no sound inside this time? He doubtfully asked again about the doctor sound that 182 had firmly confirmed earlier. Thinking that 182 hadn't done it properly, Dante decided, maybe I will go try again. I will knock even harder. Before Dante could make a move, 182 suddenly launched his body, delivering an earth-shattering kick aimed straight at the glass door. The sound of shattered glass echoed through the space, leaving Dante gaping in astonishment at this impulsive action.
Dante screamed in panic. This is madness. What the hell is he doing? Looking at the rubble in front of him, he anxiously called out 182's name but saw no response. From the darkness of the hospital lobby, a heady pressure began to radiate, making Dante tremble and hide more carefully. He cried out, Do you hear what I'm saying? Come out here quickly. Suddenly, a dark shadow rushed out from the shattered glass, sending everything flying around and creating a chaotic scene. His mind was in turmoil at the menacing appearance. Damn it, what the hell is this? The Demon King? Finally, they succeeded in probing to see if anyone was inside, but things went further than he thought. Amidst the broken glass, a pair of legs slowly stepped out. Dante held his breath, his eyes wide open when he saw a hand expertly twirling a sharp pair of surgical scissors. A man with a face full of stitched scars, wearing a white blouse and dark blue pants, gradually emerged from the dust and smoke. He looked around with an extremely annoyed expression, his sharp, cold eyes sweeping over the scene as he growled, These bastards are annoying me too much. Dante was stunned when facing the killing intent of the newly appeared person. He muttered to himself in astonishment, A doctor? The doctor, named Mason, glanced coldly and asked with sheer disdain, Did you come looking for Dr. Mason? Receiving a nod of confirmation from 182, the latter immediately made a direct demand, Fix this arm for me. However, the response to that urgency was just a spine-chilling threat. I give you 3 seconds. Get lost if you don't want to die.
Seeing the situation wasn't right given his teammates' rigid and blunt attitude, Dante hid behind and quickly whispered a reminder. Hey, speak a little more politely. Make yourself look as pathetic as possible. Hearing this, 182 immediately tried to correct his words. Fix my arm a bit. I'm hurting here. The doctor silently observed, then sarcastically asked why he had to do unpaid work for a stranger. At the naive answer, Because I'm hurting, why else? Mason roughly grabbed 182's head and pressed him about a thank you gift. He gave a faint laugh, contemptuously asking if 182 thought he deserved to be treated like a human being, when in reality he was nothing more than a criminal. 182 remained firm in his simple logic. You are a doctor. Mason glared back with murderous intent. So what? I'm a doctor, but what does a guy like you being in pain have to do with me? Right after that, 182 suddenly threw a powerful punch, but it was blocked by the doctor. Dante could only stare wide-eyed in terror as he witnessed the violent scene unfolding right before his eyes. Mason held 182's leg and coldly stated, "Yeah, I knew it." He asserted in a harsh voice that this was exactly how the uncultured behaved, those who had lost all sense of shame and only knew how to use violence. Mason launched a series of powerful attacks, creating blinding dust explosions and sending rubble flying all over the scene. Seeing 182 still manage to dodge despite being heavily injured, the doctor appeared quite surprised. "Oh, fierce, you can dodge?" He sarcastically asked whether with such a crippled arm, 182 still had enough strength to avoid his attacks. Then he immediately launched a vicious strike with terrifying spinning speed. Mason coldly commented, "Nice kick." He was still unharmed by 182's attack. Immediately he tightly grabbed 182's leg and slammed him hard to the ground. The impact created a massive shockwave, shattering the rubble. Dante lay flat in a corner, his glasses knocked off, while he could only watch the lopsided battle in horror. Mason pinned 182 down into the debris and threw a sarcastic remark. "But what do we do now? Next your legs won't be usable either. Now what the hell can you do, you broken-armed bastard?" However, in that perilous moment, 182 suddenly surged up with unimaginable speed. He closed the distance and grabbed tightly onto Mason, causing the doctor to gasp in disbelief and utter bewilderment.
Despite his arm being severely injured, 182 used all of his remaining strength to lunge forward and bite down hard on Mason's arm. Once hovering between life and death, with a fierce will to live, they will find every way to survive. Mason stared at the one frantically attacking him with his teeth and sneered, "Using your jaw to bite my arm? How interesting." The doctor's eyes glowed with a blue light, full of excitement at the opponent's fierce and wild resistance. Immediately he pulled out sharp surgical needles and repeatedly stabbed them into 182's body. After throwing his opponent away, Mason stood tall. He began to analyze 182's body structure from the jaw muscles, abdominal obliques to the glutes with a sick craving. Mason aimed straight at the opponent's weak point and coldly remarked, "Leg muscles." Immediately, 182's legs gave out. He collapsed onto the cracked ground before the overwhelming power. Mason held up the sharp surgical scissors high, smiling cruelly. Tendons must be cut like this. There, he loomed over the helpless 182 and growled, "I told you, I gave you 3 seconds. You should have just screwed off." Seeing his teammate completely defeated by the opponent and hanging by a thread, unable to just stand and watch any longer, Dante rushed out and shouted loudly, "Ah!" Mason stopped in surprise. Dante also frantically pleaded, "Doctor, please stop. Calm down. We are not here to cause trouble. We came to find a doctor to treat an illness." Mason looked at Dante with contemptuous eyes. "So, who are you? Are you also the same type as that bug?" Dante stammered, Actually, I'm not even sure if this is a hospital." Mason coldly replied that if they were sick, they should just continue living their miserable lives and then die to relieve the burden, because a natural death is what truly suits prisoners. Dante trembled, realizing the intense hatred this doctor had for those who bear numbers. In a final effort, Dante gambled, "What if I'm not a prisoner?" Mason was suspicious. "Are you starting to talk nonsense?" Dante hurriedly pointed to his eyes and affirmed, "Look at this. I have never been involved with fog. I am a 100% normal person." This truth made Mason stunned. Normal person? Huh? Then what is a normal person doing wandering into the middle of nowhere like this? Wandering? I was kidnapped here, sir. Dante quickly explained about the prisoner education project he participated in, and then getting stuck because of a riot. He earnestly said, "You are a doctor, right? I need your help." Hearing this, Mason suddenly burst into laughter. "A project teaching prisoners, is that so? Ha, that is truly freaking interesting." Dante hurriedly showed his tie as proof. "It is real. Do you see this tie? It is from Stefan Lucy, Italy's top suit brand. The pants, too. How could a prisoner get their hands on these things?" Mason retracted his smile and asked directly, "So, in short, what do you want help with?" Dante urgently asked the doctor to call the control center to save him, then pointed at the dying 182, "And if there is still time, please treat this person, too." Mason looked at 182 and asked, "So is this guy also a teacher?" The unexpected question made him a bit confused. Wanting to save 182, Dante could only close his eyes and nod. "Yes, that is right, a teacher, a physical education teacher." He hoped this title would make the doctor less suspicious of 182's hidden strength. Meanwhile, in another dark area, the entity named Bone Eater with a giant physique was looming among the ruined structures. He muttered creepily about the appointed day having arrived, and the one with the ocean flavor he had been craving was right nearby. Facing the suffocating pressure, Kasim trembling justified that the two of them originally never set a clear date. However, Bone Eater only coldly replied with a haunting declaration, "I already told you, whenever I miss your flavor, I will come." Beads of sweat ran down Kasim's face. He had to play his last card to keep his life. Dumpling Village. There is an informant in Dumpling Village reporting that he is there. Immediately, Bone Eater roared with excitement, his eyes glowing with a crazy blue light, knowing the prey was in Dumpling Village. He led his minions and rushed away, leaving behind a deadly blue fog covering the space.
When there was no longer any sign of Bone Eater's gang, Kasim's subordinate dared to speak up, anxiously asking if giving high-level information for free to Bone Eater was okay, especially when they were working for Hound. Kasim snapped in extreme fear. "So what? Do you want me to offer my own body for him to eat?" Despite the subordinate's attempt to persuade him about Kasim's position as the exclusive news distribution intermediary at Building 10, he still could not help but shudder. Kasim was haunted by the bizarre sounds coming from Bone Eater's stomach and affirmed that he no longer had the mind to think deeply. He clearly understood that all unwritten rules or the control center's supervision became meaningless in front of that terrifying entity.
Because the only thing that could control and guide that bastard was pure gluttony. Bone Eater led an army of grotesque masked guys, frantically rushing through the desolate streets and the gloomy fog. He extended his long, craving tongue, ready to tear apart anyone who stood in his way to satisfy his endless hunger. He was like a monster starved for 1,000 years who had just escaped from its cage. Stepping into the campus of the Noah Medical Center, the gruesome scene with red stains scattered right in front of the entrance made Kang Dante shudder. His eyes widened in terror as he observed the desolation of this place. Moving inside, the gloomy space with cracked walls and full of cobwebs made Dante silently assess. This place looks so old, just like a decaying abandoned house. He sat quietly next to number 182, who was lying motionless on the operating table, his heart full of doubt. Is a shabby place like this really a hospital? What the hell kind of thing did they build here?
Suddenly, Dante was startled when a figure appeared. The doctor, putting on medical gloves, calmly remarked, "This injury is not too serious. You just need treatment to recover to normal, right?" Dante hurriedly stood up and awkwardly introduced himself. "I'm a little late in introducing myself. My name is Kang Dante." Seeing Dante about to touch the equipment, the doctor immediately warned, "Don't touch that, it'll get infected," making him exclaim in confusion. Dante looked at the other's face full of stitched scars and politely said, "Nice to meet you, Dr. Mason." The doctor waved his hand. "Just call me by my name. No need to be so formal." He glanced at 182, who was lying there faintly breathing, and asked, "And what is that person's name?" While happily chatting, Dante froze at the question. He didn't even know 182's name, only calling him by his prisoner number. Dante looked at a nearby stone statue and came up with a name. Dante pointed at 182 and answered loudly, "His name is David." The doctor narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "Are you a physical education teacher? Why do you speak so fiercely?" Dante awkwardly tried to change the subject. "Actually, I've heard some strange rumors about this place." To Mason's question, "Rumors about what?" Dante hesitantly revealed, "Something like a demon king is hiding here, plus the fact that this hospital looks too dilapidated. Did something happen here?" The doctor's face suddenly became serious. "Yes, something happened here. For that reason, I have to refuse your request to contact his management bureau." Dante was stunned by the flat refusal, while Mason added in a deep voice, "Because my situation here is no different from yours, even myself."
The doctor looked straight at Dante and revealed a shocking truth, that he was also being held captive in this place. Seeing another person just like himself, Dante exclaimed in astonishment. Wait a minute, what do you mean trapped here? Aren't you someone who works for the management bureau? Then why are you... Harolyn arranged the sharp surgical instruments while explaining. "It's true that I am on the payroll of the management bureau, but you are misunderstanding. I was just dispatched here on a mission. It must have been 4 years ago. I came here to practice my surgical skills." Harolyn recounted asked in a low voice. At that time, many people came here, including interns like him and doctors transferred from other departments. But just a short time later, all of them were killed because a death row inmate suddenly went crazy. Dante was stunned to hear the doctor confirm. "The only survivor is me." He hesitantly asked what happened after that. Didn't they try to find a way to rescue him? Harolyn looked at him with sharp eyes. If they rescued me, do you think I would have been stuck here for 4 whole years? Dante wondered. "I heard that because the fog was too thick, the rescue work encountered obstacles." Harolyn looked at him with hidden meaning. "Because of the fog? Have you still not realized it?" Dante, being a newcomer, was indeed still naive. He didn't know much about this bizarre place. He revealed a cruel truth about those who truly belonged to the management bureau, the masked people walking around there like it was a daily routine. Dante stood silently in the darkness as he realized the bitter truth. It wasn't that they couldn't find us, but that they intentionally abandoned us here.
The scene outside the hospital was desolate, with name tags hanging loosely like nameless graves amidst the smoky fog. Dante sat with his head bowed in front of the operating room. He bitterly admitted that it was true. Right from the entrance, the fog had covered densely, but they were completely unequipped with any protective gear. Everyone present at that time had inhaled that toxic fog. So from the very beginning, innocent people like him had been mercilessly pushed in here by them. Dante recalled the faces of the guards in the fog. He had never seen the shadow of a single gas mask. The only thing the soldiers used was ordinary medical masks. He wondered who those people actually were. Could it be they weren't from the management bureau? Harlan, holding the surgical scalpel, reiterated his abandoned status. Belong to the management bureau? I was also just dispatched here under similar orders. Everyone has perished. Dante could only stand frozen in absolute silence. Dante sat motionless in the darkness, his mind in turmoil with doubts. What if even those people were deceived? He questioned himself in despair. Why was I brought here? The memories of that fateful day rushed back, when they said they were short of a teacher and needed someone truly capable, someone who could adapt and start over in any circumstance. They affirmed they needed such a great figure to carry out the mission. Right from that moment, they had implied unimaginable things, but he naively thought it was just simple encouragement. The image of the ID card of William Cox, field envoy of the International Alliance, Crater Management Bureau, appeared as evidence for the beginning of the chain of tragedies.
In the luxurious room, William Cox, with a face full of wrinkles and round glasses, boldly declared, "As the leader of the special delegation, I am here to meet you." Calling him Mr. Kong, he politely apologized for the sudden unannounced visit, leaving Dante to awkwardly reply, "It's nothing." Dante silently wondered why people from the International Alliance wanted to meet him, someone living in an apartment that seemed much simpler than his actual family background. William Cox smiled cryptically. "What? Aren't you the precious son of the two renowned doctors, Edward Kong and Selina Kong? Your family has always been famous for its wealth for a long time." Dante hastily denied, "But that is not the wealth I created. Moreover, I moved out to live independently a long time ago." He suspiciously asked if they came regarding a matter related to his parents, but William just gave a faint smile. Whose son? That's not it. In the face of questions about his parents, they quickly glossed over the matter. He looked straight into Dante's eyes and affirmed, "The target we are looking for is you, Kong Dante." Dante was stunned to hear William list the details of his past, about how he refused to take over his father's research career to choose the path of becoming a teacher to educate young children. Dante could only hesitantly confirm, "Yes, well, that is correct." William suddenly clapped his hands in enthusiastic praise. "That is truly a remarkable action. Despite having all the best opportunities and favorable conditions, you still gave them up to follow your own ideals, even when you are carrying such an elite genetic code within you." He placed his hand on the file of the Crater Management Bureau and declared, "You are exactly the ideal model we have been looking for so long." William approached and asked, "Are you interested in the job we are about to propose?" He handed over a file about an inmate education project, making Dante shocked. What is this? William explained that IPAX is the International Prison System Alliance, and they wanted to invite him to take charge of a long-term education project there. Dante stammered, "A prison? You mean in a detention camp?" William confirmed and emphasized that a prison is a place where hope or dreams struggle to exist, so they really needed a talented and open-minded person like him. Dante silently wondered why everyone praised him so excessively. Then he decisively said, "I don't consider this job inferior to my background." Hearing that Dante's answer seemed agreeable, William continued to pour sweet words into Dante's ears. "That's exactly it. That quality is truly precious. It's indeed the demeanor of the Dante I know. I believe you are a great person who can awaken the seeds of hope, whether that place is a paradise or a living hell." Finally, he managed to catch the big fish, everyone. Back to the present, Harlan held a sharp surgical scalpel, coldly looking at 182, who was currently being called by the name David, and reminded him, "Hey David, you've seen the current condition of the hospital. There's no anesthesia here. Can you endure it?" In response to that cruelty was only a short, brave answer from 182. "Yeah, fine." The surgery began immediately in extremely lacking conditions. Harlan started working and declared, "But in return, the damaged areas, I will thoroughly treat them all at once." The doctor's eyes shone abnormally. He focused intensely on every cut, performing movements so fast that the naked eye could hardly keep up. Time quietly passed while Harlan frantically performed surgery like a robot, intervening in every muscle fiber, blood vessel, and body structure of 182 with chilling precision. The scene became extremely gruesome as the doctor performed horrific medical techniques, reconstructing the heavily devastated body parts of the opponent.
The dry, clashing sound of metal echoed as Mason finished his work and placed his tools down on the tray. 182's entire body, from his neck and abdominal muscles to his thigh adductors and calf muscles, had been wrapped in white bandages to immobilize the thoroughly treated areas. Mason let go of his tools and coldly announced, "Everything has been completely reconnected." He looked at 182, who was lying motionless with his eyes rolled back, and asked softly, "You haven't passed out yet, have you?" Not a single groan. Quite impressive. However, the doctor's gaze suddenly stopped at 182's swollen arm. He pressed, That arm, you said it was broken, right? It looks a bit swollen. Since the x-ray machine was already broken, Mason decided to open up the wound to check it directly. He ordered 182. Open your mouth wide.
Harolyn began to lower the surgical scalpel and reminded him, try to grit your teeth and bear it. However, as soon as the wound was opened, Harolyn was completely shocked by the sight inside. He was stunned to realize that the bones had been completely shattered, as if after being injured, it had to endure other extremely powerful impacts. Witnessing that scene, Harolyn couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "What the hell did you do to get yourself into this state?" He began to inspect the soft tissues and used forceps to remove the bone fragments. Suddenly, Harolyn stopped in astonishment. What is going on here? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the fragments attaching themselves back to the bone. But then he realized an even more terrifying truth. No, those fragments, they're automatically finding their way back to their original positions. Harolyn stood frozen before the inhuman healing ability of the person lying on the operating table. Outside the operating room, Kang Dante was anxiously waiting on the bench. Seeing the door open, he hastily stood up. Is the surgery over? Harolyn walked out menacingly, carrying the unconscious number 182 on his shoulder with a face full of murderous intent. He glared at Dante and snarled, "You brat, are you tired of living? You've got a lot of nerve. How dare you trick me into treating a bunch of prisoners?" Dante was stunned, cold sweat running down as he realized his lie had been completely exposed. Dante panicked and rushed forward to stop him when he saw Harolyn carrying number 182 on his shoulder with malicious intent. "Wait a minute. What are you doing, doctor?" The doctor roared furiously. "Get out right now. I'm going to throw this thing away to save myself the trouble." His mind raced continuously. How did he know that information? Did number 182 slip up? No, he's currently incapable of talking. Dante was shocked to realize an even more terrifying truth. Or did he realize that number 182 had been here before? This is ruined. Harolyn roughly threw number 182 onto the cracked floor and snarled, "What kind of physical education teacher are you? Could I have seen it wrong? With this kind of talent, what kind of teacher are you?" Seeing number 182 tossed on the ground, Dante couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "Hey, what kind of crazy thing are you doing? After all, a doctor shouldn't treat a patient like that, right? This is going too far." Immediately, Harolyn roughly grabbed Dante's collar, forcing him to face his murderous aura.
He roared, "You are the one who is outrageous. Which brat are you? Are you really a teacher?" Dante trembled, but still tried to affirm, "That's exactly how it is." Mason pressed with suspicion, "If so, why are you walking with a prisoner?" Dante looked towards 182 and firmly replied, "He has bailed me out many times. That is someone I can place my trust in. In the midst of this chaotic nest, there is still some trust." Upon hearing that, Mason flashed a crazy and sarcastic smile. "Trust? Have you not tasted the horror of this place yet? Or is your mind completely insane?" Dante gritted his teeth. He internally understood exactly what kind of hell this place actually was, where people like Laichi and Rambutan had to tragically lose their lives. Dante looked straight into the doctor's eyes and said in a low voice, "That is exactly why I have to make my decision as carefully as possible, to see who is truly worthy of trust. Because alone, I cannot accomplish anything. You also need some help, right? Do you plan to just bury your head in this place for the rest of your life?" Mason looked at his hands covered in red marks and coldly admitted, "Yeah, I do intend to do that. All those detainees, up to the prisoners, I don't put my trust in any of them. You should choose that way of living too. It would be better for you. Anyway, it's still better than wandering out there and dying in a ditch." He looked at Dante and made a surprising offer. "Just stay here. If you want shelter, I'll spare you a corner. Absolute safety will be guaranteed. Of course." Mason coldly affirmed that trusting a prisoner is something that will never happen. He looked at 182 with disdain and told Dante to use his head to think things through thoroughly instead of just rushing headlong to his death. In Dante's mind, warnings about delays and stupidity from the past returned like a haunting phantom, reminding him of irreparable mistakes. Right after that, the escape from the hospital took place in extreme struggle. Dante had to strain himself to carry 182 on his back, painstakingly climbing over a steep, blood-soaked slope. Panting and frustrated, he demanded, "What kind of mess did you make to let the old doctor find out? Can't you just lie still for a bit?" 182 weakly replied that he didn't do anything, making Dante scream in astonishment. 182 still insisted he was innocent, but right after that, he accidentally let drool fall right on Dante's head. He yelled out in disgust, "So gross! It's drool!" Dante scolded that it was because of 182's troublemaking that the doctor went crazy and caused a scene, but his companion stubbornly denied it. Too angry, Dante shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth right now!" Suddenly, Dante slipped, and both of them tumbled down the steep slope, painfully crashing into sharp rocks. Lying flat on the ground, Dante complained about the misery of the hospital being built on this bizarre slope. He weakly demanded to throw away the burden weighing on his shoulders, because he didn't have enough strength to keep walking. Dante screamed in frustration, "Oh my God, I'm about to pass out." He blamed 182 for not looking at the current situation and not being cooperative at all, while he had spent so much effort escaping the hospital just for him.
Dante bitterly realized that his cautious decision had ultimately led to a foolish path.
"Hey, young man," a voice interrupted Dante's delirium as he was lying flat on the ground. The old woman from Dumpling Village and her giant subordinate suddenly appeared on the slope filled with dark red stains. She looked at the two scruffy guys and asked, "What are you doing in this area?" Dante was shocked to recognize his benefactor. The group quickly moved to a dilapidated motel called Mongol Hotel to take refuge. Here, the giant carefully laid 182 down on the bed under Dante's anxious observation. The old woman angrily began to scold. "I warned you so much, yet you still ran headfirst into it." Dante could only bow his head in apology. The old woman looked at 182 lying motionless and felt pity. "Look at this miserable state. From a perfectly healthy person to someone who can't even walk on his own now. What did you guys have to face?" Her eyes stopped at 182's arm wrapped in white bandages, and she asked doubtfully, "Or was he taken away to undergo treatment?"
Dante hesitantly replied, no, the treatment process was not finished yet. But when he looked closely at 18-2's arm, he was shocked to realize a miraculous change. Come to think of it, all the swelling has gone down completely, and it is even bandaged very carefully and neatly. The image of Dr. Harrelin's lonely back appeared in his mind. Dante secretly wondered, what is wrong with that doctor? Is the treatment completed like this? How on earth did he do that? The old woman revealed in a low voice, normally Harrelin would absolutely never accept treating any prisoner. Dante asked curiously, "It seems you know Dr. Harrelin very well." He turned to question the old woman. "Why did you hide the fact that there was a doctor there? What demon king's castle? I don't think he is as fierce as the rumors say. He even showed us the way to leave on our own. The rumors are exaggerated. Meeting him was actually quite chill." The old woman sighed, her eyes looking into the distance, full of sorrow. "We simply didn't want the prisoners to bother him. We have no intention of deceiving you, but that is a story from a long time ago, a time when that place was still open and operating as a real hospital." Dante secretly understood that this fogland was nothing more than a giant garbage dump sheltering useless people abandoned by society. Having a medical facility located here was indeed a great luxury, but the Noah Medical Center was once a gathering place for people with truly kind hearts. Although the residents of Fogland were all savage, dirty, and despicable, those doctors still dedicatedly cared for and treated them in the most thoughtful way without the slightest bit of prejudice.
They did not look at that ragged appearance, they looked at the life inside each person. It was that sincerity that gradually changed the nature of the people in this village. Joyful cheers echoed in the old woman's memory. "Hey, are you bringing dumplings as a gift again? These were just steamed, still piping hot, Director." The director smiled kindly and called inside. "Harrelin," that was Mason's former name, "come here quickly, son. Come eat the dumplings while they're hot." Harrelin at that time was just a tired young man leaning back in his chair after prolonged surgeries. "Oh my goodness, you just had surgery and haven't fully healed yet, but you're already sitting there making dumplings? You really are stubborn, never listening to the doctor." "Well, I feel so grateful, so I wanted to find a way to repay you a little bit. The hospital isn't lacking in food and drinks anyway, right?" "That is true. After all, you all come from the outside world, so there must be many delicious and exotic foods, right? How is your condition lately, sir? Is your movement more flexible than before?" "Of course it is. It depends on the skills of the doctor who operated on me, right? Look, aren't the dumplings I made top-notch?" Looking at that innocent smile, Harrelin gave a gentle, contented smile. At that time, the outcasts truly felt they were treated as human beings. In return for that sincerity, some people made food to share, some scavenged for scrap to give as gifts, and a few foolish ones even brought precious fog spheres to give to the doctors. The fog began to accumulate gradually inside the hospital, and that was exactly the origin of all disasters. Because of the bottomless greed of those who wanted to seize the fog, a brutal massacre took place right at the place that used to be a symbol of mercy. By the time the villagers discovered the incident, the sky had already brightened. They called out in shock, "Doctor, Dr. Lee!" But the only response was a dead silence. The old woman was horrified when she saw the tragic scene, hurriedly ordering an inspection of the hospital rooms, but all were now empty. The prisoners had disappeared without a trace.
The old woman bitterly realized that this was undoubtedly caused by the group of prisoners being treated here. Those ungrateful beasts had viciously attacked the very people who saved their lives. In desperation, she earnestly begged everyone to search for survivors. And finally, they found Mason. He lay there in an incredibly miserable condition, even though the villagers hastily found cloth to stop the bleeding, with the sole hope of saving him at all costs. But Mason, trembling, chased them away. "Don't touch me. Get out of my sight." In so much agony that even being saved felt like being stabbed, he screamed in pain. "Get out of my sight, you vicious demons." His mind and spirit were completely shattered into 100 pieces. The old woman painfully admitted that in the end they couldn't do anything to help him, and that condition has persisted until now. Hearing this, Dante asked in shock, but if he was in that situation, how could he survive?
The old woman explained in a deep voice that it was because he had come into contact with fog, escaping death only to get stuck in a harder stage, even though it was unclear what kind of monstrous ability he had acquired. In the end, Mason had overcome death by himself to survive. He had struggled so hard to keep his life, yet he had to suffer an agony even worse than death. In the middle of the gloomy and lonely hospital building, Harolyn was now nothing but a shadow of the past. He sat quietly among the tattered empty cans, silently shoveling spoonfuls of food in the dark with lifeless eyes, carrying hatred and unhealable emotional wounds. In the memories of those rare, peaceful days at the hospital, the doctors were enjoying simple dumplings together. One softly commented, "Food repurposed from leftovers, yet the taste is actually quite good. Don't call it trash. I heard they carefully selected the good remaining ingredients to prepare it." The calm, bespectacled head doctor reminded them, "Everything is scarce in this place. The fact that they do this shows a lot of heart. You should mind your words, lest the patients hear and feel hurt." Harolyn just sighed softly, feeling unaccustomed to these realistic sounds after a long time in prison, wondering why they had to put on these useless acts. His eyes turned toward the glowing pile of blue fog, stacked as high as a mountain in the corner of the room. The conversation shifted to the mysterious nature of fog. A doctor wondered, "They say when it erupts, it produces terrifying energy. What kind of ideology is this fog that makes people so addicted to it?" His colleague could only shake his head, because even the scientists were still struggling to understand it. They questioned why that pile of fog hadn't been cleaned up, and worried that the delusional inmates out there would cause negative impacts. Outside the window, a figure wearing a gas mask silently glided by. A doctor clicked his tongue. "Why should we bother thinking so deeply? That's the responsibility of the International Alliance. Surely they have it all figured out." The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly torn apart by a continuous blaring alarm. The loudspeaker screamed, "Emergency alert! Emergency alert! There is a patient in critical condition!" A doctor frantically rushed down the corridor toward room 203. Shouts rang out, "How's the pulse?" A nurse panicked and reported, "Very weak. It has dropped below 40. The chief doctor urgently ordered, "Quickly, increase the dopamine dose." Looking at the patient falling into a hopeless state, Harolyn asked blankly, "In this case, is there any chance left? I'm afraid the equipment here is not capable of handling it." This statement made the chief doctor furious. He yelled, "What are you talking about? The person is still breathing right in front of us. No matter what, we must make an effort until the very last minute. Don't waste another second." He ordered, "Harolyn, follow me to the emergency room. You will be my main assistant in this surgery." The operating room doors closed tightly. Inside was a breathless battle for life. Too much blood loss made the situation extremely chaotic. The surgical team reported in a panic, "There's too much bleeding. We've used up the last blood bag. Keep suctioning the fluid. I can't see anything inside." The hospital director gritted his teeth helplessly. "This is a real disaster. It's completely mashed up inside. Am I supposed to find the blood vessels with spiritual eyes?" "It's right here. Sir, the facial artery is located in this position."
The hospital director's eyes clearly showed astonishment at his young partner's genius observational skills. Thanks to the timely intervention, the vital signs on the monitor gradually stabilized. The surgery, which lasted from early morning until the sun went down, finally concluded successfully. The director breathed a sigh of relief. "Wow, I didn't expect the sun to have set already. In my life, I have never encountered such a complex case. You've worked hard, Harolyn." Harolyn gently replied, "You have also put in a lot of effort, sir." The director still couldn't help but wonder, "But how could you identify those blood vessels so well? The muscle tissues were so heavily damaged that they lost all shape." Harolyn calmly explained, "I managed to observe them in the split second before the blood flowed out too much." His incredible focus made the senior doctor exclaim in admiration, "Regardless, your concentration is truly amazing. You always manage to surprise me." Harolyn bowed his head in apology for arbitrarily interfering with the vascular clamp, but the old man just smiled kindly. "In the heat of the moment, that is nothing to worry about. Besides, you were my surgical partner today. You just saved a person's life. I'm old, almost got outplayed by the patient." The old man looked at Harolyn with hopeful eyes. "Therefore, absolutely do not give up easily in the future, because your future will certainly be that of an outstanding doctor." However, the scene suddenly shifted to a cruel reality. In the darkness of the hospital corridor, a terrifying sight appeared. The patient who had just been saved had turned into a monster, nonchalantly dragging the kind director's corpse across the floor. The young Harolyn witnessed everything in total collapse, tears streaming down his face as he realized the bitter truth. "It's your face again.
How long do you plan to play a lingering ghost to seal away my life? The evil enemy approached, forcing him to face the cruel reality. He whispered hauntingly, "Into this prison, shaped like a body. So isn't it that you want me to understand?" He tightly gripped Harlan's face, letting the dark red streaks flow down amidst a silent scream.
This punishment called life, Mason had survived, but his soul was forever trapped in that terrifying night. Returning to the present, Mason sat alone in the dark, garbage-filled room, his face covered with stitched scars, as he muttered bitterly, "This life is truly." Those painful memories relentlessly tormented the poor doctor. Outside, 182 was lying flat on the ground with an exhausted expression, muttering softly, "How stupid." Dante looked at his companion in aspiration, thinking to himself where they would get rice to eat at this time, yet 182 nonchalantly ordered them to bring him dumplings. Dante could only sigh at the other's lack of consideration. Dante turned to ask the village chief, has he just locked himself up for 2 whole years without stepping outside? Receiving a confirming nod, he confusedly asked further, then how does he sustain his life? The old woman spoke in a low voice. Rumor has it there is quite a lot of delicious food in the hospital. Sigh, no matter how much there is, after 2 whole years, it would also. Dante tried to convince old Mongol that they should find a way to reconcile with Dr. Mason because of their deep past affection, but the old woman only replied bitterly, "What affection at this point? We just treat each other as strangers now, don't claim connections." She asserted that Mason only treats people from other places, and the villagers couldn't intervene any further. Legos panicked and asked if Mason's disposition had changed, but old Mongol snapped at him to be quiet, because she believed Mason was using this method to punish all of them, and it was best to just let him do what he wanted. Dante pondered the word punishment and recalled the apathetic attitude of the doctor who wanted to hide from the entire world for the rest of his life. He found it incredibly hard to understand when someone didn't look for a way out, no matter what situation they were in. Looking over at 182 lying flat on the bed, Dante silently calculated that he needed this guy's strength and information to survive, rather than letting him throw his life away meaninglessly. He angrily scolded 182 for his rude attitude that had enraged the doctor, while demanding that he must be grateful to the person who saved him and take the initiative to apologize and make peace.
However, 182 just wearily asked again what he meant, making Dante even more furious. Dante yelled and blamed him for constantly bringing up old stories and criticized the doctor's eccentric behavior. Suddenly, 182 looked at him with gloomy eyes and uttered a sentence that left Dante speechless. "I was originally a patient too, wasn't I? Who can cure this temper of mine?" As night fell, Dante quietly looked at the sweet potatoes soaking in a glass of water by the window. For the first time, he realized a strange feeling hiding behind 182's grumpy exterior. He realized that the guy wasn't really as angry as his mouth claimed, but rather it was a deep emotional wound. Dante tossed and turned, understanding that 182 had revealed many things a long time ago, hidden behind that prickly and unapproachable facade. Growing children often use irritation and hot-temperedness to cover everything up. It can be seen as a lack of honesty with themselves, but in reality, it's because they can't define the true name of each type of emotion, as a way to relieve the anger that originally carries hidden names, which are the feeling of loss, shame, or anxiety.
And sometimes it is also the torment of conscience before the ruins of the past. Dante said to himself, the majority of conflicts arising between people, if we call the name of that emotion correctly, everything can be untangled. Under the quiet moonlight, the sweet potato still lay quietly in the glass of water, waiting for a new beginning when dawn broke over Dumpling Village. The weather today was unusually beautiful, with sunshine covering the bustling village. The prisoners took the opportunity to enjoy themselves, some even dreaming of a plate of buns with a few cups of wine to satisfy their hearts after scavenging a little fog. However, the joyful atmosphere was suddenly extinguished when the bun-haired prisoner was bumped into by a giant shadow. He snapped, "Hey, that hurts," but immediately had to stay silent when facing the terrifying entity. "As for me, I would like to become an introvert from now on." The stranger coldly replied, "Are your eyes just for show? Walk properly, or else you'll say you're unlucky," revealing eyes glowing with a murderous blue light behind an iron mask. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed dryly. Bone Eater loomed like a phantom of destruction, spreading terror to everyone present at the market area. The steaming baskets of fresh dumplings had just come out of the oven, thick smoke spreading throughout the dark kitchen. The Mongol old woman, while arranging the pure white dumplings, told Legolas to go check if the bespectacled boy was awake yet to prepare breakfast.
She thought to herself that Kong Dante must have been starving since last night, and her heart was heavy with guilt for her unforgiving behavior the day before. Legolas looked at the old woman and secretly sighed. It was clearly just a child acting recklessly out of hunger, yet they were too harsh. Just as the old woman handed the bag to Legolas, a man rushed in breathlessly, his face distorted with fear as he screamed, "A huge incident has happened!"
He panicked and reported the bad news. It was the Bone Eater. That bone-eating butcher had brought himself to our village. Before the old woman's bewilderment, he emphasized that this was a notorious big shot, a despicable guy who specialized in eating his own kind. Hearing this, Legos flew into a rage, slammed his hand on the table, intending to summon the militia to finish off the invader immediately. But the old woman Mongol stopped him in time. "Calm down, Legos. If we make a fuss right now, we will be the only ones to suffer." She decided to choose a risky but wise move. "Stop being hot-headed. Go out and warmly invite him in here for a drink of water and a piece of cake." The old woman reminded herself absolutely not to let the villagers suffer any harm. Meanwhile, at the shelter, Kang Dante stretched and woke up after a long sleep. He felt extremely refreshed. How long had it been since he had such a refreshing sleep? The feeling of hunger struck, along with the discomfort of the smell of sweat on his body. But Dante's attention was quickly drawn to number 18 too, who was sleeping soundly on the adjacent bed. He asked himself in amazement, is he fast asleep? Dante suddenly realized that he had never seen 182 get a decent sleep before. He was always on guard like a wild beast, sometimes dozing off while walking, sometimes sleeping with his eyes wide open, or nodding off while sitting. Yet today, 182 was sleeping like a log, completely defenseless. Dante worriedly reached out to check, thinking to himself, "Hey, hello, don't tell me you logged out while sleeping." Seeing that 182 was still breathing, he breathed a sigh of relief, and realized that after all, he was just an ordinary human like everyone else. Amidst the quiet space, the heavy footsteps of someone were slowly approaching.
Dante tiptoed to crack the door open, politely asking to borrow the bathroom. Ahem, Boss Dumpling, let me borrow the bathroom for a bit. However, as soon as he looked out toward the market, Dante's eyes widened in terror. Right before his eyes was a giant with a massive build, standing tall amidst the chaotic crowd. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, Dante gasped, what the hell is going on? That man! He immediately recognized that familiar figure. It was the bastard who had appeared when the riot broke out. Wow, this vibe is too familiar. It's definitely that Jinx from back then. Looking at the broad back and the iron mask of the man, Dante trembled and thought to himself, looking at that build, looking at that face, he's definitely a big shot. Could it be that he tracked me all the way to this corner to hunt me down? Suddenly, he noticed the giant holding an old photograph showing a white-haired child in chains. He coldly interrogated the old woman village chief. Have you ever seen his face? Dante was stunned when he recognized the figure in the photo. 182. That's number 182. His heart pounded rapidly in his chest. He realized the situation had escalated beyond his control and told himself, things are looking bad. I need to get this digesimiphid as number 182 out of here right now.
Facing the intense interrogation, the village chief calmly replied, I know nothing about this person. The giant began to lose his patience, his mouth watering with greed as he muttered about the tearing hunger. Is that so? I am so hungry I'm about to pass out. What should I do now? My feast. He looked at the old woman with bright eyes full of murderous intent and threatened in a low voice. I know full well he is hiding in this village. The guy I encountered is just around here. Be smart and give him up, or else I'll make you the main dish instead of him right now. He rubbed his growling stomach, coldly muttering, I should probably find something to fill my stomach first. Who should I eat now? The surrounding crowd felt dead silent, no one daring to breathe heavily in the presence of the monster. Hiding behind the wall, Dante trembled like crazy. Eat meat? Is he going to feast right here? Just when the situation was at its tensest, the village chief suddenly stepped out to stop him. Wait, do you want to taste some dumplings? Bone Eater looked down in contempt, thinking that he couldn't possibly swallow such cheap flavors. But the old woman firmly guaranteed that its taste would not be ordinary. She would go and prepare the highest quality dumplings to serve him. She even bet her own life. Try it. If it's not good, I'll let you eat me. Deal. The whole village turned pale with fear, but the old woman still smiled confidently in her renowned dumplings. Dante witnessed everything and couldn't help but be shocked. This is crazy. Everything is turned upside down. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him down the dark hallway, his mind in turmoil over the old woman's huge sacrifice. Dante knew full well that those dumplings were made from leftover garbage. How could they be considered a masterpiece to deal with that monster? Rushing into the cell, Dante was furious to see his companion still fast asleep. We're doomed, man. Why are you still sleeping like a log in such a critical moment? He rushed over and shook the other violently. Wake up quickly, for God's sake. 182 woke up with a start, his eyes glowing with a murderous blue light suddenly wide open, making Dante freeze. In a blink of an eye, 182 launched himself and tackled Dante to the floor in a flash. Dante only had time to utter a gasp of surprise before being completely subdued under the opponent's overwhelming strength. 182 stared intently at him, a cold breath enveloping the quiet space.
Dante asked anxiously. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? He noticed that 182's casted arm was trembling nonstop, so he pressed to ask if he was still feeling very uncomfortable inside. 182 coldly replied that it was nothing, but Dante still couldn't help but be suspicious. When has it ever been normal?
Seeing the groggy state of his companion, Dante hesitantly asked if he could still walk and demanded, "Try to stand up and let me see. How are we supposed to carry each other if you're this weak?" 182 tried to stand firm on his staggering, trembling legs, then sarcastically asked if Dante was satisfied yet. Seeing 182 unable to stand steadily, Dante clicked his tongue. Oh, this is so troublesome. But immediately after, his eyes suddenly became extremely resolute. Dante told himself that if the situation had come to this, he had to make a decisive choice.
Dante looked straight at 182 and asked if he could escape from this village by himself. He warned that the big shots had caught their scent and were the ones relentlessly hunting him down, so they both had to flee immediately. To 182's surprise, Dante suggested he leave alone because he still had a place he had to visit. Dante instructed him to meet at the entrance of Dumpling Village and to climb out through that window to avoid being detected. He also thoughtfully reminded him that if the luggage was too heavy, just leave it behind and he would clean it up later. However, 182 looked at him with glowing eyes full of doubt and pressed. Why? 182 angrily questioned. Are you planning to bail and leave me behind alone like the previous times? Dante startlingly denied it. He asserted that this action was entirely to preserve 182's life. Dante silently carried the luggage and walked away. He confessed that his past mistakes were because he didn't understand the situation and didn't know that 182 was actually not a bad person. Dante admitted, I never thought that in the end I would owe you a life like this. He recalled the philosophy of gratitude that 182 once mentioned and stated that currently the boss of Dumpling Village was in mortal danger because of the two of them, so he couldn't just ignore it. Dante decisively told 182 to leave first while he would stay behind in this place. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the dumpling shop, the atmosphere became extremely urgent. A shout rang out. Bring all the premium monster meat out here for me. Understood. The old woman village chief was frantically kneading dough, preparing ingredients at breakneck speed. She asked about the remaining vegetables and received a report that only onions and carrots were left. While the village was holding its breath waiting for the ultimate dish, Dante had climbed up the towering defensive walls. He exerted all his strength racing against time, the sound of his rapid footsteps blending with his heavy panting amidst the gloomy fog. The old woman village chief looked at Dante's fading back with worry and warned, Are you planning to clash with it all by yourself? You'll be wiped out in a single musical note. Ignoring the dissuasion, Dante carried his luggage and ran for his life on the path stained with dark red streaks towards the hospital. He loudly shouted the doctor's name in desperation. Who needs dignity at a time like this, right guys? Dante believed that only the help of that miraculous doctor could salvage the current situation. Meanwhile, in the restroom, number 182 was still quietly standing by the window. However, he had no intention of sitting still and waiting for death. Number 182 began preparing for his own battle with terrifying focus. He used his teeth to tear off the bandage to secure his wound, his hands covered in stitches, still trembling violently after the surgery.
182 knelt down silently, rummaging through the black luggage left by Dante. He pulled out a razor-sharp military dagger, the shiny black blade reflecting the coldness of a true assassin. 182's face now became frantic and full of determination. He bit hard on a piece of cloth in his mouth to suppress the pain, his hand wrapped in white bandages tightly gripping the dagger's hilt. In the dark room of the Hound Gang, Howl glared at Kasim and questioned, I heard you leaked data about 182 to Bone Eater, didn't you, Kasim? Kasim calmly replied, wasn't he the one who took the initiative to come? Howl chuckled, mocking the profit the broker had just made from this betrayal. Kasim sighed wearily. How could there be such a good thing? Look closely. I only did it because I wanted to keep my life. Suddenly, Howl lunged forward, grabbing Kasim tightly by the collar and roared, Just because of a small wound on your ear, you're willing to sell out information? Howl's fury reached its peak. He pressed his face close to Kasim's and threatened, Choose. Do you want to lose your nose or your eyes first to satisfy me? Kasim trembled, begging Howl to calm down and respect the rules of the information trading world. He explained that Bone Eater was the one who broke the rules first, turning everything upside down. Kasim frustratingly yelled at his opponent's face, What do you take us information brokers for? Howl slammed Kasim hard onto the table and snarled, Did you think I would act without calculating beforehand? He stared intensely at Kasim, interrogating how much this broker actually knew about Bone Eater's abilities, besides the long tongue that everyone already knows about.
Kasim suddenly gave a sinister smile. Is that all? I heard they were fierce, but why are you guys just talking morality?
To Harold's bewilderment, the surrounding underlings began to discuss the power as tongue muscles, strong as an anaconda, or that the acid in Bone Eater's mouth was stronger than sulfuric acid. Kasim sneered, asserting that no one really knew the truth. He revealed that after tasting his ear, Bone Eater had exclaimed about the warm flavor of the Latin American sea, which was the coastal ancestral origin of Kasim. Harold was stunned to realize that the monster possessed a terrifying power far beyond his imagination. The true power of Bone Eater was the ability to gather extreme data through taste. Kasim asserted that all the information about number 182 that Harold was craving, Bone Eater was more than capable of digging out just by tasting. Harold was shocked to realize that Kasim had intentionally let the information fall into the opponent's hands to set up a deep plan. The underlings couldn't help but marvel at the broker's calculation, but Harold immediately brushed it off out of fear that the target would be swallowed by Bone Eater before he could strike. Harold gritted his teeth in fierce resentment, his eyes shining with murderous intent as he swore to torture his enemies until they begged for death, and then he would personally send them on their way.
Kasim spoke up to calm the other party's anger. "Don't worry too much, Hal. It can still be salvaged. I have planted eyes and ears on Bone Eater's side." He revealed that those were not just ordinary messengers, but an elite mercenary army from Sector G, with a fully armed combat team secretly following every move of Bone Eater. Meanwhile, at Dumpling Village, a mountain of hot dumplings was laid out in front of the butcher. The old Mongol woman earnestly invited, gifting 10 special portions of Mongol dumplings. "This dish is made from the finest ingredients of our village. Please feel free to enjoy." Bone Eater let out a soft full of scrutiny. He began to remove the iron lock protecting his mouth to reveal a long, disgusting tongue that was constantly drooling. Under the worried eyes of the old woman in Lagos, Bone Eater used his freakish tongue to lick all over the pile of dumplings. His eyes suddenly glowed with a crazy blue light when activating his special taste ability. After a moment of sensing, he coldly dropped a judgment that left everyone stunned. "It's all garbage." The old woman was stunned, unable to believe her ears at that harsh denial. The old woman resentfully protested, "Just touch the tip of your tongue. How dare you judge so well? Try eating it carefully." However, Bone Eater had seen through the entire origin of the dish. Dead crows from yesterday, carrots and onions picked from the relief bin. The rest tastes no different from pig's will, he affirmed. "Stop acting. Dead crows and onions picked from the trash, and you call it a specialty. In short, it's all garbage."
"You don't understand anything. That's why you say such things. I used to suffer from hunger for so many days and months." The village chief recounted her miserable past, about 10 years of living as a vagabond on the streets, where stealing from others to fill the stomach was just an ordinary occurrence. Memories returned to a freezing cold winter, when the village chief was still a starving child running for her life with a freshly stolen bag of steamed buns, despite the shouts chasing behind her back. "It's just a steamed bun. Why so serious? The VAR check is so strict. Consider today unlucky." However, instead of a beating, the woman chasing after her gently handed the village chief another bag of food and said, "Take this and eat." The steamed bun that day was truly warm, and it was the most wonderful gift the village chief had ever received in her life. The village chief ate and cried and choked emotion, then nurtured the intention to give that warmth back to others. The village chief believed that if both body and soul were warmed, evil thoughts would naturally dissipate. Back to the present, Bone Eater's eyes shone with madness, but the village chief still gently said, "Please, try eating it once." His disgustingly long tongue suddenly stretched out, tightly wrapping around the bag of steamed buns in the old woman's hand. Bone Eater whispered chillingly, "I am also curious what it will taste like, this head shaped like a steamed bun." The village chief's wooden clog fell to the ground as she was lifted into the air by the monstrous tongue amidst the villagers' shock. Bone Eater opened his fang-filled mouth wide, preparing to swallow the poor old woman. In the life-and-death moment, the village chief could only close her eyes and cry bitterly, her mind flashing with a belated apology. "This is truly the end. In the end, I have disappointed you once again. I'm truly sorry, Doctor." At the same time, Dante ran for his life to the hospital. He rushed into the lobby and shouted loudly, "Harold!" Dante's face went completely pale. He panicked and told himself, "It's ruined. It's ruined. The village chief is in great danger." Dante hurriedly announced the appearance of the mad guardian who was demanding to eat everyone in the village. He looked around the dark, deserted space of the hospital and continued to scream in despair. "Where is Harold?" Dante stood alone in the ruined corridor, breathing heavily while darkness gradually engulfed him. "I know well that you are hiding here." He questioned Harolyn why he treated old Mongol so cruelly, when for the past 2 years it was her dumplings that had kept him alive. Dante recalled the memory of the day he was chased away. He had accidentally seen old Mongol quietly placing a bag of dumplings right in front of the hospital gate, out of fear that Harolyn would starve to death. With her crippled hands, she never rested a single day, just to silently care for the one who had abandoned her. Dante yelled in indignation. He was still alive and kicking up to now thanks to her dumplings carrying him.
Stop being so ungrateful. He left one final message before leaving. It's up to him to decide.
Dante trudged out of the hospital, having a clear answer in his heart. From my perspective, the real traitor was not the villagers, but him. At this point, I'll step out of this conversation. He left the choice to the eccentric doctor and turned back. At the same time, in Dumpling Village, a riot broke out. No longer the submissive villagers. The whole village charged forward with weapons and heaven-shaking shouts, rushing to save Old Mongol. Old Mongol was lying right in the deathly mouth of Bone Eater, her face pale with pain. Seeing the critical situation, the giant of the village roared, asking everyone to stop because it was too dangerous, and then he himself swung a cleaver and attacked frantically to rescue the old woman. Bone Eater's minions fiercely fought back, roaring, "Who dares to make trouble in our boss's territory, you idiots?" The weak villagers were quickly beaten down and cruelly tortured. Witnessing that scene, Old Mongol cried bitterly and begged everyone to stop. She was willing to sacrifice herself, obediently being eaten just to save the villagers. However, Bone Eater was still not satisfied. He held up a picture of the chained number 182 and declared that only this guy was qualified to replace the old woman. Bone Eater glared with crazy eyes, asking the final question, "Where is he?" Just as Old Mongol was choking up and about to give up, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Right here." Number 182 appeared arrogantly with his white hair and a sharp knife in his hand. He looked straight at the monster and declared loudly, "Looking for someone? The owner is right here. Check it out right now." Kang Dante stood in the middle of the dark hospital corridor, shouting the doctor's name in desperation. Dante said to himself, just as expected, the only way to lure this doctor out is to drive him crazy with the most provocative words. He shouted into the void, "Harolyn, so you are really hiding here. You will definitely save him, won't you?" Dante brought up the favor of Old Mongol. But from the darkness, Mason coldly replied with extreme contempt, "That old trash cake seller once saved my life. Stop acting touching. Even without those cakes, I would still live well." Dante still did not give up, trying to sway the doctor's heart. "But you know, the village chief put all of her heart into them. Please save her. If the village chief really dies, aren't you afraid that you will regret it later?" Hearing the word regret, Mason slowly stepped out of the darkness, his face covered with stitches looking more terrifying than ever. He gritted his teeth. "Regret? Do you know what I regret most in my life? It was the fact that I used these hands to save a dying prisoner, and it was because of that damn prisoner that dozens of my doctor colleagues had to fall." His eyes blazed with hatred as he looked at Dante and bluntly declared, "Whether those filthy prisoners live or die, I don't care at all."
Meanwhile, in Dumpling Village, the situation was hanging by a thread. Just as the Bone Eater was about to strike ruthlessly, number 182 suddenly appeared arrogantly in his orange prison uniform, holding a sharp surgical scalpel high and boldly declaring, "I am here." His presence left the village chief and the villagers in shocked disbelief. The Bone Eater slowly advanced, his eyes glowing blue with madness upon seeing his prey deliver itself. "Number 182, you finally decided to show up, huh?" Number 182 looked at his opponent and secretly realized that this was the terrifying hunchback, the one who had single-handedly wiped out the entire Howl gang without leaving a single survivor.
Number 182 stood tall, his eyes shining with determination to protect his benefactor as he growled a threat. "If you dare lay even a finger on the old cake seller, I will end you." Trying to psychologically manipulate the elderly, Old Mongol panicked and cried out in tears, urging 182 to run away immediately because the opponent was an extremely dangerous entity aiming straight for him. However, Bone Eater had run out of patience. He stretched out his rough hand and disgustingly long tongue, roaring in a frenzied craving. "A sweet deal is here. Let's see how salty or sweet your nature is that made me search for so long." Bone Eater showed no mercy. His gigantic and disgusting tongue lunged forward, tightly wrapping around number 182's head to perform his special tasting skill. Old Mongol held his breath in terror, while the butcher's underlings were equally anxious, seeing their boss hiss with excitement. "Got a taste?" a henchman standing nearby urged, holding a pen and notebook ready to take notes. "How is the taste? Bone Eater, hurry up and use your analysis skill to tell us." Bone Eater squeezed his eyes shut, focusing all his taste buds to extract information from number 182. But suddenly, his eyes glowing with an unnatural blue light, he collapsed to the floor, causing blue fog to billow out amidst everyone's astonishment. The lackeys screamed in panic, not understanding what had just happened. Some even feared their boss was dead and demanded he spit out the fog in his body before breathing his last. Old Mongol and the villagers froze, completely disoriented by this bizarre turn of events. The henchman with the notebook stepped forward to check and confirmed that Bone Eater was only unconscious. He angrily cursed the useless trash for ruining the taste assessment mission at the most crucial moment. However, his eyes suddenly turned sinister as he stared at the target, telling himself that experiencing this feeling firsthand seemed just as interesting.
He immediately ordered his accomplices to catch number 182 at all costs, because if they let the target escape, they would be the next ones to be butchered for atonement. The prisoners terrifyingly called out 182's name in despair. With terrifying speed, 182 charged through the encirclement, severely injuring the enemies and making them collapse continuously in the middle of a scene filled with disastrous red stains. Witnessing that overwhelming power, the old man of Dumpling Village exclaimed in shock. "That's surreal. Where is your usual mischievous attitude? How come you are slaying so hard now, son?" Right behind his back, a guard yelled out, trying to sneak attack. "Ayah!" He aimed straight at 182's injured right arm and smiled smugly. "Your time is up, boy. Let me check VAR that cropped arm and see how you block this." This guy madly accepted sacrificing himself just to exchange for the opponent's life. However, 182 was one step faster. He used his foot to kick the falling knife, causing it to pierce the opponent's stomach. 182 stood tall in the middle of the tragic scene, surrounded by the corpses of those who dared to oppose him. He told himself he had to stop there. Suddenly, a stranger with a mysterious black mask appeared. He was holding the old man of Dumpling Village hostage and commented, "Your blade trajectory is quite sharp, just like the rumor about the one who wiped out the Hound Gang. I'm starting to get curious. What is your true ability?" 182 rushed to attack, but the stranger dodged gracefully. He growled, "You should learn to listen until others finish their sentences." The black-masked guy calmly explained that he was not on the same boat as those petty bone-eaters. He only received orders to come here and take him away. 182 pressed, "Take me away? Where to? Did that JR guy send you?" The response was a cold denial. "I have never heard of that damn name. I cannot reveal the identity of my employer." The strange assassin advised 182 that it would be wiser if he obediently followed him, because this was his only chance to escape from those brutal bone-eaters. He coldly stated that he didn't care how strong 182 was, but with that broken, useless arm, he absolutely had no chance of defeating the boss of the Bone Eaters. "Your interface is glitchy, yet you still want to be a superhero." He sarcastically asked if 182 was dreaming, then affirmed that he definitely had to stop this suicidal action.
The assassin gave a faint, cold smile. He decided to take off his mask, revealing a face with high-tied purple hair and glowing eyes. He introduced himself as a member of the Fuji mercenary group, belonging to the Armed Special Forces with the versatile combat codename Man-Tiger. Man-Tiger asserted that he had never considered himself weaker than the useless guy lying knocked out on the ground, and in fact, he didn't care in the slightest about the life or death of those trashy prisoners. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Kang Dante began to feel regret for his hastiness. He realized that this Dr. Harolin was colder than he had imagined. But the fact that he agreed to treat 182 made Dante believe that deep down, Harolin was still a soft-hearted person. Seeing Dante remain silent, Harolin grumpily asked if the habit of meddling in other people's business had seeped into his blood. Dante frustratingly explained that the truth was the Dumpling Village falling into misery was entirely their fault. What a life full of troubles.
Dante asserted that the villagers were truly good people, but Mason sneered sarcastically. He asked how long he planned to play the role of a do-gooder. Had he completely forgotten the reason why a teacher like him was banished to this rundown village? Mason questioned whether, after everything that had happened, Dante still hadn't learned any lessons for himself. Infuriated by that cold-bloodedness, Dante yelled and called Mason a bastard. He affirmed that to him, kind-hearted people were much more important, and he questioned the fake nobility of the doctor in return. Dante criticized Mason's act of isolating himself in loneliness and driving away those who wanted to help as a stupid action. He argued that the hospital incident years ago was not the old man's fault and asked whether Mason planned to lie here waiting to die just because of some ridiculous hatred. Mason stayed silent for a while, then growled, asserting that Dante shouldn't delude himself. He revealed that the real reason wasn't hatred, but rather the extreme agony of his conscience for being the sole survivor. Surviving like this was truly the 82nd tribulation. Mason glared intensely at Dante and concluded that he was only feeling ashamed because he still had the audacity to keep breathing amidst this rubble. Man-Tiger introduced his versatile combat alias as Man-Tiger and affirmed that he had never admitted to being inferior to anyone. Number 182's sword clashed fiercely with the shield in the opponent's hand, creating blinding sparks. Man-Tiger began philosophizing about the story of the spear and the shield, where the shield could block any vengeful strike, while the spear could pierce any armor. Man-Tiger coldly declared that if forced to choose between the two, he would seize the full power of both the spear and the shield. He used his shield to block number 182's attack, while simultaneously swinging his sword for a lightning-fast counterattack, leaving the opponent unable to react. Man-Tiger's eyes widened in madness, asserting that he was capable of channeling his full strength in both sides at the same time. This was not simply a flexible swap, but the ability to operate perfectly in parallel, absolute offense and defense. Man-Tiger mocked that people like number 182 only had enough strength to choose between attacking or defending. He continuously launched feint attacks from multiple directions, completely disorienting the opponent, then suddenly launched both hand and foot strikes at once, delivering a thunderous kick that sent number 182 flying.
The tremendous impact sent number 182 flying, smashing into the wooden crates behind him. Witnessing that scene, old Mongol and the villagers could only gasp in shock and despair, believing that everything had truly failed. Man-Tiger stood amidst the rubble, smugly declaring that he could easily use footwork to attack simultaneously. However, his smile suddenly faded when he noticed 182's knife already lodged in his thigh. Man-Tiger was stunned, wondering to himself, is this a game hack to stab that fast? All right then, I commend you for your stubbornness, kid. Man-Tiger gritted his teeth, mocking 182 for carelessly throwing away his only weapon and challenging him to see how long he could hold out. Man-Tiger continued his pursuit, comparing 182 to a swift hiding loach, and dared him to keep hiding in the corners. He swung his sword wildly, insulting that 182's kind was only good at sneaking and hiding. How long are you planning to play the Ninja Turtle, bro? Suddenly, 182 did not back down, but recklessly charged head-on at his opponent. Man-Tiger was stunned by this reckless action, staring intently into 182's fiercely glowing blue eyes, full of determination.
Man-Tiger roared, declaring that number 182's fate was sealed, and unleashed a finishing blow with terrifying power. However, right after that, horror clearly appeared on Man-Tiger's face. He panicked upon realizing that he had accidentally used his full power, whereas his mission inherently did not allow him to kill the target. He questioned himself in astonishment. This is surreal. Man-Tiger was shocked to realize that number 182 had intentionally accepted the fatal blow just to exchange it for a single counterattack opportunity. He looked at the person dying on the ground and shivered. This brat, what kind of freak are you anyway? At that moment, the heartbreaking scream of the old woman village chief echoed. Boy, number 182. But Man-Tiger quickly used his steel shield to block the attack amidst a deafening clash. He roared threateningly. You lot are forbidden to make reckless moves. Shut your mouths and stand still. Man-Tiger turned to look at number 182 lying motionless and scolded. You crazy bastard, do you want us all to die? He reiterated his important mission. I received orders to escort you back alive, you know. However, when looking closely at the slash on number 182's back, Man-Tiger suddenly stopped in doubt. Wait, what? He was shocked to realize a strange and deep wound had existed beforehand on number 182's body. Man-Tiger looked at his opponent with a complex expression. This strange wound, where did it come from? You brought this mangled body out for a fight to the death? He realized that number 182 had participated in the battle in a dilapidated state right from the start.
Man-Tiger clicked his tongue in frustration and roughly slung 182 over his shoulder. Leaving him to fate, he coldly declared that the target had been fully taken care of. Despite having faced him directly, Man-Tiger still couldn't see through 182's true talent, as his physique looked completely normal without any signs of mutation. But before he could take 182 away, a deep voice suddenly rang out from behind. This kind of scent, I've tasted it before. A familiar scent, so strong it drove him to madness, began to flood the Bone Eater's mind. He remembered the dark days in prison, when a hand holding a ripe red apple was thrust in front of his face provocatively. Looks appetizing, right? That's today's lunch menu. From the narrow gap of the iron door, a skinny, blackened arm desperately reached out, begging, please, just give me a bite. The only response to that plea was the mocking laughter of the prisoners outside. In your dreams, idiot. If you want to eat, drag your rotting corpse to the kitchen yourself, you wretch. They looked at him like a lower life form, throwing a challenge. If you have the guts to step out of this place. Ha ha, what a pitiful puppy. Another prisoner curiously asked about the identity of the captive and received a bitter answer. It's the new rookie. The warden accidentally locked the cell door tight and completely forgot about him, so he's been imprisoned in that situation for a whole month. Roaring laughter erupted at the unfortunate wretch's bad luck. One guy came up with a wicked idea. My turn. Let me play with him a bit. Using this on him should be really interesting. He held a glowing fog sphere in his hand. Inside the cell, the starving man whispered faintly, so hungry. I can't hold on much longer.
The fat prisoner held out a pitch-black object as bait. Hey kid, I bet you've never seen anything this delicious in your life, right? Want to take a bite? In his hunger-induced delirium, the captive could only mutter, rice, rice. He lunged forward, tearing into it madly. A scream of agony echoed throughout the dark hallway, and that was the bitter first taste of life that the Bone Eater had to experience. A glowing blue energy escaped from his eyes and fang-filled mouth, transforming him into a terrifying entity with blue tears streaming down his face. Back to Dante. Harlan glared piercingly at Dante and growled, "It's exactly because you chose to be the sole survivor. That's why you're always tormented by guilt while continuing to exist like a normal person. You're just humiliating yourself because you still have the audacity to breathe the air." Dante was stunned. He thought to himself that cruelly rubbing salt into someone else's wounds was not a good way to persuade them. That was the very same terrible trait his older brother used to treat him with in the past. He bitterly admitted, "Yes, that's right. My colleagues died because of me." Harlan screamed in agony, tormenting himself with the thought that he deserved to endure this mental torture. Images of the past resurfaced, with the desperate cries for help from his severely injured colleagues. They desperately tried to find a way to survive in the blood-stained hospital corridors. "Save me, please save me." Meanwhile, the other prisoners could only tremble as they watched the horrific scene. The judges from the outside world began to spread insane ideologies. Scream in pain, just like when you were newly born. Wake up and realize that this life is actually just another level of hell. This place had turned into an execution ground where no one cared about who was guilty or innocent. In the torture chamber, the perpetrators did not even bother to listen to a confession, leaving the sinners to suffer agonizing torment. Their rage exploded as they roared, "Don't let them give themselves the right to judge us." Harlan roughly grabbed Dante by the collar. His face was marked with bitterness. What that bastard blurted out, "Damn it," is entirely correct. This place is truly a living hell. As for me, I can't even die, nor can I properly live. Someone save my brother. Even though deep down Harlan always thought he'd rather die with his colleagues, in the end, this miserable body still instinctively struggled to find a way to survive.
Mason recounted his haunting past. To survive, he even frantically devoured fog in the hospital like a madman. With the talent obtained from that, he performed surgery on himself. Mason did not hesitate to scavenge all the fog from the bastards who came to the hospital to cause trouble, and then use their very flesh and blood to patch together his current body. It was precisely through the bodies of the garbage prisoners he inherently despised so much that Mason was able to hold on until now. He admitted that he had survived in a humiliating and extremely filthy way until he turned into a monster like this. The kind-hearted Dr. Harlan that the villagers needed had never existed in the first place. Mason leaned close to Dante's face and growled, "Looking at this defective appearance, where else can I go? I'd rather take root in this corner until I die and be done with it." He declared that he would bury himself in this fogland until his death, living a wretched life no different from those perverted prisoners, and that was the destiny he had chosen for himself.
Hearing the two words destiny, Dante suddenly remembered his own past with resentment. What the hell is destiny? Books on sweet potato farming methods, primary school science education theory, and child development psychology appeared in his memory. In the dark room, Dante's older brother was sarcastic when he saw the pile of documents. "Primary school? Don't tell me you want to become a primary school teacher." Dante snatched the books back and shouted, "Give it back to me right now. What gives you the right to casually rummage through other people's belongings?" The older brother still did not let it go. He asked in astonishment if Dante was really serious, and warned that if Dad found out, he would fly into a rage. Dante gritted his teeth and resentfully replied, "Then what the hell does it have to do with you? What I do is my personal business. I declare that I will determine my own life. By what right do you guys dare to decide everything for me like that?" "Well, people speak up and give advice because they are worried." He casually uttered bitter words, despising Dante's efforts. "Studying so hard just to go work as a nanny, little brother? That job of knocking kids' heads really looks pathetic." Dante gritted his teeth, his hands gripping the dossier tightly until it wrinkled. In his heart, he screamed about those perfectionists, those who only worship glamorous jobs and the glory hound trash in this society. Unable to endure anymore, Dante grabbed his brother's collar and roared, "You guys are clearly all monsters. Both Dad and Mom are exactly the same. Stop the game of controlling my life right now. I will never bother becoming scumbags like you guys. My life, I will choose my own path." However, looking at the application form for the pedagogical certificate, Dante bitterly realized that even the path he chose for himself had become distorted, deviating from his true desires. He told himself that standing on the podium teaching little kids was indeed losing face, because the one controlling his mind from the beginning was not himself. His soul seemed bound by chains to a blazing blue energy mass suppressed inside. Dante bitterly admitted that the teacher who molded him was originally a monster. Here it comes, reaching the heavy overthinking part.
Suddenly, Mason looked straight into Dante's eyes and coldly rejected. "You are dead wrong. That is not the destiny you chose for yourself. It is just the karma that trashy prisoner forced you to bear." Did Dr. Mason suddenly become a psychological counselor today? Dante's eyes suddenly glowed with a blue light through his glasses upon hearing the shocking words from the doctor. He demanded that he open his eyes wide and witness this dumpling village, the only place in the middle of hell that still retains the ego and morality built by that old man himself. Mason screamed in torment. Then what the hell does that have to do with me? Go tell that old man to stop doing those useless things. In a filthy place like this, what is the point of stubbornly doing those things? Dante firmly replied, pointing straight at the truth. You were the one who taught him that. You taught that even if one has to survive in this rotten garbage, this life is still extremely valuable. You were the one who made him understand that humans must live true to their dignity. Dante stared deeply into the doctor's stunned face and concluded, his teacher is none other than you. What a sharp plot twist, guys.
The chief of Dumpling Village knelt on the ground, loudly vowing to Dr. Harrelin that he would never let the wretched tragedies of the past happen ever again. He was determined to use his entire life to transform this hellhole into a truly safe and peaceful countryside. As time passed, he sat quietly on the porch, proudly recounting how 3 new dumpling shops had opened together, even though those people had shamelessly copied his heartfelt dumpling recipe without a conscience. He smiled gently, telling himself that he would still patiently educate them with sincerity, just as he had been taught. Even when facing aggressive thugs coming from afar, he still used belly-filling dumplings to reform them, making them voluntarily pack up and leave, preventing a bloody brawl in the nick of time. The village chief looked at his arm covered in crisscrossing scars, telling himself to preserve the body that the doctor had painstakingly saved, instead of letting it be covered in new wounds. He excitedly boasted to Harrelin that the villagers had pulled a power line for use, lighting up a dark sky that was originally covered only by fog. With the piles of dumplings he stacked as high as a mountain, right in front of the Noah Medical Center gate, he worried that if left alone they would stink and spoil, so he offered to help Harrelin clean up and throw away the old dumplings. He truly was the most loyal, die-hard fan in the solar system. Inside the gloomy hospital doors, the doctor's silhouette still stood quietly in the dark, completely isolated from the outside world. He kindly reminded Harrelin, "Doctor, don't you skip meals. I won't agree if you intend to mistreat yourself." Under the bright and warm lights of Dumpling Village at night, Harrelin stood quietly by the window with a melancholic face, his distant gaze looking toward the prosperity he had silently helped build. King Dante was stunned by what he had just heard. He stood in silence, questioning himself. Who on earth is the true teacher behind the village chief's soul and will?
A terrifying surge of energy erupted, shattering the chains binding the pitiful soul. Dante was stunned, wondering if the monster pulling the strings controlling Harrelin's life was some evil force. The image of the late, kind-hearted director with a warm smile appeared in his memory, completely contrasting with the cruel reality that Harrelin was enduring. The young doctor collapsed, hot tears rolling down his face covered in stitched scars, in an agonizing and heart-wrenching torment. A terrifying battle broke out when the monster bone-eater charged into attack with overwhelming power. Man-Tiger was shocked to realize that the opponent's strength far exceeded all calculations and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "That's impossible." Not wanting to confront the bone-eater, he intended to carry 18 and quickly escape, but one of his legs was tightly wrapped by the bone-eater's long tongue. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground, dragging 18 along. He was stunned when he recognized the terrifying entity before his eyes. This is not the bone-eater I've encountered in the outside world. In the chaos, Man-Tiger roared possessively, "Don't touch him, you bastard! He is mine!" He frantically swung his sword, slashing hard at the giant writhing tongue, only to be shocked to realize that his sharp blade was completely useless. Man-Tiger screamed in extreme fury, trying to deny his own weakness. How can such a sharp sword not even scratch its tongue? Are you kidding me?
However, that monstrous tongue suddenly wrapped tightly around Man-Tiger's body, squeezing hard, causing him to suffocate and clearly feel the severe internal injuries in his chest. He only had time to let out an arg of pain as he was hoisted into the air. Man-Tiger fell into complete despair, seeing that his opponent was unscathed. That was impossible. There wasn't even a single scratch. He screamed in extreme shock upon realizing the cruel reality. "I'm screwed. This one isn't the normal type I usually encounter out there." The monster, with eyes glowing with blue light, let out an earth-shattering roar, emitting a deadly fog. Number 182 had already collapsed at this point. With death approaching, the village chief unexpectedly rushed out, spreading her arms to shield him, and shouted, "Legos, drag number 182 out of here right now." The old woman looked at Legos with a gaze full of determination and instructed, "Uncle, please be very careful." Legos gritted his teeth, urging urgently, "Run away now." The bone-eater roared madly. He didn't understand why these bugs dared to block his way and snatch his delicious prey. He screamed, demanding that everyone surrender their lives so he could devour them to satisfy his hunger.
Right at that moment, despite his heavily injured body, number 182 charged straight into the monster's mouth to shield the old village chief. The village chief cried out to the boy in despair, stunned to see him tightly clamped by the monster. Even Man-Tiger was astonished by this action. He thought 182 had gone completely insane, offering himself as food for it. The old woman cried bitterly, frustrated because the villagers had sacrificed their lives to protect him, yet he committed such a crazy act. However, in his hazy mind, 182 harbored only one thought. He must repay the villagers for the dumplings with his own life. The old woman sobbed, calling 182 a fool, while the Bone Eater began to crush his body in its razor-sharp teeth. He believed this was the premium flavor he had been searching for, a gift bestowed by God to pull him out of his endless hunger. Yet his excitement soon turned into bewilderment upon realizing something strange. 182's body was unbelievably tough.
Bone Eater was stunned. He chewed endlessly but couldn't tear off a single bit of his opponent's flesh. He began to feel terrified as his jaw muscles became paralyzed, trembling violently from overload and unable to move any further. Right at the moment the monster was struggling in helplessness, Harolyn suddenly appeared from above like a grim reaper. With a face covered in cold stitches, he stabbed his surgical scissors straight into Bone Eater's face ID, causing it to scream in agony. While the villagers could only gape in horror, Old Mongol sobbed, looking toward the newly arrived savior and exclaimed, "Wait, hello, is Harolyn on the mic now?" Man-Tiger stood frozen before this insane power. He was stunned and wondered, what kind of freak is that kid? Man-Tiger was officially traumatized this time.
Amidst the ruins, 182 struggled to his feet, his face covered in wounds. Hyrule looked at the injury on 182's arm and grumbled, "I put so much effort into reinforcing this arm for you, and you dare to smash it up like this? Damn it, it's a real eyesore." He violently snapped 182's arm joint back into place, accompanied by a scolding, "You idiot." Old Mongol choked up, calling the doctor's name. "Harolyn, why are you here?" Harolyn looked at 182's battered state and interrogated, "What's with this battered state?" He clicked his tongue in extreme annoyance. "This village is truly unstable. Wherever I go, there's trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned around, using lightning-fast speed to stab a pair of scissors into the body of the Bone Eater. Old Mongol was still in shock. She looked toward the doctor and weakly whispered his title. Staring at his back, tears rolled down her kind face. She choked out, "Dr. Harolyn, my old friend, you've finally come back." The overwhelming joy burst forth as the person the villagers had been longing for truly appeared at their most perilous moment. However, the reunion was abruptly cut short by the presence of the Crimson Monster. Man-Tiger stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes at the scene unfolding before him. He bewilderingly asked himself if, with just a tiny pair of surgical scissors, the doctor could completely suppress all the movements of the giant monster. The Bone Eater screamed in extreme agony and utter panic. "Who are you? What did you just do to my body?" In response to that frantic roar, Hyrule coldly shot back, "What are you screeching about? Speak clearly." Witnessing the grotesque tongue reaching out, Old Mongol panicked and shouted a warning. "Harolyn, dodge quickly! Those scissors can't cut off its tongue." "Tongue?" the doctor softly repeated with sheer mockery, easily dodging the opponent's attack with terrifying calmness. Harolyn glared piercingly at the monster, his eyes glowing a vibrant blue with madness and confidence. He coldly declared, "The exterior looks fierce, but the interior is just full of mindless cells." For a surgical genius like him, all living creatures, no matter how powerful, were simply biological structures riddled with weaknesses. In a lightning-fast movement, Harolyn began performing live surgery right on the opponent's body. Delving deep into every muscle fiber and tendon of the monster, he frantically interfered with its biological structure, tearing apart and reconstructing the inner cell masses with chilling precision. Every shred of flesh and blood vessel of the Bone Eater was completely exposed and destroyed under the cruel hands of the doctor. Harolyn did not give the monster even a single second to resist. With the precision of a surgeon, he stabbed the scissor blades straight into the Bone Eater's mouth. Oh my God, is the doctor playing an assassin class? The village chief and the villagers froze, their eyes widening in disbelief at the scene unfolding right before their eyes. The base muscle of the Bone Eater's tongue was completely shredded under the brutal scissor strike. Harolyn looked at the monster struggling in agony with a cold smile. He calmly declared its fate. "Just a little while longer, your tongue will automatically retract and get stuck in your throat, and that filthy thing itself will slide down and completely block your airway." The Bone Eater clutched its throat tightly, its eyes rolling back as it felt suffocation approaching. It gasped in despair. Breathe. Can't breathe in." The true nightmare began as the Bone Eater became completely unable to breathe. It writhed in a pool of blood in excruciating pain. The giant entity that once sowed terror now collapsed to the ground with a dry thud, lying motionless amidst the ruins.
The villagers stared in shock at the scene before them, then burst into amazement. It was down, that Bone Eater, the bone-eating monster, had fallen. Overwhelmed with emotion, they realized that the very Demon King they had always feared was the one who just saved them all. The Demon King Doctor just carried the team and knocked out the bone-eating monster, guys. Everyone raised their hands in unison, screaming out loud across the area to celebrate the historic victory of Dumpling Village. They survived. No one had to lose their lives.
Cheers echoed throughout Dumpling Village as the nightmare had just passed. Amidst the excited crowd, the bearded leader stood stunned, unable to believe that a top-tier monster could be taken down so swiftly. He was shocked to realize that this land was hiding a much more terrifying entity. The chief of Dumpling Village trembled as she approached, falling to her knees before the doctor with belated regret. "I am sorry. The promise to build a peaceful village, I couldn't fulfill it." She choked back tears, admitting that she couldn't change the nature of the scumbags in this village, with troubles constantly surrounding them. She bowed her head in tears. "I'm sorry. I am truly sorry, doctor." Truly pitying her. Carrying this village is indeed the 82nd tribulation. Mason looked into the distance, bitterly admitting that perhaps the bastards here were truly beyond saving, just like the warning from years ago. He snapped softly. "That's enough, old man." Turning to 182, Mason strictly warned, "I told you that arm is malfunctioning. Stop going around starting fights. Prioritize keeping your life first." The chief of Dumpling Village smiled through her tears, once again sending her most sincere apologies for everything. Right at that moment, King Dante rushed to the scene, stunned by how fast the doctor ended the battle. He silently admired Mason's strength, which far surpassed that of the big shots. Realizing this was a wise decision. Dante told himself, if this could reignite Mason's desire to live, he would also have a chance to start negotiating a way out of this place.
A frantic shout rang out through the crowd. "Hey, that kid passed out! As soon as his main character Halo went out, he just shut down." King Dante turned around in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him, 2 prisoners were frantically holding up number 182's limp body. "Blood! There's so much blood! Hey, wake up!" Dante exclaimed in dismay. "Number 182! Without hesitation, Dante desperately sprinted toward his companion. As he ran, he yelled in a mix of anger and worry. 182, what kind of crazy stunt are you pulling? Why haven't you run away yet?" 182 now looked like a soulless corpse, sitting slumped on the ground in a battered state. Dante looked at the rubble around him and felt a pang of pity. Hey, look at how battered you are. Did you just come back from a brawl? I told you to run away."
Dante gritted his teeth, unable to contain his anger, seeing 182 risking his life pointlessly. "Are you delusional? You want to solo a monster with his crippled body? Who can handle this stubbornness of yours?" He snapped, questioning the opponent's sheer obstinacy. "Why are you so stubborn and won't listen? What the hell is going on in your head?" In response to Dante's fury, "I just wanted to carry the team and help Boss Dumpling. Why so tense?" Dante was stunned, freezing for a few seconds at the sincere answer of his companion. "Huh?" 182 looked straight into his eyes. "Weren't you the one who taught me that? You said so yourself." A surge of blue energy glowed in Dante's eyes as he staggeringly realized he had completely misunderstood this person. He stood in silence, questioning himself. Did I get something wrong again? Up until this very moment, Dante finally realized the good nature hidden behind that sullen exterior. He admitted in a deep voice, "No, you're right. You did a great job." Dante told himself, "It seems I only understand him a little bit now." He recalled the image of himself as a child, passionately observing the sprout of a sweet potato in a glass of water, just like how he was seeing through 182's heart right now. Dante suddenly noticed tiny glowing particles like dandelion seeds floating around 182 and wondered, but what is this thing that looks like dandelion seeds? He took off his glasses, rubbing his eyes and asking himself, is my eyesight getting worse again? After the brutal battle, 182 slowly opened his eyes, waking up from the exhausting limbo state. In the hospital room, Harolyn was meticulously sewing up the orange prisoner uniform with the number 0182 on it. Seeing his belonging in someone else's hands, 182 softly spoke up. "That shirt is mine."
Harolyn turned back to look at the patient. "Are you awake? Those clothes are mine." 182 replied briefly, "I know." The doctor asked curiously, "Looking at your fresh insides, you must still be a kid, right?" Seeing 182's bewilderment, Harolyn began to analyze from a biological perspective that those with extraordinarily strong abilities here are usually people who have been trapped for over 20 years, but 182's internal organs are still very healthy, so it's obvious he is still just a kid. 182 retorted, "I am an adult, but I used to be a kid." Harolyn snapped, "What the hell are you saying? I used to be a kid too, so we are both the same." 182 asked suspiciously, "Same how? You and my age?" 182 looked at the doctor with eyes full of disdain. "Are you really an idiot?" Harolyn was stunned and then flared up. "I am an idiot? What do you know? You're just a doctor, not a teacher, right? Do you think anyone can become a doctor? I'm definitely smarter than your teacher." 182 said coldly, "Stop deceiving people." Harolyn pondered the kid's lack of common sense and then suddenly asked bluntly, "You're not a prisoner, are you? Could it be that you were born here?" He looked at 182, reflecting on the inescapable chicken coop that had been established for 45 years, where it wouldn't be surprising if a child was born. 182 looked straight at the doctor, his heavily bandaged face twitching slightly. "I've been here all along. That's exactly what I mean, idiot." Harlan was stunned for a moment, then threw the orange prison uniform back to him. "If that's the case, then I misunderstood." He stood up, coldly instructing his patient. "With your recovery speed, you'll be well soon. Don't move around recklessly. Just lie still. Tell me whenever you can fart." "What kind of harsh medical advice is that, doctor?" Before turning to leave, Harlan dropped a decisive sentence. "Now we owe each other nothing, got it?" The red sunset enveloped the building of Noah Medical Center, signaling that a long, turbulent day had passed.
In the dark room, Kang Dante spread out the intricate maps on the floor. He pointed to each area and said, "This is the map of the entire area." Harlan stood with his arms crossed, looked down intently, and asked, "Do you see the exit marked?" Dante shook his head in disappointment. "No, it's nowhere to be seen." He began to explain to the doctor about the terrifying security system of this place. There was something like a device used to prevent prisoners from escaping. A huge, monster-like figure would rush out and kill anyone if they crossed the wall. Harlan asked doubtfully, "A monster?" Dante affirmed firmly, "You might not believe it, but I saw it with my own eyes." Pointing at the Fog Fortland symbol on the map, Dante decided, "So I will go to the central headquarters and meet the management bureau of this area to see how it goes." Harlan immediately tried to stop him. "What are you going to do when you get there? I already told you, the management bureau won't be on your side." Dante remained steadfast. "Once I get there, I'll do whatever I can. I have to try at least once anyway."
Dante looked at Mason and continued to explain the plan. The ones who are likely to know how to get out of here are precisely them. Mason fell silent for a moment before posing a tough question. "All right, assuming we find a way out, how will you deal with your own body being poisoned by fog?" Dante paused for a moment and then answered honestly. "About that, I think just leaving here will be enough to withdraw from that substance." He squatted down on the floor, pondering. "Just getting out of this dump and the body will automatically recap right away. Out of sight, out of mind, and the addiction will fade away." Dante looked at the doctor with utmost sincerity. "If you show withdrawal symptoms, I will definitely figure out a way to help you, doctor. Because my dad is a scientist. We can gather related people around to help research this substance. Once this matter is exposed, it will cause a massive shock to the whole world, and the research will proceed much faster." It turned out Dante also belonged to a prestigious family background. Dante flashed a reassuring smile. "Therefore, doctor, don't worry too much." However, Mason looked at him with a complex gaze and replied, "I'm not merely worrying about myself. You, go look in the mirror." Dante blankly walked into the bathroom. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed throughout the room. "Ah!" Dante stared blankly into the mirror, the glasses in his hand almost falling. His left eye was now glowing with a piercing blue electricity of mutation. Dante panicked, raising his hands to his face, stammering in extreme fear. My eyes. Looking into the mirror, Kang Dante exclaimed in shock. It turned blue. His left eye was now glowing with a piercing blue electricity of mutation. Mason stood leaning against the wall, coldly extinguishing the astonishment. What's there to be surprised about? Just by living here, everyone will become like that. Dante trembled, questioning himself about when it all started. He realized the moment the doctor warned about had truly arrived. Fear invaded his mind as Dante dreaded that he would start craving fog from now on. He clenched his fists in sheer frustration. Wait, this is too unfair. I haven't even consumed a single bit of fog. I clearly don't have any talent or power at all. In utter despair, Dante collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and crying out loud in the middle of the dilapidated bathroom. I'm really dead this time. Truly the unluckiest fate in the whole story, guys.
Harlan looked at the devastated young man and asked in return, What's the problem? Didn't you just say you could recover and detox? Dante cried out in tears. It's hopeless. My life is practically over from here. How can I even survive carrying this addict appearance? The doctor looked thoughtfully at the kid in front of him and admitted that those words weren't wrong either. He revealed a cruel truth that they used to use inmates for experiments, and if a person continuously remained in a state of addiction, they would slowly lose their cognitive abilities and then fall into a coma. Harlan dealt another critical blow. Moreover, if you fall into that state in the outside world where there is absolutely no fog, you won't just simply become an addict, but you could die. Even so, do you still want to go out? Dante could only kneel in silence, his head bowed down to the cracked floor in absolute speechlessness. Suddenly, 182 appeared in ragged patient clothes, making Harlan turn to ask, What's wrong? Seeing 182 running around instead of resting as instructed, Harlan snapped and questioned him. 182 simply replied, Hungry. But the doctor firmly demanded that he must fast for post-operative reasons because he hadn't farted yet. Hearing 182 ask if he needed to use force to do it, Harlan could only scold, Stop spouting nonsense. 182 replied silently, Of course. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Dante looked up with determined eyes. He told himself that even if he had to face death, he still had to escape to the outside world at all costs. Dante firmly declared, "Because living here is not the life I want." Outside, torn pieces of cloth hung suspended on barbed wire fences amidst the city's ruins. Rows of empty hospital beds lined the quiet and dark hospital corridors. Mason stood silently in the shadows, softly exclaiming, "It's over. Let's seal the deal and leave." On the other side, the village chief smiled in satisfaction at the doctor's decision. "You have made an excellent choice, doctor." Finally, the moment of parting had arrived. Standing at the village gate, Legolas reluctantly wished for the group to stay a little longer as winter was approaching, but the village chief spoke up to stop him. She understood that they needed to return to where they truly belonged. The old woman held Dante's hands tightly, moved that someone from the outside world could come and help the villagers so much. Dante smiled brightly. "You can trust me. I swear I will safely escort Dr. Mason all the way home, without a single scratch." The village chief sent her most sincere thanks to Dante, but he quickly waved his hand, insisting that he was the one who should be grateful. As a farewell gift, Legolas handed them a giant bag of premium dumplings to eat along the way. Mason couldn't help but be amazed at the massive quantity, while Dante struggled to carry the heavy sack.
Legolas urged them to take it quickly because he knew number 182 really liked this dish. The villagers waved their hands in unison to say goodbye, urging them to hit the road before dark to stay safe. When preparing to leave, Mason suddenly stopped and asked to see the village chief's hand. The old woman chuckled, affirming that she still strictly followed the old agreement by letting her disciples wrap the dumplings. Mason carefully checked her old wound and asked in a deep voice about its mobility. He secretly regretted that his clumsy surgical skills in the past could only help her this much. Mason looked at the village chief with firm eyes and promised that, if one day they met again in the outside world, he would definitely help treat her properly once more. The village chief smiled with satisfaction, watching the backs of the young people gradually fading away under the bright sunlight of Dumpling Village's gate. From above, a mysterious watcher quietly observed the silhouettes of Dante's group leaving and whispered, "Turns out it's a doctor and a teacher. How interesting." That was the paper bag guy with glowing eyes full of scrutiny through the eye holes. Looking at his stalking habit, you just know a giant drama is about to unfold. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an incoming call displaying the name LR. He picked up and mocked. "Ah, this guy keeps calling. Hey, your call came at the right time. The one-armed guy is not as strong as you said, right? Ah, he is not dead yet." He continued to inform the other end of the line with a cryptic tone. "Someone saved him. He seems to have made friends already." Beneath the ruins of the city, Dante, number 182, and Dr. Mason were walking together through the gloomy fog. Hearing this, the mysterious red-haired guy standing in the dark suddenly burst into a contemptuous laugh. "Friends? How is that possible?" He growled with a face full of murderous intent. "Someone like him wanting to have friends. In your dreams, honey." The scene shifted to the towering Fortland Fog Operations Center, where a massive blue energy beam was violently erupting into the sky like a giant pillar of light. Standing in front of the massive mechanical structure radiating brilliant light, the red-haired guy coldly asked the staff in protective suits, "How much fog is left now?"